Chapter 179. Feng Poliu said all this and hoped that suing wouldn't cause trouble. Although Yu City Lin family wasn't a strong family, she couldn't handle Lin Wanni's strength. He was really rash. If he knew that she indirectly killed his son, he would definitely go all out against her. Even if the Su family had many experts, they wouldn't be able to keep her alive. Lin Wanni, that heartless person. Su Ying's face was cold, the rage that shouldn't have existed burned once more. And? What heartless person? Feng Poliu turned into a gossipy man like he had heard a huge secret. He didn't understand. Did Su Ying and Lin Wanni have some unspeakable secret? But that was impossible. Lin Wanni was already that old, and Su Ying was so young, the two of them definitely wouldn't have crossed paths. It was definitely something else. Su Ying didn't say much. Her aunt used to have a relationship with Lin Wanni, but Lin Wanni abandoned her aunt, causing her aunt to be alone until now. Su Ying took a look at Feng Poliu before walking into the distance. Oi, little Miss Su, think about it, don't do stupid things. Feng Poliu shouted. Instantly, a low roar spread out from the dark forest. Feng Poliu was so frightened that he retreated right away. He didn't have the time to compete with the Ying demons. These things were all crazy, and once they caught someone, they wouldn't stop until one of them died. However, he was really curious. What was the heartless person that Su Ying mentioned? Since he had already revealed a little, then why not reveal more? Anyway, he definitely wouldn't reveal it. Martial Path Mountain. Little bug, can you understand what I say? If you can, then nod your head. Lin Fan placed the nine-headed bug on the table. One human and one bug looked at one another and chatted. The nine-headed bug's 9 heads stared at Lin Fan and really nodded. Little bug, tell me, with your current poison, you can't poison me to death? Lin Fan asked. He really wanted to know what the nine-headed bug's 9 heads were for. Since it was a treasure of 9 bug gang, it definitely wasn't ordinary. The key was that he didn't know what the poison was like. After seeing that Feng Poliu was fine, his heart started to get restless. The 9-headed bug shook its head. It didn't understand why Master asked that question. Refresh. He raised the bug controlling technique to the max realm. Come, bite with one head. Lin Fan stretched out his finger and placed it in front of 9 demon. He really wanted to see what it felt like. It was the first time, and he was so nervous that he even went to wash his hands. He was afraid that it would be dirty and cause a bacterial infection. Of course. He also rinsed the 9-headed bug's mouth to prevent it from having bad breath, but at least for now, the 9-headed bug was still very clean and had no smell. Bite. Following Lin Fan's command, the 9-headed bug bit down. There wasn't much of a feeling. It was as if the skin of his finger had been bitten by something very small. Very soon, 9 demon let go and just looked at its master in a daze. Is he sucking my venom? Lin Fan looked at his finger and realized that the color of the skin on his finger was gradually changing. It had turned black and red. Although it was just a small piece, he could clearly feel it. Sizzle. The blood on the tip of his finger was boiling, as if there was a flame burning. Fire poison? The poison was very weak. Perhaps it was because the 9-headed bug was very weak, or perhaps it had not injected too much venom, so it did not feel uncomfortable. He could use internal strength to force it out of his body. However, he tried to use the bug controlling technique's gray internal strength. Very quickly, the gray internal strength swallowed the poison, leaving nothing at all. He then told 9 demon to use its other heads to bite his finger. Each poison was different, and each head represented a different poison. Blood coagulated. Nerve numbing. Illusion poison. His skin was covered in frost. Wait. 9 special poisons proved that the 9-headed bug was different. In the future, when he really developed it, it would make him feel really good. After feeding it a mouthful of bug-controlling technique internal strength, he waved his hands and told it to sleep in his doghouse. Martial Path Mountain, in the night. Yuan Tianchu stood outside Liang Yongqi's room and knocked on the door. He asked, "Are you asleep?" Liang Yongqi wasn't asleep, and when he heard the knocking, he wanted to open the door. However, when he heard the owner of the voice, he was shocked. He hid on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Damn! Why did this fellow come to find him at night? He didn't understand. This was why he didn't open the door, to keep a distance from Yuan Tianchu. He really felt that Yuan Tianchu had a problem with his brain, and it was really serious. Thinking about it, when did this start? When he was in Yu City, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yuan Tianchu. Only when he left Yu City and came to Jiang City did he realize that there was something wrong with Yuan Tianchu's brain. That kind of thinking wasn't something that normal people could have. He hid in his bed for a long time, and he listened to the movement outside. There was no sound, and that person should have left. Who? How terrifying! Liang Yongqi exclaimed. When he looked at Yuan Tianchu, his heart felt cold. Outside the door, Yuan Tianchu knew that Liang Yongqi wasn't asleep, and he was avoiding him. Towards that, he expressed his regret. There were just too few people who could understand him. Yuan Tianchu didn't want to tell anyone, but for some reason, he felt like he didn't want to say it out. During the day, someone found Martial Path Mountain. He had been peeking and noticed that things slowly became complicated. However, that girl was really beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful person in his life. However, she was related to Nine Bug Gang, and she came to Martial Path Mountain to take away the nine-headed bug. He was thinking about it. Wasn't it just a nine-headed bug? Why keep it by his side and cause problems? He thought about it carefully. He realized that there was a huge problem here. Lin Fan didn't hand the nine-headed bug over because he wanted things to happen, to cause Martial Path Mountain to clash with Nine Bug Gang. The effects would be terrifying. Yuan Tianchu still didn't understand some details. He felt that things weren't so simple. He just wanted to talk to Liang Yongqi, but who knew that he would avoid him? When things really happened, don't blame him for not reminding him. That was because he didn't cherish it. The next day, Lin Fan casually walked around Martial Path Mountain. He was thinking about something. This matter had something to do with Feng Poliu. That was because his words hurt his pride. I'm actually not that woman's match. Other people could bear with it, but he couldn't. If he didn't want to, then he had to think of a way to get rage points to raise his cultivation. The only thing that could give him large amounts of rage points was the Yin demons. Yin demons lived near Jiang City. When he had nothing to do, he would be more active. Su Ying's appearance in Jiang City let many merchants know that a beautiful girl came to the city. Some of them had thoughts in their hearts. Although they had many wives and concubines, they didn't mind having too many women around them. Naturally, some people would send gifts. To capture a girl's heart, one had to be willing to pay a huge price. However, regretfully, those investments couldn't be returned. Of course, there were some who directly went to find beauties. However, the outcome was tragic. They were kicked out onto the streets, such that many people didn't dare to offend them. These vulgar fellows. Su Ying wasn't in a good mood. Especially when she knew that the person who got Nine Demon was Lin Wani's son, the rage in her heart was tough to extinguish. She stood in front of the window of the inn and looked at the scenery of Jiang City. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face appear on the streets, but that familiar person instantly disappeared. It's him. Su Ying recognized who that person was. He was from Nine Bug Gang. It seemed like after she came out, someone in the gang was worried about her and was sending people to follow her. When he looked again, he found that the person had disappeared without a trace. He knew that I noticed him, so he hid. Su Ying frowned and felt that things weren't so simple. That person purposely let her notice him. What news was he trying to reveal? Chen Yu was a guy who showed that he liked her many times in Nine Bug Gang. However, she didn't like such a person. If there was anyone in Nine Bug Gang who wouldn't harm her. Chenyu was one of them. Under normal circumstances, if 9 bug gang people followed someone, they definitely wouldn't let the person notice them. However, she noticed Chenyu. That could only mean one reason. Actually, there was someone else. He purposely let her notice him to send a message to her. Suing left the window. Not long later, she stood in front of the window and looked at where she noticed Chenyu. How regretful. She didn't see anyone. That night, outside the walls of Jiang City, a few people sneakily stood at the corner of the city walls. One of them was Chenyu. I didn't expect to follow her to Jiang City. There are actually demons around here. The male who spoke was a hall head of 9-bug gang. His face had several scars, they were like centipedes, looking really vicious and terrifying. Gang leader didn't trust Suing at all. So he sent them over. As expected, as the gang leader said, there was something wrong with Suing. They all saw how Suing went up the mountain. When she met the people on the mountain, they saw it too. As expected, there was something wrong with her. Chenyu, come over. The male said. The people around kept silent and didn't show any weird expressions. Chenyu walked in front of the male. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes opened wide. Fresh blood seeped out from his throat as he looked at him in disbelief. You, the male laughed coldly, you purposely exposed yourself to let Suing know that we were following you, right? But you are still too young. Don't forget that there are so many of us, how can we not notice your problem? The moment he said that, he pulled back his finger, large amounts of fresh blood flowed out. He fell to the ground, not breathing at all. For demons to not come and eat a city, apart from having experts, there are other reasons. He searched. Very quickly, he found the reason. In the darkness, a red light shone at the corner of the walls. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Chapter 180. Hall head, what are these things? The people following didn't react to Chenyu's death. Like the one who died in front of them wasn't a human but a dog. This is a very ancient method. I don't know the specifics, but the gang leader once said that if there is a red light outside a city, we can dig up the soil and dig out the things inside. There will be a surprise, hee hee. His laughter was dark and sunken. He knew what the surprise was, but he just said it to others. He dug out the dirt, and as expected there was a stone inside. He took it out. Jiang City didn't change at all. But to the demons, they could see the changes happening. Go, let's go. The male spoke, swiftly fleeing into the distance. That direction wasn't where the demons were, nor towards the city. It wouldn't be long before a shocking scene occurred. When they saw the hall head run so quickly, they were really curious. What would happen? They didn't enter the city and instead left this place. Was something dangerous going to happen? In the distance. Wolf Brigade Forest. The demons retreated to the center of the forest. The small demons moved like spiders, landing on the ground on all fours. One could say that they used both their hands and feet, moving really quickly. To the demons, it was okay even if they didn't eat or drink for years. But the taste of flesh and blood was just too delicious. If they could eat it forever and never get sick of it. Suddenly, a demon landed from the giant tree. Just now, he climbed onto the tree and looked at Jiang City. That was their paradise, but the light that covered it was too eye-piercing. He wasn't used to it. Suddenly, the eye-piercing light disappeared. The demon that landed roared, sending some sort of message to the surrounding demons. Many demons raised their heads, climbing the giant tree to the highest point and looking into the distance. The red gem-like eyes of the demons gave off an eye-catching glow, getting brighter and brighter like they saw something that made them really excited. They raised their heads and roared, spreading the joy in their hearts. The place that they treated as food didn't have the eye-piercing light anymore. Without the light covering the city, it will be our hunting ground. Many big demons woke up from their slumber. They bore with it for too long and finally received good news. Humans, a big demon roared out in rage. He was tortured by humans before and his heart was twisted. King, the human city isn't protected by the blinding light. We can enter and swallow all the humans. The big demon said. There was no movement from the empty stone throne. Then, a black mist appeared on the stone throne, slowly forming a demon on the throne. That female demon appeared. Alright, eat all the humans. The female demon's voice was ice cold and didn't have any emotions at all. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't let the demons enter the city to eat all the humans. That was because if they ate them all, there would be nothing left to eat in the future. But now it was different. Those humans on Marshall Path Mountain did such a thing to the demons, and they remembered this hatred in their hearts. In an instant, all the demons moved out. They surged out of the forest and charged towards Jiang City, which wasn't covered by the light. The demons were really quick. It was much faster than before, as if they were about to take revenge. They were very excited. Marshall Path Mountain. Rumble. Hung Long. Zhang Tianshan was woken up. He felt the ground shake like there was an earthquake. He was a little unhappy. Who wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Which bastard was hammering things outside? However, when he pushed open the door, he didn't see anyone. However, the rumbling became clearer and clearer. He raised his head and noticed that there were many red dots in the distance. They were densely packed, like a red net. What is that? When he was woken up, he was definitely annoyed. However, when Zhang Tianshan looked towards Jiang City, his expression changed. Not good, he didn't think much, running right away. He wanted to knock on Lin Fan's door. The light that blocked the demons disappeared. Who did it? How could he do such a thing? This would cause many people to die. No, not to kill a lot of people, but to kill everyone in Rivertown. Pa pa pa. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan's door and hollered in panic, wake up, something huge has happened. He was shouting a lot. Zhou Zhongmao had woken up long ago. Feng Poliu was the same. Such a huge commotion made it tough for him to sleep. What are you doing? Lin Fan opened the door. Zhang Tianshan's hand landed and was grabbed by Lin Fan. Zhang Tianshan, why aren't you sleeping? What do you want to do? Zhang Tianshan panicked, something happened, Jiang City is in trouble. Someone broke the formation we set up and demons have moved out. Looking at the situation, if we don't stop them, no one in Jiang City will be able to live in a night. What? Lin Fan pushed Zhang Tianshan aside and looked at the red light. There were definitely many of them. If they all surged into Jiang City, no one would be able to survive. Who was sick in the head, to break the formation for no reason? If one didn't want to live, then don't harm others. Looking at the situation, in at most 20 minutes, the demons would enter. At that time, even if he wanted to stop them, he wouldn't be able to. Lin Fan frowned, his palms were sweaty. Grab my weapons, head to Jiang City. He thought about it for a moment, before even blinking, he decided to head to Jiang City. You are crazy, you will die if you go. I can't let you go. Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. He panicked because he knew what was going to happen, but he didn't expect the kid to actually want to go. Your father entrusted you to me, so I can't let you die. Even if everyone in this city died, he would complete what Lin Wani asked him to do. I took his money, so I have to protect him. Jiang City gave me protection money, so I have to protect him. I am not a person who goes back on his word. If you don't have the ability, then don't take the money. Cousin, Feng Poliu, follow me. As for the rest, stay on Marshall Path Mountain. Don't head out to die, I don't have the time to protect all of you. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu was really afraid. Was that surnamed Lin guy finally going to kill them? But when he heard those words, he was shocked. What was wrong? He didn't want us to go. Or was he thinking too much? No. Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. He was really firm and didn't want Lin Fan to go. Although the protection money made him confused, now wasn't the time to think about such things. He definitely wouldn't let Lin Fan go to die. Pa! Lin Fan directly knocked Zhang Tianshan out. How annoying. Go Zi, help him down. Go Zi held up Zhang Tianshan and said worriedly, young master, I will follow you. Okay, just stay on Martial Path Mountain and don't run anywhere. If I die, then go back and tell my father to wipe out the Yin demons and 9 bug gang. Lin Fan said. To Lin Fan, this money was tough to earn. But since he took it, what else could he do? No matter whether or not it worked, he had to take it. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. He only took 100 silver a month and had to face such a difficult matter. That was a huge loss. Actually, even if Lin Fan didn't let him go, he would still go. So many people in the city died to the Yin demons, he couldn't take it. It was okay if he didn't know, but now that he knew, he couldn't do such a thing. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and the 3 of them swiftly went down the mountain. They were really quick and didn't hide at all. It was a race against time. If they were late and the Yin demons entered the city, then it would be useless. Young master. Go Zi wanted to chase, but Liang Yongqi pulled him back. Don't be rash. They're not weak, and they're confident. If you go, you'll just be holding them back. Listen to me, the chief disciple, and stay here. Also, hurry up and wake up the vice sect leader. Maybe he can think of a way. Liang Yongqi had never seen such a scene before. Didn't he see the red light floating in the distance? Too many, there were just too many. The ground was shaking. As the red light got closer, the tremors got stronger and stronger. It was like a huge army was attacking. At the same time, there were some shocking sounds. Just listening to these sounds was enough to make one shudder. He knew that something huge had happened. However, Lin Fan's actions made him look at him differently. He didn't stay out of this and even welcomed it. He was asking to die. Jiang City. I am a little nervous. Lin Fan's hands were covered in sweat. This was the first time he faced so many Yin demons, and he didn't know whether or not he could hold on. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid at all. His only thought was that if he couldn't hold on, he would send cousin away. The people in the city weren't important to him. They weren't even worth a single strand of his cousin's hair. He followed cousin over because he listened to cousin. Whatever cousin wanted to do, he would unconditionally be the first to do. If there was danger, he would send cousin away before he died. Young Master Lin, if the Yin Demon King appears, I will deal with it. At that time, I might not be able to take care of you. Feng Poliu said. He sensed that there was an extremely powerful aura among the Yin demons that were attacking him. It was obvious that the Yin Demon King had attacked. I don't need you to take care of me, I can do it. Don't underestimate me. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu smiled, young Master Lin, I don't understand why you came. In such a situation, the 3 of us are still too weak. It is hard to say whether or not we can survive. Didn't I say it before? I took their money to help them. The Jiang City people gave me silver to let Martial Path Mountain protect them. Since I took the money, then I have to do it. Lin Fan said casually. Ha ha ha. Feng Poliu laughed out loud, I didn't expect that to be the reason. Young Master Lin, respect, I really respect you. Before the Yin demons arrived, Lin Fan observed the surrounding situation. Fuck your mother. Which damned bastard was the one who did all this for no reason? Now he was nowhere to be seen. What the fuck were you doing earlier? If he found out who it was, he would definitely smash his head. Chapter 181. A loud explosion spread into their ears. The ground shook. Jiang City faced its most dangerous moment since it was built. Destruction and new life were fighting. The balance of new life was tilting and destruction was about to arrive. The houses of the people in the city lit up. Many people were woken up. Was an earthquake coming? The animals were restless and uneasy. A terrified atmosphere covered the sky. Demons are here, demons are here. When the guards resting on the city walls saw the movement, their faces turned ashen white. They ran out and shouted on the streets. He looked for a long while, he definitely wasn't wrong. Those floating red lights were the eyes of the demons. Outside the city, Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and Feng Poliu stood in a row. Some things can't be taken back. Lin Fan pulled out his blade, the tip landed on the ground. He placed his palm on the handle and looked into the distance. His gaze became sharp, internal chi surged out of his body. The blade was covered in a layer of purple light, it was eye-catching and eye-catching. At that moment, the aura on their bodies slowly changed. A strong wind surged out from their legs and then wrapped around their bodies. Young Master Lin, don't be soft, otherwise, we will be the unlucky ones. Feng Poliu smiled. Facing numerous demons, he was still able to smile calmly. Not many people in the world could do that. Lin Fan and the others didn't know much about Feng Poliu. They only knew that he loved to gamble and often entered the gambling dens. In the end, he would be tossed out. Now, Lin Fan felt helpless. Why did he take money? If he didn't, then he could stay out of this. Throwing his life away wasn't his style. Unfortunately, there was no regret. He took the money and promised them, so he had to do it. That was honesty, that was his principle. The demons were really quick, like a huge army galloping. The female demon walked over slowly and was protected by the demons in the middle. Those purple devilish eyes gave off a terrifying glow. Jiang City was already in their pocket, and the living creatures inside were their food. The demons that covered the land and sky gave out sharp roars. There was also a weird smell. Feng Poliu covered his nose and acted like he couldn't take it. This smell covers the entire area, I really can't take it. Even if we can't take it, we have to take it. We can only fight them to the death. There are still a few hours to daybreak, so we can only hold on. Lin Fan didn't think that the three of them could wipe out the demons, that was just a dream. Even if he reached Martial Path Grade 12, it would be impossible. However, it was still possible for him to hold on. Rumble. The demons stopped in front of Lin Fan. The distance between the two of them was just 100 meters. Get out of my way. A big demon pushed the small demons aside. His giant body was like a small mountain as he roared, "Humans, you are hitting a rock with an egg. Later on, we will rip you apart, drink your blood, and swallow your flesh and blood. Young Master Lin, it would be good if we can delay for a while. Why not have a good chat with the demons?" Feng Poliu said. If they really couldn't communicate, then it wouldn't be too late. However, looking at the situation, the demons had things to say, so why not give them a chance to chat? Who knows, maybe the sky would turn bright as they talked. At that time, everything would be fine. That is what I was thinking. Lin Fan agreed with Feng Poliu's words. He wasn't a person who liked to fight. Especially with so many demons, if they really fought, it would be tiring. I have something to say. Lin Fan stepped forwards and said towards the demons, there is a misunderstanding between us. A while ago, a big demon came to Martial Path Mountain. I didn't know and did some unfriendly things to him. I want to say sorry to that big demon. In the future, such things won't happen, definitely not. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 111. Many rage points surged over. It was as if he had said something wrong, or perhaps he had touched their sore spot. He felt like he didn't say anything wrong and that everything was normal. Feng Poliu was expressionless, but huge waves rose up in his heart. My dear young Master Lin, couldn't we say something more reliable? Why did we have to say all that? It was so hurtful. Human. Instantly, a big Een demon flipped several small Een demons and walked out from the darkness. His red eyes gave off a cruel glow. He would never forget what happened during that period of time. What happened during that period of time caused huge damage to his heart. Lin Fan looked at the familiar big Een demon and smiled. So, you are here too. I am so sorry that your body and soul suffered heavy injuries. Looking at you, you should have recovered. If there is a chance, Martial Path Mountain welcomes you. You are really mysterious to me and I want to understand you more. Of course, if you can let your king, that female Een demon, come to Martial Path Mountain to let me check her body, I think it will deepen the relationship between humans and Een demons. His words were loud and many of the Een demons heard it clearly. What did he say? What was this human saying? Was he insulting their king? Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. The numbers fluctuated greatly. The current situation was really rare. He had to fight and there was no room for retreat. Since that was the case, then what was the point of saying nice things? Provoking them was the best choice. The increase in rage points was the only way for him to become stronger. If he could make the Een demons leave just by saying nice things, he could give up on this chance. But if saying nice things to the Een demons was useful, then not so many people would have died. The Een demons wouldn't have been suppressed by the experts at the borders. Phone Poliu looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. Big brother, I told you to communicate with the Een demons, to get closer to each other so that both sides wouldn't be rash. But you said all that to the Een demons and even teased their king. Were you going to fight to the death? 100 silver was a huge loss. Of course. He knew that no matter what he said, the outcome would be the same. Een demons wouldn't let him off just because he said nice things. Instead, they would enjoy the delicacy in front of them. The Een demon's roars became more and more chaotic. The big Een demon who was being tortured roared out. Eat them for me. He roared out crazily and was already in a frenzied state. Kong! The Een demons roared out, venting the rage in their hearts. Remember, don't split up. Cousin, don't be rash. Lin Fan held the blade tightly. The highest internal and external cultivation strength exploded out. He couldn't hide it and had to use all his strength. Understood, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao replied. Thick internal qi wrapped around his body. He wanted to step on all these Een demons to death. Those who disturbed his cousin's sleep all deserved to die. Attack! Lin Fan held his blade and hollered. Lightning blade 4 strokes exploded out. In a short moment, it formed a blade glow net, covering a bunch of small Een demons and slicing them into pieces. Amazing! Feng Poliu was shocked. He didn't expect young Master Lin's cultivation to be so strong. Lin Fan didn't hold back at all, each blade was filled with his full strength. To other people, such a blade would consume internal strength quickly. But to Lin Fan, it was fine. His stamina and internal strength were filled and he felt like he didn't consume any energy at all. The three of them didn't split up, they were wary of the situation in the three directions. Feng Poliu was wary of whether or not the Een Demon King would mix in with the Een Demons. If she appeared, he would fight her one-on-one. After all, he was the only one who could restrict her. Time passed really quickly. The attacks of the Een Demons were really dense and didn't give them any space to slow down. You fellows are just too annoying. Lin Fan hollered, internal chi rumbled out. The blade glow in his hand became thicker and thicker. He slashed out, a crescent blade light slid on the ground, tearing a hole in the ground. Hong Long. The blade light sliced open the Een Demons, the special element caused huge damage to them. Big Dipper Silence Palm. Zhou Zhongmao's body gave off a black mist. This was the aura that exploded out when he activated Demon Enforcing Heart Scripture to the highest level. The battle was exceptionally intense. Demon corpses piled up on the ground, increasing in number. However, their attacks didn't slow down. Even if many small demons were killed, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they became fiercer and fiercer. Young Master Lin, don't use so much strength. The demons are using them to waste our stamina. Feng Poliu noticed the problem. His eyes locked onto the Demon King. Her purple eyes were just too eye-catching. She looked at the small demons die one after another. She didn't react at all. It was obvious that she expected such a situation. Her goal was obvious. She wanted to use the small demons to drag them to death. Zhou Zhongmao panted, his forehead was covered in sweat. Even if his internal strength was thick and his combat strength was unparalleled, he was still human. As long as he was human, there would be a time when he would run out of energy. The demons didn't give them a chance to catch their breaths. Wave after wave. The moment they slapped out, another wave of demons would head up. This was why even a martial path grade 12 expert would have a 90% chance of dying if he entered the demon territory at night. The chances of him surviving were just too slim. Lin Fan noticed that Cousin's body was injured by the demon's claws. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds, and his skin was a little black. Were the demon's claws poisonous? Cousin, stand behind me, I will protect you. Lin Fan felt heart-pained. These damn fellows, as long as they survived tonight, they would trample the demon base. He didn't want to use cheats to bully them, but they were too much. Did they really think that he was easy to offend? He wanted to let everyone know that as long as one was named Lin Fan, no one was easy to offend. It is okay, cousin, I am okay. Zhou Zhongmao said. At that moment, the demon's strategy changed. The small demons retreated. Human, there is only one outcome for blocking us demons, which is death. The big demons appeared. His 3-meter-tall body gave off a strong sense of oppression. The 3-meter-tall big demon wasn't their limit. There were even stronger demons following closely behind. This was the top combat strength of the demons. Using the small demons to waste the stamina of the three of them. Then, what followed next would be the true terror. Chapter 182. You all are a little dirty and despicable. Lin Fan always thought that demons were dumb, but now it seemed like it wasn't the case. Demons were really smart. They knew that the three of them were strong enough to use the small demons to waste their stamina. What a waste. Since the start of the battle, each blade was filled with strength, and he wasn't tired at all. However, Cousin and Feng Poliu were affected. Cousin was the one who was affected the most. Facing the flood-like demons, his stamina and internal strength were consumed quickly. Without any time to recover, the continuous consumption was something that no one could handle. Human, shut your mouth. Later I will stuff my fist in your mouth, pull out your tongue, smash your teeth, crush your eyeballs, and torture you. The big demon hollered in rage. Amazing, I didn't expect you all to be so playful. Later I will capture your demon king, rip her clothes, and use a whip to whip her. If you want to see, you can register with me. Lin Fan replied. Since things had reached such a stage, naturally there was no way back. He could only fight the demons head-on. Feng Poliu sighed. Could you not say such shameful words? Why did he have to anger the demons? That wasn't good for anyone at all. Lin Fan's words naturally tempted many demons. But very quickly, they came to their senses. This human was insulting their king. Zhou Zhongmao used this time to recover the internal strength that he consumed. Young Master Lin, I will fight the demon king, I will leave this place to you. Feng Poliu said softly. He was afraid that if this continued, the demons would drag them to death. If they killed the demon king, maybe they would have a chance to live. Lin Fan nodded his head. He also wanted to kill the demon king, but looking at the situation, she wasn't someone he could handle, so he could only leave it to Feng Poliu. However, the pressure that he had to face would slowly increase. Suddenly, a big Yin demon appeared in front of Lin Fan. His expression was vicious as he waved his arms and slashed towards Lin Fan. "I will split you into two and let your flesh and blood scatter on the ground." The big Yin demons were really strong. They were all above martial path grade 7. Pucci. A blade light flashed. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. The big Yin demon stood on the spot, maintaining the posture of raising his arms. With a Pucci sound, the corpse split apart. "You're still too weak. You're just seeking your own death by yourself." Lin Fan retracted his blade. He didn't feel excited because he killed a big Yin demon. This was just one of the Yin demons, there were many more who stared at him aggressively. The evil demon men roared angrily. Boom! Large amounts of big Yin demons attacked and pounced towards Lin Fan. The boiling black mist had already condensed into a physical form, like many tentacles. One had to pay attention to it. "Be careful, I'll go kill the Yin Demon King." Feng Poliu's body instantly turned into many bugs, passing the Yin demons and heading towards the Yin Demon King. The female Yin demon used her purple eyes to observe the situation. "So, you are from Insect Valley." The female Yin demon smiled and looked at the person who appeared in front of her. Those bugs were so annoying and she didn't like them. Even if Insect Valley was strong, she didn't fear them. Feng Poliu appeared and looked around warily. "Since you know where I came from, then why don't we just forget it?" When he said those words, the surrounding temperature dropped. The ground was covered in a layer of frost. "Forget it? Why don't you move aside and open the gates for us Yin demons to enter? How about that?" The female Yin demon laughed coldly. "Then, there is nothing to talk about," Feng Poliu said. He knew that Yin demons couldn't be offended, but it seemed like it wasn't. Yin demons wouldn't give him face. Without waiting for the Yin Demon King to attack, Feng Poliu raged and struck towards her. One needed special attributes to deal with Yin demons. But to Feng Poliu, all of that wasn't a problem. He couldn't take care of Lin Fan's situation, he could only tell them to take care and not die. Lin Fan noticed that these big Yin demons had a huge problem with him. They stared at him. That was good, it would reduce some pressure on Cousin. However, Cousin didn't need it at all. He pounced forwards to fight the big Yin demon to the death. Hong Long. A big Yin demon's fist was wrapped in black mist and smashed into the ground, forming a giant hole. Lin Fan turned to the side and wanted to slice it into half. However, the moment he moved, another Yin demon attacked from the side, not giving him a chance at all. "You are a bully. Refresh." Lightning blade 4 strokes, adding them all to Big Dipper Silence Palm. He stabbed the blade into the ground. His palms pressed down and he hollered. His palms shook like an illusion, lightning wrapped around them. Internal strength surged crazily from within his body. He felt that his internal strength didn't decrease at all, it was always so full. To Cousin, this was a really normal palm technique. Lin Fan even dissed that Cousin knew how to act cool. But now, when he displayed it, it was even stronger than his cousin's. Thigh-thick lightning wrapped around his body. This consumed internal strength. If normal people didn't have thick internal strength, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He waved his palms, lightning was like a dragon, piercing forwards. Many Yin demons didn't even cry out before they turned to dust. A long while later, Lin Fan saw Cousin panting heavily. There were many injuries on his body, all from the attacks of the Yin demons. Scram! He saw a big Yin demon appear behind Cousin and was shocked. He instantly moved and appeared beside Cousin, smacking his body with a palm. Lightning surged in and exploded his body. "Cousin, don't force yourself. Go to the city gate, leave the rest to me," Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Even if there were piles of Yin demon corpses around him, even 30 of them, he didn't fall. "I can still do it." Lin Fan opened his fingers and used internal strength to pull. The blade that was stabbed into the ground flew over with a buzz. He then retreated and placed Cousin within the city gates. "Be good, don't move, leave the rest to me." He couldn't let Cousin fight the Yin demons. Cousin was already at his limit, his internal strength and stamina were about to dry up. In this battle, Cousin had already exploded out with shocking strength. Out of the big Yin demons that Cousin killed, there were a few martial path grade 10 cultivators. Facing so many of them, it wasn't easy for him to last until now. You really can't kill them all. Lin Fan really respected the Yin demons, they were just endless. He knew that with the small support system, stamina and internal strength were endless and couldn't be used up at all. Looking at the Yin demon army that didn't seem to be decreasing, Lin Fan held his blade, the blade tip landed on the ground and he slowly walked forwards. The goal of life isn't to exist, but to burn. To me, it is to enjoy. My cousin is really honest, to him, the existence of life is to protect me. Now, I swear that in my life, I will wipe out all Yin demons, not leaving a single one alive. The moment he said that, a shocking blade intent exploded out. The blade in Lin Fan's hand gave off an eye-catching glow. He was accumulating internal strength to use his strongest blade. Suddenly, Yin demons attacked. At this moment, to slash out or to take it head-on and accumulate was all in Lin Fan's hands. He didn't think about it. He had already thought about it, which was to take it head-on. Maybe it would be painful, but he definitely couldn't cry out, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Damn human, I will smash you into meat paste. The big Yin demon's fist was covered in a thick black mist, there was a sonic boom. If one was hit by this fist, a few bones would break. Poochie. Just at that moment, when Lin Fan thought that he was about to be hit, he noticed that the big Yin demon's arm broke, like something flashed across. Slash! The blade in his hand was accumulated to the extreme as he slashed forwards. The crescent-shaped blade energy boiled, along with the lightning element. It sizzled like the air was numb. Instantly, the blade energy covered the Yin demons. A moat was left on the ground. Amongst the Yin demons, there was a gap. Many Yin demons were shocked, they didn't expect such a situation to occur. However, it disappeared in a blink of an eye. The number of Yin demons was too shocking, and very quickly they made up for the missing Yin demons. It is you. Lin Fan looked at the person not far away. Su Ying stood on the city wall, her extremely beautiful face was really calm, there was no expression at all. However, Su Ying's sleeves were torn like there was an intense battle before this. You really have balls, you even dare to block the Yin demon army. Su Ying opened her mouth, her voice was really nice, just that it was a little cold. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled, you really have balls, you know that there are Yin demons and you still dare to come. Pang! Just as the two of them spoke, a person flew over from afar and smashed onto the city wall. The city wall cracked and a small hole appeared. Can the two of you stop talking, there are too many Yin demons, I can't hold on. Feng Poliu's mouth bled as he grumbled towards Lin Fan and Su Ying. The Yin demons were too cunning. He fought with the Yin demon king, but the other big Yin demons would sneak attack. He really couldn't take it and nearly died within. Luckily, the Yin demon king was annoyed with him and smacked him out. Young Master Lin, I can't take it anymore. Feng Poliu said. That was the truth, he really couldn't take it anymore. It was already a miracle that he was able to fight with the Yin demons until now. As for relying on the few of them to chase the Yin demons away, even if they were dreaming, they wouldn't dare to do it. Even if we can't, we have to. If we don't last till the end, who knows whether or not we can. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao coughed, the wounds on his body still had Yin demon poison left, but it wasn't much of a problem. Cousin, leave this to me. Cousin, don't force yourself, I can see whether or not you can. Just rest there. Lin Fan said. The situation now. It was a little complicated. Actually, he knew that he couldn't take it anymore. He was still too weak. A true expert would step out and his aura exploded, directly crushing all the demons in front of him. That was a true expert. However, he felt that he was still a little far away. What happened now shouldn't be something that someone of his age should be able to take. Chapter 183. What should we do now? Feng Polio asked. The demons didn't attack as they knew that they were at the end of their rope, and there was no need to force them. Listen to the sounds in the city, do you hear anything? Lin Fan asked. The city was really noisy. The demons caused too much commotion, and the commoners were woken up. However, no one dared to open the city gates, afraid that they would see the most terrifying scenes. Feng Polio nodded his head. There were heart-wrenching cries, terror, helplessness. When danger arrived, the commoners' hearts would collapse. So, since we are already here, if we want to retreat, then everything before would be for nothing. As long as we hold on until dawn, everything will be fine. Lin Fan said. His confident expression was, in fact, an act. He panicked deep down. Was he really going to die? He was still young and had many things he hadn't done. If he died here, it would be a huge loss. Dawn, to Feng Polio, this was such a long time. At the same time, he didn't expect the Demon King to be so strong. If not for the other big demons sneak attacking, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Little Miss Su, do you want to leave or do you want to stay here and hold on with us until dawn? Feng Polio asked. If Su Ying stayed, there might be a bit of hope. After all, one more expert meant one more hope. Su Ying's expression was calm. It was impossible for her to leave. She knew that 9-Bug Gang did all this. When she killed those people, she found out from their mouths. Sick and evil. Those fellows were just too sick and evil. They didn't do that to deal with the Jiang City commoners, but to deal with her. Some things started because of her, so she couldn't back out. Some things have already happened, and there is no way out. Even if I leave now, I won't be able to. Su Ying said. Her words indirectly expressed her stance, which was to stay with them to fight against the demons. Good, Su family little miss is a hero, I respect you. Feng Polio praised. A true family disciple, naturally there would be geniuses. To him, Su Ying was the genius of Su family. Not only was she strong, but she was also responsible. Cousin, uncle gave me a life-saving talisman before we left. Unknowingly, Zhou Zhongmao had appeared behind Lin Fan. Cousin, rest well. Leave everything to me. Lin Fan said. Then, he was shocked, what did you just say? My father gave you a life-saving talisman. Hurry up and take it out. Zhou Zhongmao took in a deep breath and looked at the flood of demons, shouting, Demon King, I have something to say, please come out. His voice reverberated and spread amongst the demons. The demons exchanged glances with one another like they had received some sort of order and retreated to the sides. The female Demon King stood there, her purple devilish eyes gave off a teasing expression. These humans were strong, but in front of the demons, there were too few of them. Now, the other party had something to say. He could listen to what they had to say. This is my cousin, Lin Fan. My uncle is Lin Wani. My uncle said that as long as you let him go, he will help you do one thing, no matter what it is. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. He had no choice. At such a time, even if he would make his cousin lose face, he had to say it. If not, if something happened, then he would regret it. Lin Fan wanted to hear what cousin said about the life-saving talisman. But when he heard these words, he was stunned. Oh my God. Cousin, don't tell me that this was the life-saving talisman that you were talking about. The female demon was stunned, her pupils constricted. Lin Wani, that was an unforgettable name, a terrifying human expert. If anyone could let such a terrifying expert do something for them, it would be a huge benefit. But, eat them. The female Een demon hollered in rage. She didn't hesitate at all. The Een demons roared and pounced towards Lin Fan and the others. Cousin, why do I feel like they are even angrier after you said that? You should head over and rest, leave this to us. Lin Fan said. The female Een demon was furious. Lin Wani, that despicable human expert. Tearing the contract and personally heading to the Een demon territory to suppress them. Even she was injured by that damn human. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? Uncle told him that this was the best life-saving talisman. Who knew how many people in the world needed his promise? As long as someone knew that his cousin was his son, they would give him face. Zhou Zhongmao trusted his uncle's words. But now, he couldn't help but suspect whether or not he said something wrong or if he missed out on some important information. Su Ying covered her lips and smiled. Lin Wani was really arrogant, actually so confident in himself. He was slapped in the face. She wanted to see Lin Wani lose face. She wanted to take revenge for her aunt. But now, the Een demons surged over, and they could only fight to the end. Hong Long, Lin Fan, Su Ying, and Feng Poliu's internal strength shook the surrounding air. Big Dipper's silence palm exploded out, giving off a bright glow. The blade in his hand broke long ago and couldn't take the internal strength that was injected in. Damn! Too weak. He was still too weak. Lin Fan felt that sometimes it wasn't that danger came to find him, but that he would find danger himself. Some things were just too magical. If they didn't happen, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Like now, if he was just imagining things, would he step out when he faced such a situation? He definitely wouldn't, unless he was sick in the head. But when it really happened, he understood that he was sick in the head. After a long while, Lin Fan's body was covered in injuries. One could see the white bones in some places. Pain filled his brain, such that he nearly exploded. It was really painful, so painful that he was about to shout out. Cousin! Zhou Zhongmao's eyes were filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and gave out a beast-like roar. Ah! Instantly, a ferocious aura swept across the entire area, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. Cousin! Lin Fan turned his head and was actually a little worried. At this moment, Zhou Zhongmao's body was covered in thick black internal energy. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. His clothes were torn and his body was covered in injuries. There were old and new injuries. Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide and muttered, what did this kid go through in the past? It was impossible to find a piece of good skin on his body. That damn Een demon! Zhou Zhongmao hollered. A power connected all the acupoints and meridians in his body. A ferocious black giant ape floated behind him. It roared out, roaring towards the sky. Hong Long! At that moment, a strong aura spread out with Cousin at the center. Cousin's knees bent. With a pang, the ground cracked. He turned into a black light and jumped into the air. He landed quickly, raising his hands and smashing them onto the ground. Pang! The ground shook. Cousin landed in the center of the Een demons. The strong impact caused many of them to fly away. You trash, you deserve to die. Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage. He opened his fingers and grabbed a big Een demon, directly ripping it apart. Too fierce, just too fierce. Even the Een demons were stunned by Zhou Zhongmao. That's not right. Although his meridians were opened up, he shouldn't be able to use such strength. Feng Poliu looked at the scenes in front of him in shock. He couldn't understand it at all. How did Lin Wani develop him? Damn, what are you looking at? Help, my cousin can't take it anymore. How could Lin Fan let cousin take the risk? Didn't he see that his cousin's body was bleeding? Was that the repercussions of being too violent? Haze, despair. Feng Poliu had a feeling like he was going to die here tonight. He was a little tired and felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Cousin was really violent now, smacking the Een demons with one palm. However, there were just too many of them. More and more wounds appeared on his body, fresh blood spurted out like a fountain and scattered all over the ground. A tough battle exploded. Suing and Feng Poliu were slowly injured. They were humans and not gods, their bodies would get tired and their internal strength would dry up. Even when surrounded by so many demons, it was tough for them to fight back. Lin Fan frowned. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Young Master Lin, why not you leave and leave this to me? I have no other skills but I am not afraid of dying. Feng Poliu saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to let Lin Fan leave. There was no need to fight to the death. Kiki, what a joke. Even if you aren't afraid of dying, do you think I am? Did you see me sweat? I didn't even use any strength. Moreover, it doesn't matter. If I die, the demons will die along with me. Lin Fan said. He wouldn't run out of energy and his internal strength wouldn't dry up. Su Ying's expression didn't change. Even if several wounds appeared on her body, she didn't frown. Little Miss Su, if such a beauty like you dies, it would be such a waste. This has nothing to do with you, why not flee for your life? Lin Fan said. Su Ying glanced at Lin Fan, shut up. Okay, I am not afraid. Then, let's fight to the end. Lin Fan smiled and then looked at the demons, I will send you all to the heavens. The moment he said that, Lin Fan's palms smacked the ground. Numerous lightning crackled and surged out like snakes. Feng Poliu looked on with a weird expression. What was going on with this kid? His internal strength was so thick, would it not dry up? However, he didn't think so much now. It was good that his internal strength hadn't dried up. He could continue to fight, but, damn. The Demon King was going to attack, he was finished. Feng Poliu wanted to encourage himself, but he saw the Demon King disappear from the spot. In a blink of an eye, she was dozens of steps away from them. Be careful, the Demon King is attacking, don't be careless. Instantly, the female demon appeared in front of Lin Fan and grabbed. Pang! Zhou Zhongmao instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan and took the Demon King's palm head-on. His chest caved in and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stay away from my cousin. Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage and punched him. Hong Long. Fist and palm clashed, causing an intense shockwave. If you want to hurt my cousin, then you have to step over my body. Zhou Zhongmao's swollen body stood in front of Lin Fan like a god protecting him, he would rather die than retreat. Chapter 184. Damn! Lin Fan saw cousin spit out blood, and rage exploded in his heart. Wrong. He was really wrong. Salted fish weren't like that. He felt that he was wrong from the start. Peaceful days were something that experts had the right to enjoy when they were tired. He didn't have the ability to do so now. When he faced danger, cousin helped him, but what if cousin couldn't handle it? Father will carry it. What if father couldn't handle it? At this furious moment, he realized that he understood everything. Seeing cousin block the Demon King for him, he found it hard to calm down. Although he had changed recently and was slowly raising his cultivation, he was still too lazy and had no motivation at all. Cousin, are you okay? Lin Fan asked. His chest was smacked by the Demon King, it was a bloody mess. There was even a black mist wrapped around it. Zhou Zhongmao's body shook. It was obvious that he was heavily injured, but he bore with it. He slowly turned his head, and his vicious expression disappeared. He smiled, cousin, I am fine. With me here, don't worry. After saying that, he turned his head and opened his mouth. He panted, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared forwards with determination. He wouldn't let cousin see that he couldn't handle it. Today, all of you will die here. The female demon said coldly. These humans weren't worth mentioning in front of the demon army, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. She wanted to see how long these humans could last for. Feng Poliu said, Demon King, you are destroying your own future. His father is Lin Wani, and she is the Su family Missy. Do you think that if you kill them, your demons can still exist? I think you should stop, and we can act like this never happened. Ha ha ha, you are threatening me? Demon King laughed, human, do you think that threats will work? We demons don't fear anyone. The moment she said that, Demon King waved her hands. Kill. The demons couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to swallow all these humans. Not long later, Suing couldn't take it anymore. A few big demons took the chance to attack and were about to kill Suing. Lin Fan hollered, Big Dipper's silence palm exploded out. Lightning wrapped around it and directly killed the big demon. He grabbed Su Ying's shirt and tossed her to Feng Poliu. He grabbed his cousin who was on the verge of collapse and shouted, retreat to the city gate. Now, only he and Feng Poliu had the strength to fight the demons. City gate. Take care of them, I will handle the rest. Lin Fan said. You can. Feng Poliu panted, he was really tired. He never thought that one day he would fight the demon army head-on. How much courage did he have to have such thoughts? He felt that he was awesome enough. Normal people weren't to him. Lin Fan said, who knows? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and sighed, if you die here, it would be such a waste. He cherished talents and felt that Lin Fan was not ordinary. Hee, it is indeed a pity. After all, he is a talent. However, there are many talents who die before they grow up. But if you want me to die, it won't be that easy. At the very least, you will have to pay a painful price. With the current situation, there was no way to avoid it. If he made things too tense, the atmosphere would be stifling. He might as well look on the bright side. Lin Fan walked to the front and looked at the Demon King, you black and ugly old hag, remember this. If I, Lin Fan, don't die today, I will definitely trample the demon race in the future. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you can do that? Let's talk after tonight. Kill them. The Demon King said coldly. He didn't put Lin Fan in his eyes at all. Perhaps to the Demon King, killing these humans was a piece of cake. The Demon army struck. Lin Fan didn't retreat and just stared right at the Demon army. He hoped that the bug controlling technique would give him a shocking effect. Refresh your stats. Bug controlling technique, returning to true. Circles of gray ripples spread out from Lin Fan's body. Feng Poliu was shocked, this internal strength was. He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. As expected, this kid cultivated the bug controlling technique. Moreover, the internal strength fluctuations seemed to be even higher than his. Kid, how far have you cultivated the bug controlling technique? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said calmly, the highest realm. Feng Poliu was speechless, what did he say? The highest realm? Are you kidding me? The ground shook, dirt rolled, and many bugs crawled out from the depths of the ground. Under the buff of the gray internal strength, these bugs underwent shocking changes. Internal strength boiled. To normal people, it was tough to control too many bugs with their current martial path. They were also unable to use special internal strength to cause the bugs to change. But to Lin Fan, he didn't feel any consumption of internal strength. At this moment, more and more bugs surged out, and the ground was covered in them. Bug wall. Lin Fan hollered. Internal strength invisible to the naked eye turned into threads and guided each bug. The bugs moved and stacked together, slowly forming a bug wall. The bug wall was pitch black, 10 meters tall. The bugs that stacked together had shocking destructive strength. It totally separated the demons. Swallow. Lin Fan pressed down with his palms, and the bug wall collapsed, covering the demons in front of him. Instantly, there were roars. The bugs covered the demons and bit at them. It is useless. Although the bug controlling technique is strong, it is useless against demons. Feng Poliu reminded. One could only use special element techniques to deal with demons, otherwise, there was no other way. The female demon laughed coldly and gave out an ear-piercing sound. Pang! Pang! The bugs exploded, unable to withstand the terrifying internal strength of the Demon King's voice. Insect Valley's bug controlling technique is strong, but it is useless against us demons. Everything in the world counters one another, and even the strongest cultivation technique is useless, ha ha ha. The Demon King laughed out loud. As expected, it still couldn't work. Lin Fan didn't give up. Since that was the case, then he would take it head-on and see how long he could last. Gulyalu. Just at that moment, there was the sound of a small cart pushing. Then, there was the sound of explosions, followed by the screams of the demons. Kid, I am here. Zhang Tianshan held a bamboo tube in his hand, crushing it and tossing it into the demons. The eye-piercing light that exploded forced the demons back, and they didn't dare to get close at all. Go, Zi, Liang Yongqi, and Yuan Tianchu pushed the cart and followed behind. The small cart was filled with bamboo tubes. Yuan Tianchu was helpless. It was safe on Martial Path Mountain and there was no danger, but he was forced to follow. He felt that things weren't right, like someone wanted to harm him. But he had no choice. He could only follow. Young master, we are here to save you. Go, Zi hollered. He was really anxious and afraid that something would happen to young master. When Zhang Tianshan took out his stock and was about to head down to save him, he followed without thinking. He knew that the demons were terrifying and he was afraid, but there was a power supporting him such that he wasn't afraid of them. Very quickly, under Zhang Tianshan's lead, a path was opened up. Why did you all come? Lin Fan asked. To tell them not to come, wasn't that just asking to die? Kid, how could I not come? Your father entrusted you to me, and if I let anything happen to you, he would beat me to death. Quickly return to Martial Path Mountain, I will take care of this. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani was one of his few friends, and he was a friend who treated him sincerely. In Zhang Tianshan's words, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, even if he had to sacrifice his life. Now that his friend entrusted his son to him, if he couldn't even do such a small thing, then what was the point? Lin Fan said, what can you do? You can't. I can. Zhang Tianshan said. I said that you can't. I can. Lin Fan didn't argue with Zhang Tianshan. What was the point of them coming, using these things to last till morning? Dream on. It wasn't enough at all. Demons, I advise you to open up this place, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Tianshan didn't fear the Demon King at all. He hollered and directly tossed the bamboo tube in his hand. An eye-catching light exploded out. The little demon was injured and retreated. Even the big demon felt really uncomfortable. Attack! The Demon King didn't say any nonsense and directly told the demons to head up, impolite. I want to see how much you can toss. Zhang Tianshan exploded, instructing Liang Yongqi to toss the bamboo tubes out. He then pulled Lin Fan, kid listen to me, bring them back to Martial Path Mountain. The things here are enough to support you back. I will stay here, I have confidence in defending Jiang City. Those words were just bragging. Zhang Tianshan just wanted to bluff Lin Fan back. Nonsense, if you had the ability, would Martial Path Mountain have gone bankrupt? I won't leave. Lin Fan said. Suing was recovering stamina and internal strength. Those damn fellows actually caused such a huge problem. Zhang Tianshan's head hurt. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just let me do one thing in my life? This isn't the first time I have been stubborn. Stop talking nonsense, don't toss anything. Once the demons get close, then toss. Lin Fan said. He then looked towards the demons. Come, scum, if you want to break open this gate, let's see whether or not you have the ability. Lin Fan hollered. Instantly, the Demon King attacked right away, striking towards Lin Fan. She was really quick and wanted to kill him in one move. Just as the Demon King got close, Zhang Tianshan picked up the bamboo tube and tossed it over. Paw! The bamboo tube exploded and a bright light shot out, shocking the Demon King so much that she felt really uncomfortable. Lin Fan took the chance and instantly attacked. Lightning wrapped around his hand and surged towards the Demon King. The Demon King was really strong, and even if she was disturbed, she would counterattack. Pang! Lin Fan retreated, his palms shook. His strongest move, which was a dual cultivator, was actually unable to shake the Demon King. Her strength was a little terrifying. Charge! The Demon King didn't take the risk and continued to let the Demon surge forwards. Lin Fan didn't know how long he could last. Bring my cousin back to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan and said. Zhang Tianshan decisively rejected, impossible, if we leave together. Forget it, let's fight head-on, at most we will die together. Lin Fan wouldn't leave. Suddenly, the demons that were prepared to attack stopped and looked into the distance. Lin Fan was shocked and looked out curiously. He didn't see anything weird. However, the situation wasn't like that for the demons. In the distance, there was a blazing sun that covered half of the sky. The Demon King was shocked, turning around and running into the distance. The other demons were frightened and turned around to leave. Leave half, the rest scram back to City East Forest, otherwise, you will all be wiped out. A voice spread out from the distance. His tone was irresistible and filled with majesty. Shortly after, a sword light that sliced apart half the sky swept over. The demons that were covered didn't even cry out before turning to dust. They were unable to struggle at all. The Demon King turned around and took a look. The sword light brushed past her arm and sliced it off. Lin Fan was stunned and said in disbelief, "Is this still Martial Path, grandfather?" Suing felt that the voice was really familiar and was shocked. Why was grandfather here? Very quickly, an old man walked out from the darkness with a smile on his face. No one knew how that sword light slashed out, but it was really strong. It wasn't Martial Path anymore. Grandson, not bad. I can see that you have a bit of elegance. Lin Fan was speechless. Even if he was an expert, he couldn't humiliate him like that, right? Chapter 185. That sword was too eye-catching, it blinded everyone's eyes. Old Ancestor Su. Feng Poliu was shocked. He didn't expect to see such a godlike person from Su family. He was much more reserved. When old Ancestor Su walked over, he took a few steps back and opened up a path. This was respect towards old Ancestor Su. Such an expert was famous for a long time, his strength was indiscernible. He had heard about him when he was in Insect Valley. He was from the same generation as his master. Even his master had once said that his master was slightly inferior to him. Granddaughter, why don't you speak when you see grandfather? Old Ancestor Su looked at Suing and asked. Suing lowered her head. Suing greets grandfather. This time, because of her grandfather's appearance, she was out of danger. And, you have suffered a lot. If you can't take it, then go home. Girls in the outside world will always suffer. Old Ancestor Su said. He had heard about what his granddaughter faced outside. Nine Bug Gang wasn't a good place. Although it was under Insect Valley had closed itself during these few years. Nine Bug Gang slowly broke free from Insect Valley's control and ruled over Fuzhou. Suing didn't reply, it was obvious that she didn't want to return. After Lin Fan knew that this was old Ancestor Su, he wasn't interested. That seventh little miss was beaten up by his cousin, so it was better to be low profile. Thinking about his cousin, He immediately came to his cousin's side. He looked at his injuries and felt heart-pained. He quickly checked on the situation. "Kid, I saved your lives and you don't even thank me?" Old ancestor Su asked. This kid didn't have any knowledge. However, his cultivation was not bad. Lin Wani actually said that his son was trash. What was he thinking? Did people have such high standards now? Even when they were young, they didn't have such ability. "Thank you," Lin Fan replied. Old ancestor Su shook his head. That reply was a little shallow. "You are the same as your father." Old ancestor Su said, forget it, all of you are skilled. I have never seen anyone with weak cultivation who dares to fight demons at night. All of you are bold." Zhang Tianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, he knew who the person in front of him was, but they didn't know who he was. After all, Lin Wani was the most famous. On the other hand, he was just a bystander and did not have much of a presence. Now that the demons left, everything was safe. The demons suffered heavy losses. Half of them were slain by one sword. Anyone would feel heart-pained for a long time. Maybe it would make the demons feel fear. "It's all right." Lin Fan helped his cousin up. "Cousin, let's go, I will bring you back to heal up." Since he had accepted money from the people of Jiang City, he had to do it for them. Although his actions this time were impulsive, he didn't regret it. He was a young man after all. If he wasn't impulsive, how could he be called a young man? Especially young people who were trustworthy. He would not frown even if he had to go through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Steady? This does not exist. In fact, Yuan Tianchu's heart was almost paralyzed with fear. Danger, it was really too dangerous. He thought that he was going to die here tonight, but he didn't expect that there would be a way out. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really great. His mind was in a mess. He believed that this must be a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. But he couldn't figure out what this Lin fellow was trying to do. It was too profound. Even with his powerful analytical ability, he still couldn't figure it out. It was truly terrifying. The people in the city heard that there was no movement outside. Their hearts trembled. It couldn't be that he was finished, right? They didn't dare to open the city gates. That was because opening the city gates would allow those terrifying things to enter. However, the current situation was equivalent to a form of torture for them. It was truly too painful. If this went on, they would be forced to go crazy. Some bold people climbed onto the walls, sneaking their heads out in terror. They prayed in their hearts as they looked outside. When he saw the scenes outside, joy appeared on his face. He quickly came down and shouted, "Safe, we are safe, the demons have left." He ran and told the people about the situation outside. All of them cheered. That feeling of surviving a calamity was just too great. Huang Boren stayed in the manor, feeling uneasy. He quietly waited for the final outcome. The demons attacked the city, and with his Huang family's ability, they couldn't block them at all. They could only wait for death and not do anything at all. "Young master, we are safe." The demons were chased away by Martial Path Mountain. A servant ran over to report the good news. "Who?" Huang Boren heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling of surviving a calamity, if one didn't personally experience it, one wouldn't be able to imagine it. As expected, Martial Path Mountain has potential. The investment was worth it. It seems like I need to invest more. Huang Boren thought about it and slowly had an idea. Martial Path Mountain. Cousin was healing up. His injuries were more serious, and his body was covered in wounds. The demon's poison was stuck to his flesh and couldn't be cut off. Old ancestor Su gave them a few pills for them to consume. He said that it could quickly remove the demon's poison. Then, he had to thank him. Lin Fan was also injured, but it wasn't a big problem. They were all small injuries. His physique reached Martial Path Grade 11, which was a huge help to his recovery. After this matter, Lin Fan understood that he couldn't just do nothing. He had to become stronger. The feeling of helplessness when danger arrived. It made him feel really annoyed. Become stronger, he really had to take the initiative to become stronger. If Lin Wani knew what Lin Fan was thinking, he would be delighted. This kid really knew how tough it was to survive outside without strength. The sky was bright. Marshall Path Mountain regained its calm. Just at that moment, the entrance of Marshall Path Mountain was a little noisy. The Jiang City commoners surged over. They didn't come to find trouble with Marshall Path Mountain, but to give things to Marshall Path Mountain. The commoners carried small baskets with fruits, vegetables, eggs, etc. Some of the rich businessmen were also scared out of their wits last night. They were nearly frightened to death at home. The Yin demons attacked, and if they weren't stopped, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Something huge would have happened. But Marshall Path Mountain bravely stepped out to help Jiang City defend against the Yin demons. So, they came to give gifts. Plaques and whatnot, those were all secondary. Some of them even sent taels of silver to him. Zhang Tianshan received the commoners, the smile on his face was like a blooming flower, so bright and beautiful. Who knew that Marshall Path Mountain would have such a day? This was something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Although it was dangerous, the rewards were huge. Very quickly. There were many things piled up on Marshall Path Mountain, and the commoners left. To the commoners, they suddenly noticed that it was good to have Marshall Path Mountain by their side, and they felt safe. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Suing asked. His grandfather was the pillar of the Su family and also the strongest person in the Su family. If the Su family didn't have his grandfather to guard it, then the Su family's position in Zhou City would suffer a heavy blow. "I made a trip to Yu City and met this kid's old man, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that you would clash with the Yin demons at night. If I didn't arrive in time, you would have ended up badly." Old ancestor Su said. What he said was the truth. "Grandfather, Lin Wani harmed Aunt so badly, so why did you meet him?" Suing didn't have a good impression of Lin Wani. She heard Aunt say that this person was a brute, uncultured, and rude. At that time, she even asked why did Aunt like him. The answer she got was that he gave off a special aura. Suing was confused about that. Special aura? She couldn't imagine how such a person with no merits would have such a special aura. Old ancestor Su smiled. "There are some things you don't understand, but don't get involved with this kid. Your aunt was harmed, so I don't want my granddaughter to be harmed too." "Grandfather, how is that possible?" Suing replied right away. That was definitely impossible. She didn't care about such a guy. She didn't even think about such a thing. It is best if it is impossible. Imperial dynasty will marry a princess to him, and in the future, he will be the prince consort. Old ancestor Su said. Suing found it weird. The imperial court would betroth the princess to this person. How was that possible? At that moment, old ancestor Su looked at Zhou Zhongmao with a weird expression. He remembered that this kid was badly injured last night. Even if he consumed his pills, he definitely couldn't have recovered so quickly. Moreover, it seemed like he was perfectly fine. How did Lin Wani develop him? Or did he leave something up his sleeve for his son? Grandfather, what is wrong with him? Suing asked. Old ancestor Su smiled. It is hard to say. Okay, let's go meet that kid. Actually, I came this time to recognize him as my grandson. In the future, Lin Wani will be my son, haha. Suing was helpless. Grandfather still loved to play. Oh right, this kid is the one who hit your seventh sister. She isn't smart enough and doesn't even know who hit her, Hayes. Old ancestor Su sighed regretfully. Some of the juniors in the family were really smart, but some were really dumb. It wasn't scary to be beaten up. What was scary was to be beaten up and not know who did it. That was the truly scary thing. Suing was slightly furious. She didn't expect that he was the one who hit seventh sister. As expected, if they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't join the same family. She had already remembered Lin Fan. Back courtyard. Lin Fan was in deep thought about something. His days of being a salted fish would never return. It was time to work hard. If he was an expert. Based on the situation last night, even if he didn't kill half of them with one sword, he would at least stomp a bunch of them to death. That was true strength. His current strength was far from it and he didn't have enough. Go, Z saw that young master's expression was solemn, like he was thinking about something. He stood at the side and didn't dare to disturb him. He had a feeling. Young master was definitely going to work hard. Grandson, what are you thinking about? Old ancestor Su smiled as he walked over and teased. Lin Fan took a look. You have problems. Rage points plus 66. Damn. This kid dared to scold him. He had balls. Chapter 186. He didn't even know what this fellow was here for. He just called him a grandson. If he wasn't old, he would have fought him to the death. After this matter, do you feel that you are really weak? Do you have any thoughts of becoming strong? Old ancestor Su smiled and asked. He had seen through the young man in front of him. That look of contemplation was exactly the same as when he felt that he was very weak in the past. Of course, what do you want to do? Lin Fan was a little wary of this old man. Although he didn't have any bad intentions. But there was definitely more to his words. If he wasn't careful, he would be dragged in. Old ancestor Su smiled. It is good that you do. I know your father. I saw that he was a decent person and wanted to be his father. Unfortunately, we weren't fated. Now that I see you, I am really happy. Why don't you recognize me as your grandfather? I will nurture you. Direct, he was really direct. This old man was here to recognize someone as his grandson. Normally, people with no pride would kneel down and call him grandfather. But who was Lin Fan? Would he casually recognize someone as his grandfather? Moreover, this didn't just concern him, it concerned his father. If he really did, then wouldn't his father be his son? So, he said that this old man had bad intentions. There is no need to trouble you, I will solve it myself. Lin Fan said. He just wanted to become strong. How tough could it be? In the past, he was just enjoying himself and didn't work hard. The small support system might not be strong, but it was enough for him. But as long as he had a few months, he was confident that he would be ahead of everyone. Kid, don't be stubborn. Sometimes, stubbornness doesn't have any benefits. Instead, you will waste a chance. Just like your father, he was stubborn when he was young and took a few more years on the wrong path. Old ancestor Su said. Lin Fan looked at him. Hearing your tone, you seem really familiar with my father. Not very familiar, but really familiar. I hope that you won't be like your father. Once you miss something, you won't get it again. To have it again, apart from luck, you also need talent. But such luck and talent are 1 in a million. Old ancestor Su seemed like he was telling Lin Fan some sort of logic. Lin Fan asked, then, between you and my father, who is stronger? Old ancestor Su had a short moment of hesitation towards this question. He didn't want to lie, but since he had been asked, he had to say that he was the best. If it was in the past, he wouldn't hesitate to tell this kid that his father was defeated by him. But now, he might not be Lin Wani's opponent. Lin Wani's fortuitous encounters were simply too thick and ordinary people simply couldn't compare to him. Alright, there's no need to answer. I already understand. Lin Fan said. How could the other party's hesitant look escape his eyes? He was definitely not a match for his father. An inexplicable sense of pride. Old ancestor Su felt that something was wrong. Did the kid in front of him think wrongly about something? I want to ask, what is above grade 12? Lin Fan asked. His brother didn't tell him about this. When he read martial path theories in U City, he only saw martial path grade 12. Old Ancestor Su looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. He didn't expect that he didn't know about the realm above grade 12. It seemed like Lin Wani really knew how to educate people. This was what they meant by telling you too much and you would think too much, so it was best not to tell you. Kid, you know too little. Above grade 12 is Master Realm. This realm has started to break away from the range of normal martial path. Using internal strength to open up the governor and conception meridians means that one has entered Master Realm. The realm above Master Realm is when the internal strength is connected to the limbs. This is also known as the 100 meridians being opened up. That is when one steps into Grandmaster Realm. Your cousin already has the ability of a Grandmaster. Lin Fan said with a weird expression, my cousin is only grade 9, how can he be a Grandmaster? You don't understand. Your cousin's acupoints were opened up and his 100 meridians were opened up. He has the initial strength of a Grandmaster. As long as he cultivates, he will become a Grandmaster in a short time. Your father is really willing. To let someone protect you, he actually sacrificed himself to help your cousin open up his acupoints and meridians. Amazing, really amazing. Old Ancestor Su exclaimed. Lin Wani was a bold person and normal people wouldn't dare to do that. To anyone, this was a huge opportunity. Of course, as the 100 meridians weren't cleared by one's own internal strength, it had a huge impact on the person involved. Lin Fan was in deep thought. He didn't expect his father to actually open up all the meridians in his cousin's body. So that was the case. He knew it, cousin was only at the 9th stage of the martial path, so how could the power that erupted from him be so strong? What about above Grandmaster? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to understand the cultivation realms of this magical world right away. But looking at Old Ancestor Su's expression, it was obvious that he didn't want to say much. Kid, enough, you are asking too much. With your talent, you will need at least 10 years to break through to Grandmaster. Your father only became a Grandmaster when he was 30. Once you become a Grandmaster, you will naturally know. Old Ancestor Su was helpless. Young people nowadays were biting off more than they could chew. Lin Fan asked, my father only became a Grandmaster when he was 30? Then, you said that my cousin could become a Grandmaster in a short time, so why do I need so long? Kiki, that question isn't good. Let me give you an example. How long do you need to earn 100,000? But if I have 1,000,000 and give you 100,000, wouldn't you earn it in a short time? Old Ancestor Su said. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and nodded his head, and, that makes sense. But why does it sound like there aren't many benefits for either side? Ha ha ha, you have a brain. Not bad, it does affect both sides. However, it isn't much for your father, but for your cousin, it is. He didn't cultivate himself, so he is much more unfamiliar with it. He also doesn't have the ability, so he needs to be nurtured slowly. Your cousin is a smart person and knows the theory. He didn't try to break through right away, but slowly stabilized it. Old Ancestor Su's words helped Lin Fan a lot, allowing him to understand many things that he didn't know in the past. Just like that, you asked and I answered, slowly communicating. Su-ing stood at the side, not anxious at all. She was thinking about 9-Bug Gang. She couldn't go back. Those people who followed her were all killed by her. If she went back, she would be walking into a trap. But she didn't expect those people to be so crazy. Also, who was it that wanted to kill her? Gang leader? If one said that there was a misunderstanding, who knew whether or not Su-ing would believe it? Those people saw Su-ing enter Martial Path Mountain and didn't have any conflicts with them before leaving. They felt that since Su-ing had already betrayed 9-Bug Gang, she might not be her match in a head-on fight, so why not borrow someone else's knife to kill her? It was enough that she had a city of people to accompany her. Old Ancestor Su said, Kid, call me grandfather. I will give you some benefits and let you soar into the sky. Lin Fan looked at Old Ancestor Su. This fellow had a problem. No need, I am not interested in all this. Lin Fan said. He had no interest in benefits at all. In the next period of time, he had to start to get busy and raise his cultivation. He had to raise it to grade 12 and then become a master and then a grandmaster expert. Old ancestor Su said that he would need many years, but he didn't believe it. He had the small support system, and if he couldn't reach grandmaster in a month, then he wouldn't be able to survive. When he decided to do something, it would be really terrifying. Old ancestor Su shook his head and sighed like he was filled with regret. Su family didn't owe Lin family, but Lin family owed Su family. He wanted Lin Fan to call him grandfather to give him good things. That was to take advantage of Lin Wani. Of course. If this kid didn't shout, then he wouldn't have anything good. Helping them get through the demon crisis was already a huge help to them. You really don't need it? Old ancestor Su asked. He then tempted him, as long as you shout, your life will be amazing. No need. Lin Fan replied really cleanly. No matter what it was, he really didn't need it as there was no need. Rage points plus 88. Old ancestor Su was furious. This kid didn't know how to grab a chance, he was as dumb as a pig. Haze. Forget it. Let him be stubborn. Old ancestor Su seemed to have something to do. He didn't stay on Marshall Path Mountain and left right away. The demon matter came to an end. He scared them away with one sword and they should have scurried back to U City East Forest. What Lin Fan was thinking was that since he could kill half with one sword, then why didn't he slash once more to wipe out all the demons? That wasn't good at acting cool. Suing said, you really are confident. What my grandfather gave you is enough to save you a lot of trouble. In the future, even if you regret it, it is useless. She had never seen such a person. If it was someone else, they would have knelt down and hugged his legs, willing to be his grandson. Lin Fan smiled, don't you know that my father is Lin Wani? What your grandfather has, how can my father not have? Suing was speechless, his words made sense. Let's not talk about this. I heard you say that what happened last night had something to do with 9 Bug Gang, or did they do it? Lin Fan asked. He didn't have any enemies now, so it wasn't his style to disturb people for no reason. But 9 Bug Gang was different. He had a grudge with them long ago. Moreover, 9 Bug Gang purposely found trouble with him. If he could bear with it, then that really wasn't his style. Suing said, right, someone followed me. Maybe they thought that I had something to do with Marshall Path Mountain and betrayed 9 Bug Gang, which was why they lured the demons over. I don't want to know about all this, I just want to know where 9 Bug Gang is. Lin Fan asked. Fuzhou, what do you want to do? Suing looked at Lin Fan, did he have any other thoughts? Lin Fan said, what else can I do? I will definitely wipe out 9 Bug Gang. Of course. He knew that he didn't have the ability to wipe them out in one go. But what he didn't lack was time. Take it slow. He would infuriate them to death. That. Can you consider how I feel? Feng Poliu looked at the two of them and said. No matter what. 9 Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley. Although he had left Insect Valley, he had to be more tactful. Chapter 187. You aren't from 9 Bug Gang, so what are you thinking about? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. They had been through thick and thin together, and all of a sudden their relationship soared. Feng Poliu was helpless. Although he said that, as the big disciple of Insect Valley, his heart was still on Insect Valley. If he wiped out 9 Bug Gang, wouldn't Insect Valley suffer a loss? Thinking about it made him sad. You? Suing wanted to laugh. He actually said that he wanted to wipe out 9 Bug Gang, that wasn't a joke. Do you know 9 Bug Gang's strength? Her tone showed that she didn't have high hopes for Lin Fan and didn't think that he had the ability to wipe them out. It was just a bunch of nonsense. She didn't even say that he knew the power behind 9 Bug Gang. Insect Valley? No, that was a long time ago. The power behind them wasn't something he could offend. You don't need to know how strong 9-Bug Gang is. It isn't important to me because I have decided to wipe them out. Are you interested? I can bring you along. After all, you were abandoned. Lin Fan smiled and said. He was serious this time. His peaceful life had come to an end. His heart to become strong was swelling. When it reached a certain level, no one would be able to stop him. I won't go crazy with you. Su Ying rejected him. Lin Fan wanted to wipe out 9-Bug Gang. To her, it sounded like a fool bragging. He wanted to bring her along, that was the same as asking to die. That is such a waste. 9-Bug Gang nearly killed you and you could bear with it. Your grandfather even came and you didn't tell him the truth. I thought you wanted to take revenge personally, but who knew that you were just cowardly? Lin Fan was regretful. He thought that this girl was a hero, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. So she was a weakling. Maybe she was a weakling who didn't dare to take revenge. No matter what. He wanted to take revenge. 9-Bug Gang sent people to mess with him time and time again, they even provoked him. Who could take that? If it wasn't for him being a little far away. He was prepared to fight them today. Rage points plus 111. Su Ying was a little furious. What did this fellow mean? He was purposely provoking her in order to bring her to her death. Only someone with a screw loose would fall for it. Otherwise, who would go? Feng Poliu, do you have any thoughts? Lin Fan turned his head and asked. Naturally, he wouldn't head to Fuzhou alone. Cousin would definitely follow. If Feng Poliu went too, then he could bring him. There was strength in numbers and it would be convenient to do things. Feng Poliu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan, saying exaggeratedly, "You are serious?" He had always thought that Lin Fan was joking. Even if 9-Bug Gang was just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Fan asked. He was serious. With the current situation, 9-Bug Gang was the best choice to raise his strength. Jiang City and Yu City were 1,000 miles apart. It wasn't far, so they were at the border. Fuzhou was a large city. Even though it was far from the central dynasty, it was a truly large city. It was a shipping fortress and had abundant resources. It was a truly large city. I need to consider. Feng Poliu said. He didn't think about communicating with people related to Insect Valley. This was what he thought about after leaving Insect Valley, so he needed to consider it. Su Ying didn't want to hang out with this idiot. She knew that she couldn't return to 9-Bug Gang. If she did, the outcome wouldn't be good. Although her life wouldn't be in danger, it would still be problematic. So she left. Lin Fan looked at her back view and shook his head. This girl was not bad, her body was good, her face was beautiful, but she was a little timid. People who were timid just didn't make one feel like they were good. Young Master Lin, you like this girl? In my opinion, she is not bad. Family background, status, looks, etc. She is top class. Feng Poliu said. I am so bored, why would I like her? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. What was he thinking? He actually had such thoughts, it was tough for him to accept it. Feng Poliu shook his head. What were people thinking now? Su Ying was not bad, others probably couldn't even lick her. To Lin Fan, okay, if she was timid, then so be it. He would do it himself. Especially Su Ying's tone of disbelief made him unhappy. Did she know 9-Bug Gang's strength? She made it sound like he was the weak one and that others were strong. Go back and think about it, we will head out tomorrow. Lin Fan was an impatient person and couldn't tolerate hatred for too long. He was afraid that if he had too much hatred in the future, he wouldn't be able to remember who survived. His cultivation was already at Martial Path Grade 11. He was strong in both internal and external cultivation, but since he met the Su family old ancestor, he knew that he was still weak. The gap between the two was huge. There was a wide chasm. My cultivation is stuck here not because I lack rage points but because I lack some special cultivation techniques. During the battle with the Een demons, he gained many rage points, enough for him to spend for a period of time. If he was in Yu City, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation techniques. He would head to Cousin's place to take a look. Zhang Tianshan brought Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu to be busy outside Jiang City. He noticed that it wasn't safe to hide it. It was easy for people to dig it out. Of course, it wasn't that they knew where the red flame stone was placed, but that it would glow at night. As long as one wasn't blind, they would dig it out. So he needed to think of a way to hide the glow such that others couldn't find it. If such a thing happened again, they would be finished. Yuan Tianchu pushed the small cart and asked, "Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, was the old man that appeared the Su family old ancestor?" Zwa City Su family old ancestor, you haven't seen him, right? He is an important person. Even if he went to the imperial city to meet the emperor, he didn't need to kneel. The emperor even had to call him country protector. Zhang Tianshan said. So amazing. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. He had never seen the Su family old ancestor, but that Su family seventh little miss left a deep impression. Brother Liang, you were beaten up by that Su family seventh little miss, right? His question had no standard at all. It brought up that sad matter of Liang Yongqi's. That matter. Liang Yongqi didn't want to recall it, it was just too embarrassing. He was beaten up so badly that he didn't even know what was going on. From then on, his father didn't love him anymore, demoting his position. Big Brother took over. Who knew what his father and Big Brother were doing now? Maybe Big Brother made his father happy. Zhang Tianshan said, "Let's not talk about the past. You are a little scheming." Little Liang is not bad. Didn't you notice that his cultivation has reached martial path grade 4, but you are still at the same spot? Those words were a huge blow to Yuan Tianchu. Oh my god. What did those words mean? How could Yuan Tianchu's cultivation not be at the same spot? During this period of time, he didn't cultivate at all, and his mind was filled with schemes and plots. Wait. Scheme, as expected it was a scheme. He actually attacked from his cultivation. Now he understood why Zhang Tianshan gave Liang Yongqi secret techniques. He wanted Liang Yongqi's cultivation to improve so that he could humiliate him. But that wasn't right. Liang Yongqi was on your side, and I was neutral. Why, did you think that I was on his side? That was possible, that was really possible. Since that was the case, then he could only remain calm. If he got angry, then he might really fall for it. Hayes, I have no choice. Brother Liang is talented, and I am average, so how can I compare? Yuan Tianchu said. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu in shock. Damn it. He didn't expect that Yuan Tianchu would actually say such words. He would actually admit that he was weaker than him. In the past, this would have been impossible. He changed. Yuan Tianchu really changed. No, how can I compare to Brother Yuan's talent? I just had nothing to do recently, so I worked hard. Liang Yongqi said anxiously. Since Brother Yuan was so humble, then naturally, he couldn't be too high profile. Okay, the two of you help out, finish it quickly and head back. When Zhang Tianshan saw the two of them being so humble, he was really not used to it. However, on a deeper level, his evaluation of the two of them was much better. Last night, they dared to leave Martial Path Mountain and follow him to Jiang City, which meant that they were on the same side. This matter had elevated the relationship between everyone to a higher level. Yuan Tianchu kept silent. He felt like he was in a really dangerous situation. Liang Yongqi's sudden humility was like someone hiding a sharp knife in his sleeves that could stab someone to death at any moment. That night. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan got a few cultivation techniques from Cousin. Cousin's Demon Ape Fist was not bad. When one cultivated it to a high level, the demon ape illusions would appear. If one said that it was a fist technique, then it was definitely a fist technique. But if one said that it was a body training technique, then it was a body training technique. Using the fist to train the body was really overbearing. Unmovable king body was cultivated to a high level by him, and he couldn't raise it anymore. To raise physique, he needed more body training techniques. There was also a demon enforcing heart scripture that was not bad. It was on the same level as the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture, but it had a dual cultivation effect. Take a look at the small support system. Physique, 330, martial path grade 11, internal strength, 330, martial path grade 11, heart cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture, grade 25, demon enforcing heart scripture, unlearned, cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, returning to true, bug controlling technique, unlearned, unmovable king body, returning to true, lightning blade 4 strokes, returning to true, mixed energy broken jade hand, unlearned, demon ape fist, unlearned, rage points, 102231. The rage points that the demons provided were enough to raise him to master realm. Raise heart cultivation. Consumed 2000 rage points. Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture, grade 26, Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture, grade 33, he instantly reached the great perfection realm. Instantly, Lin Fan felt a shocking change in his body. He activated the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture. Suddenly, a purple halo appeared behind Xiao Chen's head, and a purple mist revolved around his body. A shocking phenomenon occurred. Did I improve too quickly? Lin Fan was shocked by those scenes. He couldn't accept it. Chapter 188. Although the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture was left behind by the assassin in black, he already knew that such a profound mental cultivation technique couldn't have been left behind by the assassin. It was definitely left by his father. Using this, he suddenly wanted to sing a song. 1, 2, 3. Sing. My father. The person I love the most. Now that he raised the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture to grade 33, the purple internal strength surged like an ocean. The quality of the internal strength had a shocking change, and it was much stronger and more intense than before. When I am serious, all of you have nothing to do with me. Lin Fan was confident. He had to become strong, he had to become even stronger. After going through things, he would slowly grow. Cousin wasn't invincible, even if he was, he had to protect himself. Looking at how Cousin didn't care about his injuries to protect him, he felt that if he continued like this, he might lose someone important. He wouldn't let that happen. So, only by killing and crippling those people who threatened the safety of the people around him could he have the right to enjoy his life. Improve. He consumed 1,000 rage points. Demon Ape Fist, Basics, Demon Ape Fist, returning to true, he consumed 16,500 rage points to raise the Demon Ape Fist to the highest realm. The carefree feeling of cultivating a cultivation method to the extreme was simply too refreshing. With the current situation, it was no problem to raise his cultivation. Add points. Physique slowly increased. Now, 1 point required 600 rage points. Physique, 360, martial path grade 12, when he raised it to martial path grade 12, he noticed that his body felt swollen. That feeling was power. He continued to add points. What he wanted was to cultivate both internal and external cultivation, to be able to use his strongest combat strength in battle. Internal strength, 360, martial path grade 12, Lin Fan felt that his strength had greatly increased. He clenched his fists. This was the feeling of power. What a waste, I don't have enough rage points to reach Master Realm. However, with the current situation, I will reach it soon. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. He was only left with 33,731 rage points. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't little either. Since that was the case, then he would use the remaining rage points to raise the demon heart enforcing scripture. This heart cultivation technique was not bad. When cousin used it, it was really strong and had a strong aura. If you don't act a little fiercer when you go out, others won't be afraid at all. The devil heart suppressing scripture has a total of 12 levels. The first level requires 2,000, and upgrading to the third level requires 3,000. Lin Fan's strength continued to grow. Demon heart subduing scripture, 10th layer, rage points, 1731. Although I am still a distance away from master, as long as I have a chance, I will definitely become a grandmaster. Lin Fan thought that he would be able to step into master realm right away, but now it seemed like he was thinking too much. Su family old ancestors said that if he wanted to step into grandmaster realm, he would need a very, very long time. Didn't these words mean that he, Lin Fan, couldn't make it? This face had to be slapped back, and it had to be done in the shortest time possible. He didn't sleep and just packed his things. He would leave Marshall Path Mountain tomorrow and he had to be quick. Only by using every second would he be able to raise his strength in the shortest time. 9 Bug Gang, you bunch of scum, just wait for me to kill you. The next day. Phone Poliu, have you considered it? If you have, then let's head out now. If not, then I won't wait for you. Lin Fan stood in front of Phone Poliu's house and shouted. It was just too slow, he still needed to consider such a small matter. In his words, what was there to consider? There was no need at all. Phone Poliu pushed open the door and looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. Oh my god. This speed was just too quick. He said he would consider it yesterday, and now he wanted to leave today. The time he had to consider was just too short. At least he had to give him a few more days. Are you leaving or not? Lin Fan asked. Apart from the Yin demons, who hated him now, it was 9 Bug Gang. As for the Yin demons, although they were arrogant, they were destroyed by him several times. He could put aside this hatred for now. 9 Bug Gang couldn't do it, they were the ones who came to Jiang City to find trouble with him. If he didn't attack, they would think that he was afraid. He had to teach them a lesson so that they would know how terrifying things were. Let me ask you again, are you sure you want to head to 9 Bug Gang? You have to think about it. Although 9 Bug Gang is just a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, they are really strong. Phone Poliu said. He had to make it clear that the young people were just too rash. If they had some thoughts, then they would have to take action. When they faced problems, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Nonsense, if I didn't think about it, would I pack my things? What's your situation, are you going or not? Lin Fan asked. This fellow was just so annoying. Just one sentence, why did he have to hesitate for so long? Phone Poliu thought about it and nodded. Since that was the case, then let's go. He hadn't visited 9 Bug Gang in a long time. He also heard that 9 Bug Gang didn't have any sense of belonging to Insect Valley. They formed their own sect and relied on other powers. He followed Lin Fan to 9 Bug Gang not to help him wipe them out, but to verify something. Lin Fan was satisfied. This was a good offer from Marshall Path Mountain, 100 silver was worth it. As long as he performed well, there was a chance of the price rising. Young master, what about me? Let me go, I can take care of young master. Go, Z wanted to follow, he didn't want to be separated from young master. Lin Fan said, you can stay on Marshall Path Mountain. I am going out to take revenge, not to travel. If you follow, you will be in danger. Go, Z was too weak. No. One could say that Go, Z had no strength. At most, he could use a blade to slash normal people. If he faced an expert, he was basically dead. Go, Z wanted to draw circles on the spot. He felt that he was too weak and would only be a burden if he followed young master. How sad. He wanted to become strong, but his body didn't allow him to do so. He was helpless. Zhang Tianshan, when I am not here, you will be in charge of Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and said, sect leader, why not forget it? Going out is asking for trouble. Staying on Marshall Path Mountain is so good, we have food and drink, it is so comfortable. He didn't want the kid to leave Marshall Path Mountain and head into the turbulent pugilistic world. Especially when he faced the terrifying 9-bug gang, he felt that it wasn't realistic. There was a high chance that they would turn the tables on him. If he didn't do it well, things would really happen. Yuan Tianchu looked at Zhang Tianshan and smiled in disdain. Hypocrite. He was really happy. The chance was finally here. As long as Lin Fan wasn't here, he would be the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. However, he felt that this was Lin Fan's plot. Although he didn't know how strong 9-bug gang was, as long as one was sane, he wouldn't say that he brought a few people to wipe out such a huge gang. How strong was he? Or how strong was he? He guessed that this was Lin Fan's excuse to observe Marshall Path Mountain. If he noticed that the situation wasn't right, he would instantly appear in front of everyone. When that happened, he couldn't think about it, he really couldn't think about it. Am I the sect leader or are you the sect leader? Don't worry about where I go, just take care of Marshall Path Mountain. This is 1,000 silver, enough for this period of time. Lin Fan took out a bill and passed it to Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan stared at the bill and his eyes opened wide. So generous. Where did he get so much money from? He didn't understand the kid. He was totally confused about how much money Marshall Path Mountain had. Anyway, he always felt that Marshall Path Mountain was poor. Who knew that the kid would take out 1,000 silver right away? Oh my God. Shocking. It was just too shocking. So rich? Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. It was obvious that he was shocked by this huge sum. If he was still in Yu City, he would still be the Yuan family's second young master. Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a small amount of silver. But it was different now. After leaving Yu City and coming to Marshall Path Mountain, he was a poor person, so poor that he didn't even buy new clothes. He looked at Lin Fan with a profound expression. He hid his emotions really well. There were many secrets that they didn't know about. If Lin Fan knew about Yuan Tianchu's rich inner world, he would definitely roar out. Could he stop thinking about it? His actions were just too cool. If he went to the toilet, would he think that he hid poison in the toilet? Of course, that was true. If Lin Fan had put on a weird expression before entering the toilet, Yuan Tianchu would have thought that he was hiding poison in the toilet. To Lin Fan. He really treated Zhang Tianshan and the others as his own people. The fact that they were able to fight the Yin demons that night showed this problem. This was why Lin Fan wouldn't be stingy towards them. As for the silver, he would definitely be the one keeping it. Talking about money would hurt relationships. Just let him raise them from behind. If you need to buy anything, I will buy it for you. Zhou Zhongmao pulled 3 horses over. These were all contributed by the bandits from Wolf Brigade. Cousin, everything is prepared. Lin Fan looked at them. I will leave Marshall Path Mountain to all of you. The moment he said that, just as he was about to lift his leg, he noticed that the 9-headed bug hugged his leg. Its 9 heads raised and looked at Lin Fan with a cute expression. To Lin Fan, this was a cute gaze. But to others, the 9-headed bug was really vicious and terrifying. You want to go too? Lin Fan said. 9 demons' 9 heads nodded crazily. It wanted to go too, it didn't want to separate from Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought about it. Bringing the 9-headed bug might be a good choice. Anyway, he was going to 9-bug gang. In front of them, he would let them see that the thing they needed was with him, but he didn't give it to them. Would they feel angry? When that happened, everyone would be furious and would want to kill him. Then, the rage points would be stable. Jump on my shoulder, let's go. Lin Fan patted his shoulder and made space for the 9-headed bug. The 9-headed bug jumped up and landed on his shoulder. It raised its 9 terrifying heads and looked into the distance. He noticed that the world had become bigger. As expected, only by standing on a giant's body could one see further. Ride! The three of them got on the horse and charged down the mountain without turning their heads. Pang! 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 They charged down, and the horse flipped. Chapter 189. King Wudong Camp. Oh my god, look, Zhu Xiang actually brought the bandits back. What are those boxes of things? Zhu Xiang worked hard in the camp. To climb to a higher position, he gave everything he had. He volunteered to wipe out the bandits. He didn't wipe them out, but he recruited them into the army. He also brought back the resources that the bandits stole. Even the soldiers in Zhu Xiang's hands were stunned. Till now, they didn't know how Uncle did it. He entered the bandits' home alone. On the second morning, the bandits brought the things out with Zhu Xiang. What a surprise! If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed such a thing. What did he say to the bandits? Why did they willingly submit to him? Place the resources there. Zhu Xiang instructed the soldiers and then walked towards the general. He wanted to tell him about the situation. To Zhu Xiang, these were things that needed to happen on the way forward. As long as he persevered, there would be no problems. It is him. Lu Xian came to the camp and noticed that familiar person. He frowned in confusion. Wasn't he mining stones? Why would he appear here? As the strategist by King Wudong's side, he was under huge pressure. That was because not only him, but there were other strategists who would compete with one another. Brother Lu, do you recognize him? A middle-aged man with a long beard followed Lu Xian's gaze. That was just an unassuming earl. Lu Xian smiled, I don't know him. The person who spoke to him was also one of King Wudong's strategists. If one were to talk about opponents, he was just one of them. Is that so? I heard that he volunteered to wipe out the bandits. Looking at the situation, they are really successful. It seems like he is a strong general. I can recommend him to King Wudong. The middle-aged man smiled. Lu Xian's expression was really ugly. What did he mean? If he recommended him to King Wudong, wouldn't he be making enemies for himself? Lu Xian didn't think that Zhu Xiang would be grateful to him when he climbed to a certain position. He tossed Zhu Xiang to the stone quarry to die on his own. Who knew that this fellow actually became an earl? If he knew that this would happen, he would have killed him. 3 horses galloped in the forest. The Yin demons had already moved away, and the trees returned to their original state. When the Yin demons were here, the forest was really dark and not a single ray of light could shine in. Now that the Yin demon aura wasn't infecting it, everything returned to normal. What a pity. The conflict between Lin Fan and the Yin demon couldn't be resolved. Who knew that the Yin demon would be terrified by that sword and leave right away? Can't you just be a little more stubborn? He was very disappointed with this behavior. Young Master Lin, the journey is long, let's hurry and try to find a place to rest at night. Feng Poliu said. We'll see. Lin Fan didn't want to find a relay station to rest. He just wanted to hurry on with his journey. If he was too tired, he could just find a place to rest. Of course. It was impossible for him to be tired. He had never felt tired before. To Feng Poliu, he just wanted to understand how young Master Lin cultivated the bug controlling technique. He remembered that time when he took the wrong secret manual, he got it back in a very short time. According to the time. That was impossible. How could he cultivate the bug controlling technique to the peak in such a short time? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe it. But the truth was placed in front of him. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to. When the sky was about to turn dark, Lin Fan's speed slowed down. The horses couldn't run anymore. From morning till now, they didn't stop. Horses weren't made of iron, so it was normal that they couldn't take it anymore. Young Master Lin, there seems to be a residence ahead. Let's head there for the night. Feng Poliu said. Since there was a place to stay, then naturally, he had to stay. He didn't want to stay in the wilderness. Okay. Lin Fan was casual. He just wanted to reach Fuzhou quickly. The residence ahead didn't look like it was for civilians. It was made of wood and looked really nice. It gave off a leisurely aura. When he brought the horse close, there was a stone plaque at the entrance. Wandering Dragon Sect. Lin Fan felt that the name was familiar, like he had heard it before. Are you all spending the night here? Just at that moment, a strong kid wearing clothes that had been mended many times looked curiously at the three of them. Spending the night. Lin Fan said. Spending the night, 5 coins per person, 15 coins for the three of us. The kid said. Lin Fan only had silver on him and no copper. Kid, where are your adults? Who? A rough voice spread out from within and a guy walked out. When he saw Lin Fan, he was stunned. Aren't you Martial Path Mountain's sect leader Lin? Why did you come to Wandering Dragon Sect? Did Deputy Sect Leader Zhang follow? Wang Yushu was surprised. Of course. He didn't have a good impression of Sect Leader Lin, but he had a good impression of Deputy Sect Leader Zhang. Lin Fan recalled who this person was. Wasn't he one of the 3 people who came to Martial Path Mountain to ask for an explanation? How can you stand at the entrance? Come, please enter. Wang Yushu welcomed him and then touched the kid's head. Go call your second master and third master. The kid tossed him aside. The sky wasn't dark yet. Lin Fan looked around. Isn't this a sect? Why does it look like an inn? He thought that Martial Path Mountain was old and broken. Who knew that there would be something worse than Martial Path Mountain? Wang Yushu smiled awkwardly. The sect's expenses are huge, so I earned some money to live. Zhou Zhongmao looked around warily. Even if there wasn't any danger now, he had to be careful when he went out. No one knew when danger would arrive. Lin Fan noticed that there were a lot of kids in Wandering Dragon Sect. That kid who was wearing pants and playing in the mud, what were you doing? Grabbing a bird and spraying water into the mud. You were playing in the mud, how amazing. Sect leader Lin. Not long later, Wang Linfeng and Wang Xiaosa ran over. They didn't expect Martial Path Mountain's sect leader to actually come to Wandering Dragon Sect. This was too sudden. They didn't even have time to prepare. When they learned that Lin Fan came, the 2 of them were washing clothes at the back well. If they found out that Wandering Dragon Sect's deputy sect leader and elder were washing clothes there, wouldn't they lose all their face? Lin Fan nodded towards the 2 of them as a greeting. He didn't know what to say to the 3 of them. Also, wasn't this a sect? Why were there only the 3 of them and the rest were kids? Quickly prepare rooms for sect leader Lin and the others. Xiaosa, go cook and welcome sect leader Lin. Wang Yushu instructed. Only the 3 of them could do that. Lin Fan smiled. Sect leader Wang, there is no need to be so polite. We are just borrowing for a night, we will leave tomorrow morning. Of course, of course. Wang Yushu said. Now that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader personally came to Wandering Dragon Sect, they had to welcome him. If not, if this spread out, would their Wandering Dragon Sect still have a footing among sects? Wang Linfeng went to clean up the room. Behind him was a little girl with 2 braids. Her face was red. Second master, is this the interaction between sects? That's for sure. Your big master, that's our sect master, is currently interacting with another sect master. As the big senior sister, go and tell Gooden and the rest not to be mischievous and throw our sect's face. Be careful of getting beaten up, Wang Linfeng said. The little girl held her head high and stuck out her chest. Her face was full of pride as she said, yes, second master, don't worry. I will definitely teach my younger martial brothers to be honest. In the future, I also want to be as awe-inspiring as eldest master and communicate with other sect leaders. To the little fellows of Wandering Dragon Sect, they had never seen other sections. Anyway, they felt like they were all in the same line and their Wandering Dragon Sect was the strongest. Wang Xiaosa came to the kitchen and scratched his head in annoyance. There was nothing to welcome them. Goo goo. The hen crowed. Their wandering dragon sect's most valuable thing was this hen. They relied on it to lay eggs for the little things to improve their meals. But they had no choice as there was nothing to welcome them with. For wandering dragon sect's face, they had to kill it. Dinner. 9 Demons' appearance attracted the bunch of kids. Senior sister, what monster is that? It looks so ugly. Shush, softer. Second master said that it is their sex god beast. Then, where is our sex god beast? It is in the pot. As Lin Fan listened to the conversation of these little fellas, he was exasperated. Just what sort of sect was this? Could it even be called a sect? Sect leader Lin, sorry for not being a good host. Wang Yushu smiled and then took some wine. This is the wine we brewed, it is not bad. The dish is here. Wang Xiaosa holds a big bowl. An old hen that has been stripped, unyieldingly raises its head in the bowl of floating oil and water. Please. Wang Yushu smiled. But deep down, he was really sad. Wandering Dragon sect's only hen died to the blade today. But as the sect leader, he had to treat the guests well and not lose the sect's face. The hen soup was here. The kids' gazes locked onto the table. They didn't come over. They just licked their lips and showed a yearning gaze. Lin Fan was prepared to move his chopsticks when he noticed that their gazes moved along with his chopsticks. They retracted and shifted their gazes away. When they reached over, their gazes locked onto him. Sect leader Wang, let the kids eat together. Lin Fan said. Sect leader Lin, you don't have to be so polite. Just eat. Wang Yushu said. Lin Fan placed down his chopsticks, let's eat together. Under his repeated requests, Wang Yushu called the kids over. A bunch of them surrounded the table. Let me show all of you something amazing. Lin Fan laughed. Then, he tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The hen in the bowl flew up into the air. With chopsticks in hand, with a schwa sound, there was no shadow, but the hen instantly disintegrated in the air. Then, the meat fell into everyone's bowl in an orderly manner. Wah, the children were all dumbfounded. That was amazing. Huh. Amazing, right? Lin Fan asked. The kids said in unison, amazing. Eat. The kids wolfed it down like they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Thinking about Marshall Path Mountain, it felt good. Each day they ate either bird's nest or shark fin. How luxurious. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early and placed a 10,000 silver bill on the table. He thought about it and placed another one on the table. Wandering Dragon Sect entrance. Lin Fan and the others got on their horses and saw Wang Yushu run over. He cupped his fists. Sect leader Wang, thank you for your hospitality. If you have a chance, you can bring the kids to Marshall Path Mountain to play. Goodbye. Ride. This time it was flat ground and there was no flipping of the horses. Wang Xiaosa was prepared to call sect leader Lin to eat breakfast. He noticed that there was no one in the room but there were 2 silver bills on the table. When he heard the noise outside, he chased right away. Big brother, second brother, look, sect leader Lin left this. Wang Xiaosa was shocked. Wang Linfeng looked at the bills and instantly fainted. Ah, I am fainting. Wang Yushu looked at the bills and then at sect leader Lin whose back view couldn't be seen. His eyes turned red. Thank you. Chapter 190. The 3 of them rushed on horseback and rarely stopped. However, the horses weren't strong enough and couldn't run anymore, giving them a huge headache. Young Master Lin, what is the situation with Wandering Dragon Sect? Feng Polio asked. He had never seen such a tragic sect. If they could even be considered a sect, then their expectations of a sect were just too low. Nothing much, don't you think that it is a decent sect? Lin Fan smiled. He noticed that sometimes one couldn't just look at the surface. When those 3 from Wandering Dragon Sect came to Marshall Path Mountain, he thought that they were fools. Now, He realized that he was too shallow. Fong Poliu smiled. It is indeed a decent sect, the only sect in the world, no one can replace it. The sky is about to turn dark, let's find a place to rest. The forest ahead is better. Since leaving Wandering Dragon sect, he didn't stop. Nothing happened along the way, and everything was peaceful. These 2 consecutive days of riding caused his butt to hurt. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have asked for such pain. But it was different now. If he wanted to become strong, he had to suffer. Let's rest here. Lin Fan got off the horse and rubbed his butt. It really hurt. The surrounding environment was not bad, and just one look and one knew that there were no demons. A place where demons stayed wasn't for humans. Trees covered the sky, and there was no light at all. Young Master Lin, we seem to have forgotten something important. We actually didn't bring any dry rations. Fong Poliu reacted now. That was a headache. Unfortunately, even if he thought about it now, it was too late. It is okay, we have a way. Lin Fan didn't care much about this matter. What could it be? It was just a small matter. The horse was so tired that it panicked. It knelt down to rest. Running from morning till now, it was really tiring. Lin Fan came in front of a giant tree, touching the bark and taking out the newly bought blade. Shwa! A crack appeared on the tree, and it was sliced in half. Lin Fan grabbed the tree and tossed it into the air. His understanding of blade techniques had reached a really high level. The blade light shone, and the tree that was floating in the air instantly disintegrated. Pang! 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 The tree branches fell down and were pieced together in a square manner, forming a bed. That works? Fong Poliu's mouth was agape, but he was more shocked by Lin Fan's technique. He had already cultivated his saber technique to such a level. He was too strong. Cousin, bring the remaining wood over to start a fire. Lin Fan said. Then, he picked up the remaining piece of wood and used a knife to cut it into skewers. Fong Poliu didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. In any case, he just stared blankly. Zhou Zhongmao's speed was very fast, and he had already started the fire. Not long after, Lin Fan placed the wooden stick back. Next was the most important thing. Even if they didn't bring any dry rations, they wouldn't starve to death. Refresh your stats. Bug controlling technique max completion. Instantly, circles of ripple-like gray internal strength spread out from Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan sensed his surroundings and searched for living creatures. Fong Poliu was familiar with this internal strength and knew that it was the bug controlling technique's internal strength. He suggested for Lin Fan not to use the bug controlling technique's internal strength. If Insect Valley found out, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. Suddenly, soft voices could be heard from the surroundings. Swoosh! Something seemed to be moving. This. Fong Poliu's eyes opened wide. He didn't expect a few snakes to crawl over. Poochie! At that moment, the blade light flashed, and the few snakes' heads were sliced off. Let's eat barbecued snake meat tonight. Lin Fan grabbed the snake, slicing it open and releasing the blood within. He then cut it into pieces and skewered them with wooden sticks. We are eating this. Fong Poliu looked at Lin Fan. Oh my god, was the bug controlling technique supposed to be used like this? Was that really good? Let's eat snake meat. You don't know, not only is snake meat delicious, but it is also nutritious. It also has health benefits. Although we don't have any supplementary ingredients, it doesn't matter. It will taste good too. Lin Fan busied himself. He noticed the true effect of the bug controlling technique. In any desperate situation, as long as one knew the bug controlling technique, one would have a chance to live. He placed the skewered snake meat on the rack. It couldn't be too close, but it couldn't be too far either. Not long later, a meat fragrance spread out. Fong Poliu didn't expect the snake meat to be so fragrant when it was barbecued. Lin Fan said regretfully, I was in a rush. If I knew I would have brought some supplementary ingredients. Drip some sesame oil, some chili powder, along with a flask of wine. That taste, tsk. It is hard to imagine. The smell of the snake meat spread out. The meat was a little golden, and the skin was crispy. Although the taste would be much worse, with the current conditions, it was already not bad to have such a delicacy. Come, eat some. Lin Fan spread the wooden sticks and then took a bite. Ah, not bad, really not bad. It was unexpectedly delicious. The snakes here were different from those on Earth. They didn't have the earthy smell, and the meat was more delicious. Perhaps this was the most special place in the world of cultivation. Ah! Not bad. Feng Poliu praised. Of course, eat quickly and then sleep. Lin Fan sliced the remaining snakes and placed them there to barbecue. The only thought he had about heading out was that he was tired. But he had no choice. To become amazing, one had to be able to bear with loneliness and take hardships. After Lin Fan finished, he laid on the wooden bed to rest. The surroundings were really quiet, and occasionally there would be the roars of wild beasts. Feng Poliu sighed at how a rich young master really knew how to enjoy life, to be able to eat a meal of snake meat outside. He envied the bed he could sleep on. However, they were going to head out in the morning, so he was lazy. He just rested against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Zhongmao didn't rest, he just sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. As long as there was any movement around, he would wake up right away and then kill the person who threatened cousin. The sky was bright. The air in the forest is really fresh. Lin Fan stretched. It was a safe night, so how would there be so many dangers? Let's head out and continue to rush. He had no choice but to not wash his face and brush his teeth. Without water and tools, what else could he do? If he met a beauty and she told him that she had spent several days in the forest, he would kick her away and tell her not to get close. Who could take not washing their face and brushing their teeth? A few days passed. Lin Fan didn't stop, finding a place to wash up when he passed a city. He also bought some ingredients so that when he cooked in the wilderness, he could add some flavor. As they got closer and closer to Fuzhou, Feng Poliu didn't dare to show his face. He bought a mask in the nearby city to wear in case people recognized him. Is there a need to be so careful? Lin Fan asked. This life was so tiring. Feng Poliu said, I have no choice, it is better to be careful. If people recognize me, it doesn't matter if I am fine or not, but all of you will be dragged down. Also, try not to use the bug controlling technique. If you are noticed, it will be a huge problem. I know, how problematic. I am really curious what Insect Valley is like, for you to actually make it sound so terrifying. Lin Fan was really frightened by Feng Poliu's words. He talked about Insect Valley every day. What would happen if he was noticed? He was really curious about what Insect Valley was like, to actually give one a terrifying feeling. When you see it one day, you will know how terrifying Insect Valley is. Feng Poliu said. Very few people dared to stay in Insect Valley as they didn't know whether or not the bed they slept on had numerous bugs in it. I am looking forward to it. Lin Fan wanted to see how amazing Insect Valley was, but now wasn't the time. He was a little weak, and even if he met them, he would be chased by them. We are at most 2 days away from Fuzhou. Once we get there, don't let anyone target us. Feng Poliu warned. He didn't understand what this kid wanted to do. To wipe out 9 bug gang with his current strength was just a dream. Even if he had a dream, he shouldn't dream about such unrealistic things. Being prepared, the 3 of them continued on their way. Lin Fan had thought about it. He had to let 9 bug gang know how strong he was. They sent people to find trouble with him, and that was already too much. He didn't want to stoop to their level, so naturally, he knew what he was doing. However, the outcome was regretful. 9 bug gang didn't know what they were doing. On the official path, 3 horses galloped towards Fuzhou. Not far away, there was a small group of people who rode in the opposite direction from Lin Fan. They were about to bump into each other. These people were dressed in the same uniform and had a cape on their bodies. The patterns on the cape were exclusive to 9-Bug Gang. Those who recognized the patterns moved aside. How would they dare to block people from 9-Bug Gang? Even hundreds of miles away, they knew about 9-Bug Gang's name. That was a really terrifying power. If he was too handsome and 9-Bug Gang targeted him, that would be a tragedy. They heard of a story. Although they didn't know if it was true or false, since it spread out, then there was a reason. That was, there was a handsome guy who walked on the streets normally. However, when 9-Bug Gang saw him, they thought, why was he so handsome? They were annoyed. They didn't do anything and just waved their hands. That handsome guy's face was covered in blood and many bugs crawled out from his face. The scene was gory and terrifying, such that everyone exclaimed. That handsome guy couldn't take the fact that he had become so ugly, so he hanged himself. So to people who knew about 9-Bug Gang, they didn't want to offend such a person. Instantly, 2 waves of people brushed past one another. Lin Fan turned his head and so did the other. The 2 of them stared at one another, even if it was just for a blink of an eye. Both of them saw different things in one another's eyes. Hua Lu Lu. Lin Fan stopped. 9-Bug Gang people stopped too. The 9-Bug Gang leader opened his mouth. Kid, although I don't know you, I have a feeling that you are the person I am looking for. Lin Fan said, right, I have that feeling too. He felt that this thing was really magical. Chapter 191. Feng Poliu recognized right away that they were from 9-Bug Gang. Don't ask why he was so sure. That was because their clothes were already exposed. 9-Bug Gang's clothes were all the same. Looking at them, they seemed to be members of the 9-Bug Gang assassination team. Don't misunderstand, we are just passing by. How can we be your target? Feng Poliu was stunned. What was going on? They could even stop when they passed each other on horseback. Also, their conversation sounded weird. It felt like they were the person they were looking for. Why did they have so many feelings? Just go home and sleep. Do you think we are blind? What is that on his shoulder? The male's voice was really cold. Did this masked fellow really think they were blind? Feng Poliu was stunned. He looked at 9 Demon who was standing on Lin Fan's shoulder, its 9 heads spinning. Those 18 eyes were lost like they were saying, what? He nearly smacked his head in rage. What was going on? He actually forgot about such an important person. If he had known this would happen, he would have just placed 9 Demon into the cloth bag and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Lin Fan smiled, so you aren't just a feeling. I really have a feeling towards you. That feeling let me know that you are the people I am looking for. Could he stop bragging? Feng Poliu just wanted to ask that. They were wearing the 9-Bug Gang uniform, so what did he feel? Didn't he see it with his eyes? Let's change places and play with you. Lin Fan pointed at the small forest in the distance. Some things were only interesting in the small forest. He didn't wait for them to agree, leading the horse and walking into the forest. 9-Bug Gang assassination team's goal was to investigate the Jiang City matter and then find the 9-Bug Gang treasure. Now that the treasure was right in front of them, naturally they wouldn't let it go. Lin Fan's arrogance made the 9-Bug Gang assassination team members furious. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. The 6 experts exchanged glances with one another. Let's go. They thought that they had to rush, but who knew that they would bump into them halfway? They were really lucky. However, they didn't dare to be careless. Feng Poliu was helpless. We were exposed too quickly. We haven't even reached Fuzhou and 9-Bug Gang assassination team noticed. Luckily, there aren't many people, but who knows if there aren't 9-Bug Gang people hiding among the commoners. Perhaps they weren't here for Lin Fan. Most of them hid among the commoners and used their identities to gather more information. He really didn't expect that 9 Demon would be discovered. Just by standing on his shoulder, only a blind man would be able to see him. The grove was quiet. The 6 members of the assassination group followed behind, their eyes filled with malicious intent. The way he looked at Lin Fan and the other 2 was as though he was looking at 3 naked girls. It seemed to be saying, "Let's go to the grove and have some fun." Lin Fan turned around and said, "Hey, hurry up, don't dawdle." The 6 members of the assassination group were furious. How could they be so arrogant? When Lin Fan and the others just entered the small forest, the 6 people of the assassination group couldn't wait to take action. Insect Shadow Hand. The leader growled and leaped up. He stretched out his arms and 2 black insect arms flew out from his sleeves. These insect arms were made of insects and formed into palms that grabbed towards Lin Fan. Wherever the black insect arms flew past, the vegetation would gradually wither. It was highly toxic. "Are you so eager?" Lin Fan exclaimed. He refreshed his stats, bug controlling technique at max completion. He stood there and didn't move. The gray internal strength turned into numerous threads that covered his body. Just as the black insect arms were about to sweep in front of him, he reached out and the black insect arms stopped in front of him. Insects aren't played like this. Let me tell you how to play with them, this is the true way to play with them. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and the gray internal strength injected into the black insect arms. Those insects seemed to have tasted a delicacy and started to swell up. They became even more vicious. The black insect arms that were originally as thick as a human's arm instantly swelled up. How? I can't control them. The leader was shocked. He hollered and wanted to control these insects, but they didn't react at all, like they had broken off their connection with him. Lin Fan smiled. "Do you know why you can't control them? Because you are too weak." What? The leader was filled with disbelief. What the heck, this was really going to happen. Lin Fan raised his arm and then placed it down. "Feel your own insects." The arm formed by the insect spun and changed direction, rushing towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. No. The leader wanted to run, but he couldn't. His pupils constricted as the aura of death covered his body. In an instant, the insect arms covered the man. It was a black patch and one couldn't see what was going on inside. Ah! Screams exploded out. That was a roar of despair. However, that sound was just too short. The insects fell from his body. When all of them fell to the ground, all that was left was a black corpse. Not a single bit of flesh and blood was on it. "Young Master Lin, let's not use bug controlling technique, it isn't good," Feng Poliu said helplessly. Why didn't they listen to him? Bug controlling technique's internal strength suppressed 9 bug gang's bug controlling technique. It was normal that he couldn't control the insects. The remaining 5 members looked at Lin Fan in terror. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Too quick. It was just too quick and they weren't able to react at all. They retreated in fear and cold sweat dripped down. "Who are you?" Their methods were too familiar. It was similar to their 9 bug gang's methods but more overbearing. The moment they made their move, they felt the insects that they had been carefully nurturing move, as if they were being led by the other party. "Don't be afraid, I have no bad intentions towards you. It is just that your 9 bug gang keeps finding trouble with me, so I have no choice. I can only kill all of you to be safe." Lin Fan stepped forwards, his feet landed on the ground. The gray internal strength was like a python, sweeping along the ground. Leave, we don't know where these people came from, let's inform gang leader." They knew that they couldn't win. But it was all too late. The moment they turned around, the bugs hidden on their bodies revolted. Under the buff of the gray internal strength, they became stronger and more terrifying, instantly swallowing them. The 9-headed bug was excited. The 9 ferocious heads became even more irascible when they saw this. But very quickly, a palm landed on the 9-headed bug's head, slowly coiling around, don't be impulsive, listen to me. Hayes, you should just chop them to death. Why did you have to use the bug controlling technique? I don't understand how you cultivated it. Without decades, one wouldn't be able to reach such a stage, or rather, one wouldn't be able to reach such a stage. Feng Poliu really didn't understand how this fellow did it. It was shocking. Lin Fan smiled, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. They like to play with bugs, so I just played with them. As for how I cultivated, that is a complicated question. Do you believe in geniuses? Does it mean that I can instantly learn any cultivation method I get my hands on? Forget it, don't say it, just treat it like I didn't ask anything. Feng Poliu waved his hands and didn't want to ask anything. How was there such a person? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that there was such a person. What a waste. These few fellows could have gained some rage points, but he had no choice as he had to rush. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with them, so he could only send them to the heavens. Feng Poliu said, Zhongmao, dig a hole to bury these corpses. If people notice, they will see the problem. It won't be good for us. These are just 9 bug gangs assassination group, they aren't much. If experts are drawn over, it won't be good for us at all. Zhou Zhongmao looked at Cousin, he was waiting for Cousin to agree. When people said things to him, he would treat it as a fart. Unless Cousin said that he could smell it, then he would take the initiative to smell it. Bury them. Lin Fan nodded his head and then looked towards Feng Poliu, what you said makes sense. With our current strength, we can't beat 9 bug gang. But I am not in a rush, let's take it slow. If I knew, I would have given you an activity. Didn't you want to know whether or not 9 bug gang left Insect Valley? Although Feng Poliu didn't mention the situation in Insect Valley. He felt that Insect Valley wasn't in a good state. Even if they sealed the valley, they couldn't just leave them alone, right? There were only 2 possibilities. One was that 9 bug gang didn't leave. The other was that Insect Valley suffered a huge blow and didn't have time to bother about 9 bug gang. To him, the second possibility was more likely. Let's not worry about all this. We are close to Fuzhou, you have to hide 9 demon. If not, once we are within Fuzhou and haven't entered the city, 9 bug gang might surround us. Feng Poliu said. He really didn't expect that he actually forgot about this fellow. What was 9 bug gang searching for? Wasn't it that thing? He actually placed it on his shoulder, they were just asking to die. And Lin Fan nodded his head. He did need to be careful. Very quickly, Zhou Zhongmao buried the corpses. Lin Fan pretended to be calm as he rode his horse out of the small forest. He smiled at the commoners on the official road. Like he was saying, we didn't do anything. Don't think so much, nothing really happened. As for those few people, their stomachs hurt and they found a hidden place to shit. There was no need to wait for them, they wouldn't come out. Lin Fan and the others left. Outside the small forest, there were only 6 horses waiting there in a daze. Why isn't our master out? When he passed the river, there were fishermen fishing. He spent some money to buy a bamboo basket to store fish. He placed the 9-headed bug in and covered it. From the outside, one could only see that there was something inside, but one couldn't see what it was. Zhou Zhongmao carried the basket on his back, his wariness was at its peak. As he got close to Fuzhou, he felt really uneasy. Chapter 192. They were about to get close to Fuzhou. Lin Fan exclaimed. As expected from a huge city, even the nearby cities were really prosperous. Jiang City and Yu City combined couldn't compare to them. Not to mention before they even reached Fuzhou, just the official roads outside of Fuzhou were like heaven and earth. Just one look and one knew that they weren't commoners. These are disciples from various sects and are usually active in the cities around Fuzhou. Let's be low profile and not attract attention. Feng Poliu said. There were many sects in the world and many powers. To them, a city like Rivertown was like a countryside and they rarely went there. Do you think Fuzhou is managed by the imperial dynasty? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu said, on the surface it is, but in truth it isn't. Nine Bug Gang is really strong in Fuzhou and has totally controlled it. Even if the officials from the imperial dynasty go there, they are just decorations. Fuzhou was different from Jiang City. Jiang City's officials were far away and were controlled by the local rich families. As for Fuzhou, Nine Bug Gang was too strong and the officials were controlled too. But maybe to give face to the imperial dynasty, Nine Bug Gang allowed officials to handle cases here. But as long as it concerned Nine Bug Gang, those officials had no power at all. Is the imperial dynasty so cowardly? Lin Fan exclaimed. A country actually allowed Nine Bug Gang to do what they wanted, what were they afraid of? Feng Polius said, it isn't that they are cowardly, but they worry too much. Some things aren't as simple as they think, it is really complicated. How is it so easy to clear it out? Lin Fan didn't agree with what Feng Polius said. In my eyes, it is due to the weak and strong. If they were really strong, they could just sweep over and wipe out Nine Bug Gang in one night. His words made sense, but to Feng Poliu, it was like a joke. Young Master Lin, are you kidding me? Lin Fan saw Feng Poliu's expression and smiled calmly. In the end, no one understood him. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be solved. When there were people who didn't dare to move and felt that it would affect things, it wasn't that they were strong, but that they were too weak and thought too much. Scram, all of you scram. At that moment, someone scolded from behind. Along with that was the sound of horse hooves. Lin Fan and the others stepped aside. The caravan sped away. One of the carriages was piled high with boxes and tied up with a rope net. What is Nine Bug Gang doing? Feng Poliu looked at the carriages in confusion. Who cares about what they are doing? Come, let's follow them and kill them on the way. Lin Fan followed them impatiently. They were still a distance away from Fuzhou. 2 days was more than enough. Hey! Don't be rash. Feng Poliu chased. My dear young Master Lin, why are you so impulsive, can't we just go peacefully? He followed Lin Fan to Fuzhou. He didn't really want Lin Fan to be rash and wipe out Nine Bug Gang. He wanted to bring him to see Nine Bug Gang's strength locally. If he knew that he couldn't beat them, he would leave calmly and not think about so many unrealistic things. However, judging from the current situation, that was clearly not the case. He really wanted to make a move. Was he really that powerful? At night, in the forest about 200 li away from Fuzhou, Nine Bug Gang's carriages were resting here and arranging for people to be on the lookout. Towards Nine Bug Gang's confidence, they didn't think that anyone would dare to attack here. However, they still had to do what they had to do. Pay attention and look around. Don't move alone. The person who spoke carried 2 blades on his back and stared coldly at everyone. Yes. Everyone replied. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves spread out from the distance. Who? Zhou Chaos Hen placed his hands on his blade and looked around with a sharp gaze. The people around got up and locked onto the depths of the darkness. Using the moonlight, they noticed that someone was getting close. Zhou Chaos Hen hollered, Nine Bug Gang is doing things, if you don't want to die then scram. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Zhou Chaoshen's face turned darker and darker. Did he not care about what he said? Kang! He pulled out the blades on his back and held them in his hands. He stared at the person getting close. If you dare to get close, you will die. Zhou Chaos Hen raged. The other 9 Bug Gang members all took out their weapons. They didn't believe that anyone dared to stop 9 Bug Gang's goods here unless they were sick of living. Release the signal. Zhou Chaos Hen said softly. Is there a need? The gang members asked. Zhou Chaos Hen said coldly, they know that we are from 9 Bug Gang and still dare to come. They are either fools or confident. I believe that they are confident, so naturally, they aren't weak. Just in case, release the signal and let the surrounding divisions send people over. His words made sense. The gang members took out something that looked like a firecracker and pulled a string at the end. With a pang, fireworks rose into the sky. In the dark sky, it formed a multicolored bug. It didn't dissipate for a long time and lasted for a long time. Phone Poliu raised his head and said, "This is 9 Bug Gang's signal, let's leave. If not, when they come, it will be problematic. We can make it, we have enough time." Lin Fan said. Very quickly. When Lin Fan and the others appeared in front of them, Zhou Chaos Hen noticed that there were only 3 of them and was shocked. He said with an unfriendly tone, "Who are you?" Just 3 people dared to get close to them. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. "We aren't anyone, we just want to kill you and stop your goods." Lin Fan smiled. His calm expression made Zhou Chaos Hen and the others furious. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 444. We are from 9 Bug Gang, we are transporting 9 Bug Gang's goods. If you dare to stop us, you won't be able to leave Fuzhou. If you know your place and scram, we can act like we don't know you. But if you insist, then you will bear the consequences. Zhou Chaos Hen didn't attack, like he was delaying time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Stalling for time. Lin Fan laughed. Then, his expression turned serious. Kill, he came to Fuzhou from so far away to slowly wipe out 9 Bug Gang. Moreover, from what he heard and saw recently, he noticed that 9 Bug Gang people weren't good people. They wouldn't show mercy when they killed. He didn't care so much, he just had to kill. Kill! Zhou Chaos Hen hollered in rage. He held his blade and struck towards Lin Fan. The gang members behind him roared in rage. Black Dragon Blade Technique. He hollered, the blades in his hands were slowly dyed black. This was caused by special internal strength exploding out. A fierce aura burned on the blade. Pang! Lin Fan raised his hand, the blade in his hand blocking his attack. Who are you? Zhou Chaos Hen hollered. He definitely wasn't a nameless person. To be able to block his Black Dragon Blade technique so easily, he had seen many people, but he had never seen this guy in front of him. He hollered. The black internal strength formed into a vicious python that wanted to swallow Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's body gave off strong fluctuations such that he was unable to get any closer. You talk a little too much. Lin Fan's lips curled into a grin as he jerked his arm slightly. Instantly, a massive amount of power burst forth and pushed the other party away. Your blade technique is too weak, try mine. Lin Fan hollered. He held the blade with both arms and opened his legs. He tilted his body and slashed. A crescent blade energy exploded. Zhou Chaoshan's expression changed. That blade was just too quick. He raised his hands and the blades merged together to block in front of him. Poochie! Everything happened too quickly. That blade broke his blades and also slashed his body. He didn't even react at all. As expected, I am really strong. Maybe only Master Realm can fight me. Lin Fan exclaimed. The feeling of becoming stronger felt really good. When he faced enemies, he basically didn't need to speak much. He also didn't need to tire himself out from fighting them. Why didn't he feel it in the past? Maybe this was why a greenhouse would make one so weak. Zhou Chaos Hen didn't understand even when he died. How could he be killed so easily? He didn't even know who the enemy was. The other 9 Bug Gang leaders were dealt with by Cousin and Feng Poliu. The gang members who died to Feng Poliu were blessed. Those who died to Zhou Zhongmao were really tragic. None of them had a complete corpse. In Cousin's words, he didn't know whether or not they were dead, so it was better to kill them. Even if they didn't die, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Young Master Lin, let's go. Feng Poliu rushed. Lin Fan walked in front of the carriage and opened the net. He smashed the lock and opened the box. He noticed that there were treasures inside. Even at night, there was a bright glow. Oh my God, how much silver is this? He didn't dare to imagine. He had never seen so much money in his life. From this, one could see how shocking Nine Bug Gang's wealth was. Cousin, pull the carriage and let's go. Lin Fan said. He wanted to wait here for Nine Bug Gang's reinforcements to arrive, but forget it. Who dared to guarantee that there wouldn't be experts among the reinforcements? He didn't want to be surrounded by experts before he even did anything. That would be a huge loss of face. Young Master Lin, we can't bring the silver away. Feng Poliu was helpless. He definitely couldn't bring the silver away. Unless he went back the way he came, there would be a chance. If not, there was no chance. Don't you like to gamble? There are so many treasures, just a little is enough for you to fight for months. Lin Fan wouldn't leave the treasures behind. Since he noticed it, even if he couldn't bring it back, he wouldn't let Nine Bug Gang find it. Feng Poliu retorted, I was comprehending life, how could I like to gamble? Lying through his teeth, even Lin Fan felt embarrassed for him. Before he left his name and also a handsome portrait for Nine Bug Gang. Feng Poliu was stunned by Lin Fan's actions. What was he doing? Wasn't it dangerous enough? To Lin Fan, if he didn't know who he was, would he have rage points? Chapter 193. After a long while. Ahead, it is just ahead. A huge group rushed over. They were members of the Nine Bug Gang division. When they saw the signal, they came right away. Naturally, they needed a lot of time to get here. What a thick stench of blood. The leader frowned. His hair was white, his eyebrows were white, and even his face was terrifyingly white. Even the white-browed Eagle King had to exclaim in front of him. He was even whiter than him. The man was the person in charge of the division. When he saw the signal from the headquarters, he personally brought people to support. But looking at the situation, it was too late. When the Nine Bug Gang people saw the situation, their eyes opened wide. This was just too tragic. Who did it to actually be even more vicious than their Nine Bug Gang? There weren't many complete corpses. The rest were split up, in pieces, and it was tough to piece them all back together. White Demon walked in front of a corpse, his fingers pressed against his nose. He took in a deep breath, and it was obvious that he couldn't accept it. This corpse was split into two. This corpse was definitely done by Lin Fan. From the blood on his face, he recognized who it was. A deputy hall head from the headquarters. He was in charge of transporting the silver back to the headquarters. There were only some horses there. As for the carriage that transported the silver, it had disappeared. Something is going to happen. White Demon muttered, his face was dark and sunken. If something happened in the area he was in charge of, he wouldn't be able to answer. Which bastard did it? If he found out, he would torture him to death. Suddenly, White Demon noticed a portrait at the side. He picked it up, and on it was a face. He was certain that he had never seen the person on it. Then, he saw the name left on the tree. Lin Fan. White Demon was thinking about where did this person come from to dare to behave so arrogantly in Nine Bug Gang's territory. Moreover, he actually killed the deputy hall head in the territory he was in charge of and stole the silver. Obviously, he was extremely daring. Sect leader, there are traces of the carriage wheels rolling over here. They went in that direction. One of the members surveyed the surroundings and shouted after discovering the clues. That's right. Chase, we have to get the silver back. White Demon said fiercely. Such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. Now that it suddenly happened, he didn't know what to do. White Demon and the others followed the path of the carriage and searched. After a long time, they found the carriage in front of them. Sect leader, the silver is all gone. The sect members stepped forward and opened the chest. It was empty, not even a single tael of silver. White Demon frowned. Who did it? How could he walk so fast with so much silver? He thought of the restless small forces around him. Something was not right. Those small forces were just trying to survive in the cracks. They didn't have the guts. A few days later. On the huge ship on the Fuzhou River. Oh, you're saying that my wealth was robbed by an unknown person in your territory, and even Zhou Chaoxing was chopped in half by a saber? Nine-Bug Gang leader's expression was calm, his tone was calm, but it gave off a chilling cold intent. White Demon knelt on one knee and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Gang leader, when I brought people there, it was already over. The carriage with the silver was stolen. He knew that the rage in Gang leader's heart was burning. No one dared to offend Nine-Bug Gang. Now, not only did someone offend them, but he did it in their territory. That was like slapping Nine-Bug Gang's face in front of them. Lin Fan. The Nine-Bug Gang leader's fat body made it hard for him to move. He muttered this name, it was really foreign, he had never heard of such a person. He picked up the portrait. He is a handsome brother, it is good to feed the bugs. Although he was talking about someone else, his words terrified everyone in the room. If one said that the most terrifying person in Nine-Bug Gang, it was naturally this gang leader. What a little slut who deserves to die 10,000 times for her crimes. Find her and bring her to me. Remember, if you can't find him in 3 days, I will feed you all to the bugs. Scram. Instantly. The higher-ups in the cabin all backed out. How would they dare to stay here? If the gang leader didn't think it through, he might have really crippled them. The fat gang leader was feeling really sad now. His Suing had left for a long time and hadn't returned. He really missed her. In the past, he was satisfied just looking at her, but now that he couldn't see her for such a long time, he panicked. Gang leader. A devilish girl leaned on his body. The fat was disgusting to others, but she was used to it. She could feel warmth, peace of mind, power, and wealth from the fat. Of course, none of these were important. She actually loved fat the most. The gang leader grabbed the woman's head with his fat and white hand and pressed it down. Tell me, why doesn't Suing have such a weird feeling towards me? Tell me. No one spoke, there was only moaning. Don't you understand a girl's heart? Why aren't you speaking? Do you think that I am not a gentleman? Speak, tell me. If you don't speak, then it means that you agree. You really hurt my heart. Pang. Gang leader used too much strength, causing the girl's head to smash into his fat, causing it to explode. Fresh blood scattered all over the ground. Gang leader looked at his hand that was covered in blood and cried. His face was covered in tears. Even if you die, you aren't willing to tell me? Didn't you say that you loved my fat? As expected, women don't like fat people, they only like violent men. The guard hiding in the dark. His body trembled. Gang leader was too violent. Moreover, he was sickly violent. Suddenly, the guard in the dark felt like there was someone behind him, but when he looked at where gang leader was, there was no one at all. A drop of sweat fell from his forehead. What was he doing? A dark and terrifying voice spread into his ears. From your heart, I can feel your fear and disgust towards me. Are you disgusted by the fat on my body? Gang, before he said anything, he noticed that gang leader opened his mouth. It was as big as a water tank, 2 rows of sharp teeth were terrifying. Poochie. Fresh blood spurted. From the shadows, one could see that the guard's body was swallowed. There was also water flowing, like a fountain. Wow, that is majestic. Lin Fan and the others looked at the scenes in front of them and were shocked. They had never seen such a majestic scene. They had already arrived in Fuzhou, but they didn't enter the city. They stood on the shore and looked at the scenery. That night, Fuzhou was brightly lit, flowers bloomed. The huge Fuzhou looked really beautiful under the light, One couldn't tell that this place was as terrifying as what Feng Poliu said. Especially that giant ship which stopped on the river surface, it was really majestic. Too huge, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. If he had to describe it, it was thousands of miles long. It wasn't many ships connected together, but just one giant ship. It was really majestic and majestic. Feng Poliu is right, 9-Bug Gang is really strong. To be able to have such strength, they definitely weren't weak. But regretfully, I have my eyes on you. Although I can't wipe you out in a short time, targets that I have my eyes on won't have a good ending. Young Master Lin, it is useless even if you bury the silver there. Feng Poliu couldn't understand Lin Fan's actions. Why did he want to leave his name and portrait? Lin Fan wouldn't tell him that while they were talking, he had received a few thousand rage points. Could he tell him that? Lin Fan smiled. Who says it is useless? Once 9-Bug Gang is wiped out, we can dig out the silver. The thought is good, but the reality is cruel. I think the silver will rest here. Feng Poliu said and then looked at Lin Fan. What do you want to do next? Leave the portrait, maybe there are people checking at the city gates. Moreover, I don't recommend you to enter. If you are noticed, then you won't be able to leave. I am not joking, 9-Bug Gang is really strong. Even with me here, we might not be able to retreat safely. Feng Poliu was serious, he wasn't joking. Lin Fan thought about it. I am thinking, don't rush. Feng Poliu totally respected Lin Fan. Since he came to Fuzhou to wipe out 9-Bug Gang, then didn't he think about what to do? Or should he just take it one step at a time? Suddenly, Lin Fan looked towards the shore. There seems to be people fighting there. Feng Poliu looked over. He was used to such things and wasn't surprised. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan rode the horse and headed into the distance. Zhou Zhongmao followed behind. There were many corpses on the shore. It was obvious that both sides were in an intense battle. You dare to attack us? Yang Wu was injured, his gaze was sharp as he stared at 9-Bug Gang in rage. 9-Bug Gang didn't reply to Yang Wu's words and attacked instead. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them here. As a member of the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, Yang Wu had been investigating King Wudong. He found Fuzhou but didn't expect 9-Bug Gang to notice and chase him all the way here. At this moment, a middle-aged man held a sword and covered the wound on his shoulder. He said solemnly, Yang Wu, bring the people and leave, I will open a path for you. After that, the remaining people gathered around Yang Wu. All of them had quite a number of injuries on their bodies. Some of them even had bugs crawling in their flesh and blood. One had to be careful when fighting 9-Bug Gang, otherwise, it was hard to say that nothing would happen. Sir, leave, we will cover for you. Yang Wu looked around warily. His face was covered in sweat. The situation wasn't good, they couldn't leave at all. Can you all leave? In the darkness, a dark and sunken voice spread out. Instantly, there were screams. Yang Wu looked at his good friend who suddenly cried out. Who knew when his friend's body was covered in bugs? Instantly, he fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. Only those bugs crawled around in his flesh and blood. Those damn, disgusting things that one couldn't defend against. Chapter 194. Zhao Xianghe stared at the person who walked out from the darkness and his expression changed. 9-Bug Gang, Assassination Team Deputy Ing Jiu. At first glance, he recognized this ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him. He had a smile on his face, and he was smiling so much that he couldn't even open his eyes. This was the true top expert of 9-Bug Gang. Zhao Xianghe, I let you live in the past, so why did you come to die? Although the Imperial Dynasty is strong, if you die in Fuzhou, no one will take revenge for you. Ingjiu's voice was dark and sunken, totally different from his smile. Ingjiu, do you really want to kill us? Zhao Xianghe knew that he couldn't leave. Ingjiu's appearance cut off their path of survival. It was extremely difficult to escape from his hands. Yang Wu was still in deep thought about the death of his companions. He didn't expect Nine Bug Gang to be such a terrifying existence. He was tasked by the Imperial Dynasty to investigate King Wudong's rebellion. He found out that King Wudong was related to Nine Bug Gang, so he came to take a look. Who knew that before they entered Fuzhou, Nine Bug Gang would kill them? Half of them died and they weren't their match at all. Even if he revealed his identity as a member of the Imperial Court's secret department, it would be useless. It was like they wanted them to die. Ingjiu had a smile on his face as he unleashed his inner energy. He took a step forward and punched out. His inner energy condensed into a fist that smashed towards Yang Wu and the others. Zhao Xianghe was shocked. He raised the sword in his hand and sword energy swept forwards. It clashed with the fist and was shattered. He panicked and held his sword in front of his chest. Pang! The blade bent. Zhao Xianghe's face flushed red. He wasn't Ingjiu's match at all. He retreated and then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Is your Imperial Dynasty's secret department sick? You sent small fries to Fuzhou. Are you looking down on Nine Bug Gang? Do you think we are blind and can't notice your actions? Ingjiu smiled. When they just entered Fuzhou, they already knew their whereabouts. They just didn't attack and wanted to see what these people wanted to do. Zhao Xianghe looked at him. You planted a spy beside us? Ha ha ha. Spy, our Nine Bug Gang doesn't care about such boring methods. If I say that your Imperial Dynasty's secret department belongs to our Nine Bug Gang, would you believe me? Ingjiu's expression remained unchanged. It was impossible to tell which of his words was true or which was false. Zhao Xianghe didn't say anything else. The other party was trying to obscure his conjecture. There had to be spies within, otherwise, how could Nine Bug Gang be so clear about their movements? Before he even entered Fuzhou, he was intercepted outside. If it wasn't a spy who leaked his tracks, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. I'll hold him back later. You guys leave if you can. Zhao Xianghe no longer held any hope. He only hoped that one or two of them could escape, even if it was just one. Ingjiu said with a smile, don't put up a futile resistance. Do you think they can escape? Yang Wu had never felt that death was such a terrifying thing. It was just that he was too indignant. He was actually betrayed by his own people. Fuzhou was rotten internally, some officials were taken over and even colluded with Nine Bug Gang. The Imperial Dynasty wouldn't believe these officials. But these officials had other uses. They represented Nine Bug Gang to interact with other city officials, to form a giant net of benefits. It greatly affected the interests of the Imperial Dynasty. Okay, it is about time. It is time to send all of you on your way. Zhao Xianghe, in the next life, be more observant and don't be blind. The moment he said this, just as Ingjiu was prepared to attack, he was shocked by the movement around. The snort of the horse stunned both sides. Who came? Lin Fan and the other two rode on their horses and looked for a while. Seeing that they attracted attention, they felt a little embarrassed. They definitely scared people. Continue, I am just passing by. Lin Fan waved his hands and said. Feng Poliu asked him whether or not he needed help. Lin Fan felt that Feng Poliu had too little experience in society. Didn't he see the weapons in their hands? Those who could fight weren't good people. It wasn't good to join in like a lunatic. Who knew, he might even be used by them. Wasn't it good to watch a show? It was fun and exciting. Ingjiu looked at the three of them and said coldly, who are you people? We are here to watch the show, don't worry about us. Do what you need to do, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Fan said. But saying that was asking for a beating. Who would say such words? As expected. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Peak rage points appeared. Did that mean that they wanted to kill him? Till now, he didn't understand what the increase in rage points had to do with. Actually, he didn't care. As long as he had it, then nothing was a problem. Zhao Xianghe opened his mouth. 3 good men, we are from the imperial dynasty and hope that you can help. In the future, we will thank you. I am not interested. Lin Fan waved his hands to reject. Those words made one feel uncomfortable. Why did he have to report where he was from? Like when cousin told the Yin demons that he was his cousin and that his cousin's father was Lin Wani. Did the Yin demons hold back? No. Instead, it became even more intense and terrifying than before. Zhao Xianghe didn't expect that the 3 of them would reject him so quickly. It seemed like they weren't from 9 Bug Gang, but why did they reject him? It wasn't that he hadn't encountered young geniuses in the past, and many of them had drawn their blades to help when they saw injustice on the road. But now, it caused him to be speechless. Deputy Head, we don't know where these people came from. Someone said softly. Isn't this bullshit? Even they knew that they didn't know where they came from, so how could he not see it? He suddenly realized. Recently, many things happened in Fuzhou. Treasures were stolen, Head Su's whereabouts were unknown, the assassination group members were killed, even Zhou Chaoxing was sliced into half. Why were there so many things happening? Yang Wu noticed that the guy on the horse was familiar. He then looked at the honest-looking Zhou Zhongmao, he really looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Brother Lin, is that you? Yang Wu shouted. Lin Fan looked at Yang Wu, he couldn't remember who this person was. You are? He really didn't remember where he had seen him before. Yang Wu wasn't angry, instead, he tried his best to help Lin Fan recall. Brother Lin, we met once at the inn. You even helped us burn the map. You said that such an important thing should be destroyed. Since I heard Brother Lin's words, I had a deep feeling about it. And there was such a thing. Lin Fan recalled that such a thing did happen, but he didn't have much of an impression of it. Yang Wu, I am Yang Wu. Yang Wu patted his chest and wanted Brother Lin to remember who he was. Zhou Zhongmao looked at Yang Wu and then whispered to his cousin, Cousin, I remember such a person. We met at the inn, and he even attacked King Wudong's men. Cousin, now that you mention it, I remember. I really can't remember him. Lin Fan nodded his head and slowly recalled. He finally remembered such a person. Brother Lin, please help us this time. We will definitely repay this kindness. Yang Wu hollered. To them, their only hope was right in front of them. If they missed it, then they wouldn't have another chance. Ingjiu said, the 3 of you, don't be a busybody. This is 9 Bug Gang's matter. If you help, then don't think about leaving this place. Cousin, he is threatening me. Lin Fan pointed at Ingjiu, he was really annoyed. Cousin, let me beat him up. Zhou Zhongmao couldn't take it anymore. No matter whether or not he could beat him, as long as cousin was unhappy, he had to raise his fists and fight. Lin Fan stopped his cousin and then jumped up, let me take a look. Kang! He pulled out his blade, his muscles swelled, and internal strength injected into the blade. Lightning blade 4 strokes exploded out. Blade energy pressed forwards, and the dark sky was lit up by the lightning. Very strong. Ingjiu nodded his head. He pressed down with his palms, and energy covered his body. Pang! The blade slashed onto the energy, and it shook slightly. There was no result. Not bad, unfortunately, your strength is lacking. Ingjiu praised. What are you acting for? After Lin Fan slashed out, he hollered. His physique strengthened a little, and his strength gathered once more. He then slashed out with the strongest blade of the lightning blade 4 strokes. This blade was even more terrifying than before, and even more shocking. Small tricks. Ingjiu didn't care at all. Energy wrapped around him, he felt like he couldn't be defeated. Pang! When the blade landed, it caused Ingjiu's energy to be a little unstable. Ingjiu was shocked. He directly exploded out with even more terrifying internal strength to break the blade. How amazing! Lin Fan shook his head. He was much stronger than him, but he didn't care. He said towards Feng Poliu, "You fight him, I will find someone else." Avoiding the strong and picking the weak. That was his usual style. If he couldn't beat him, then so be it. Next time when he was stronger, he would take revenge. As for now, he would just find someone weaker than him to bully. Feng Poliu wore a mask, so no one could recognize who he was. He was helpless towards Lin Fan's words, but he had no choice, he could only fight. From the short clash, he could see that Lin Fan had initial Grandmaster cultivation. He was a realm away from him, for small realms. Moreover, there was a huge gap between Martial Path Grade 12 and Master Realm. How could it be so easy to cross? You give me a familiar feeling. Ingzio's smile retracted as he stared right at Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu didn't say anything and attacked right away. Hong Long. The battle between the two of them was not a simple exchange of moves and techniques. Instead, it was an invisible collision of internal energy. "Senior brother, is it you?" Ingzio transmitted his voiceover. He was familiar with his moves and felt like it was the same as the person in his mind. Feng Poliu didn't reply. He felt helpless, he could even recognize him. "My dear junior brother, you are a talent." "Senior brother, I am junior brother Yenzhou." Ingzio transmitted his voice. He noticed that although Lin Fan's attacks were fierce, he held back. Right. He had to be senior brother. "Leave!" Ingzio hollered, his body disappeared into the darkness. When the 9 Bug Gang disciples saw that the deputy of the assassination group had fled, they panicked and fled. Lin Fan slashed a 9 Bug Gang member to death. What is going on? It hasn't even started. Chapter 195. Let's go, don't stay for long in case 9 Bug Gang arrives. Feng Poliu pulled Lin Fan away. Zhao Xianghe felt very embarrassed. He had asked for help, but the other party had ignored him. In the end, it was Yang Wu who had asked for help. "Follow me," Zhao Xianghe said. Feng Poliu frowned. "Follow you, where are you going?" "I have a secret passage that leads into the city." Zhao Xianghe did not give up. He still wanted to enter the city. Feng Poliu looked at him like he was looking at a fool. It was already at such a time and he still wanted to enter the city. Was his brain kicked by a donkey? Are you really not afraid of death? 9 Bug Gang has seen what you look like, so don't think about moving around in the city. He had to remind these people. Was he really that immature? It was a miracle that he was able to survive until now. He did not have the strength, yet he dared to be so debauched. "We have our ways," Zhao Xianghe said. "It just so happens that I'm also about to enter the city. Let's go." Lin Fan came to Fuzhou to find 9 Bug Gang. After all this, he realized that 9 Bug Gang was really amazing. He took back what he had said. He needed some time to wipe out 9 Bug Gang, but it wouldn't take too long. He just needed to slow down. Somewhere outside the city wall. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Xianghe carefully peeled away the soil, revealing a hidden compartment. He then lifted it, and it turned out to be a passageway. "When did you dig a tunnel in Fuzhou?" Feng Poliu looked at Zhao Xianghe in shock. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. The key was that people from 9 Bug Gang hadn't noticed him. This passageway has existed for a long time. Zhao Xianghe didn't say too much. Some things were meaningless if they were said too much. Moreover, this was the first time he had met these people. Naturally, some things could not be said. Feng Poliu thought about it. It seemed like the Imperial Dynasty wanted to attack 9 Bug Gang. He didn't notice it usually, but they were searching for a chance in the dark. That was true. When he left Insect Valley, 9 Bug Gang didn't dare to be so arrogant. So many years passed, Insect Valley was closed and 9-Bug Gang had no one to manage them. For them to develop to such a stage was shocking. Let's go. Let's get to the city as soon as possible in case someone passes by and discovers this passageway, Zhao Xianghe said. Everyone entered the passageway. The passageway was very spacious, but it was a little dark. However, for those with high cultivation bases, the darkness was not a problem. After walking for a long time, they finally reached their destination. Zhao Xianghe opened the wooden board and everyone walked out. This was a room, and the entrance to the passage was on the bed. There was no one inside or outside the house. The courtyard was neither too big nor too small. It was obvious that it had been prepared beforehand. Zhao Xianghe made the bed, and after he couldn't see any flaws, he looked at them. 3 good men, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Xianghe, I belong to the Imperial Dynasty's secret department and am in charge of investigating the connection between 9-Bug Gang and King Wudong. These people are my men, I didn't expect that, sigh. Zhao Xianghe was a little sad. There were a total of 12 of them, and in the end, only 4 of them were left. Their losses were heavy. But since he entered the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, he was prepared. 9-Bug Gang is plotting with King Wudong? Feng Polio asked. As he guessed, he was thinking about whether or not 9-Bug Gang betrayed Insect Valley. Looking at the situation, the possibility was high. We don't know the specifics, so we came to Fuzhou to investigate this. Zhao Xianghe didn't say what he wanted to say. Although he was here to investigate how far King Wudong and 9-Bug Gang were. But the key was that the Imperial Dynasty wanted to attack 9-Bug Gang. King Wudong's rebellion wasn't a huge matter, but based on the news he got, 9-Bug Gang was trying to sow discord. They were trying to use King Wudong to achieve their true goal. Zhao Xianghe could see that these people weren't on the same side as 9-Bug Gang. But it was best to hide things. If too many people knew, it would be leaked. He was thinking about something now. Who was the spy? Of course, the spy wasn't one of the 4 remaining. Apart from him and Yang Wu, the other 2 couldn't be either. He personally picked them out. Even if they were, then what awaited them were people from 9-Bug Gang and not just empty. As for Ing Jiu saying that the secret department higher-ups were spies, he needed to think about it. It was possible. Right, this is a disguise liquid. Rub it on your hands and then on your face. It can change your face shape, but it can only last for a day. If you head out, it is best if you apply it. Zhao Xianghe passed a small bottle to Lin Fan. The sky is dark, so we definitely won't be able to move. Let's find a room to rest. Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head. Entering Fuzhou was half a success. They had to do the rest themselves. Since he couldn't wipe them out, then he had to let them know how helpless the outcome of offending him was. When Lin Fan walked out of the room, Yang Wu followed to thank him for saving him. Zhao Xianghe closed the door. He was thinking about where the 3 of them came from. One of them wore a mask and was the strongest. His background was unknown, so who knew where he came from? As for the remaining 2, he had no idea. Yang Wu seemed to know one of them, so he could ask him later. Within the room, Feng Polio sighed, young Master Lin, we shouldn't have come here. Fuzhou is filled with 9-Bug Gang's eyes and ears. It is impossible to do some things, much less wipe them out. It is okay, since we can't wipe them out, then we can't. We aren't in a rush. Lin Fan was really casual. He wasn't in a rush to do anything huge. Moreover, since he was here, if he turned back now, then wouldn't he have come for nothing? It is best if we don't have too much contact with those people, they seem like people with short lives. Feng Polio said. Lin Fan blinked, is that okay? Just one look and you say that they are short-lived. Luckily, they didn't hear it, otherwise, they would have problems with you. Feng Polio shook his head and didn't say much. If they hadn't met them, they would have died. He was thinking about something. Why was junior brother in 9-Bug Gang? After he left Insect Valley, Junior Brother was still there. After so many years, he actually bumped into him in 9 Bug Gang. I will rest first. Phone Polio left. He had to go back and think about it. Cousin, you should rest too. Lin Fan said. He released 9 Demon. The little fellow was locked up for so many days and was really tired. He refreshed its stats, fed it the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique to make the 9-headed bug happier. This little thing grew really quickly at the start, but now it was a little slow. He looked at the small support system. Rage points, 20391. A decent number, as expected, he earned it the fastest. The rage points now definitely couldn't raise his cultivation to peak Master Realm, but he could try to see how big the difference was between Master Realm and Martial Path Grade 12. Add points. It consumed a lot, 1 point actually needed 1,000 rage points. Add 1 point to physique, add 1 point to internal strength. Instantly. Something happened to the small support system. His stats changed. Physique, 361, Initial Master, Internal Strength, 361, Initial Master, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 33, Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture, Grade 10, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics, Unmovable King Body, Returning to True, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Returning to True, Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, Unlearnt, Demon Ape Fist, Returning to True, Rage Points, 18391. He felt a shocking change in his body. 2 internal strength Cs were clashing with his Ren and Du meridians. One of the inner energy came from below the middle pole and flowed through the abdomen, up to the guanine, to the throat, to the mouth, to the face, and into the eyes. An extremely cold chi appeared out of nowhere. This was opening up the Ren meridian, opening up the Yin meridian ocean. The other one came from the bottom of his stomach, going up to his feng fu, entering his brain, head, forehead, and nose. An extreme yang fire burned in his body. This was opening up the Du meridian, opening up the Yang meridian ocean. Lin Fan didn't dare to be careless. He sat cross-legged and felt that those scenes were a little scary. He calmed down the 2 Yin and Yang energies. The increase in internal strength was much greater than before. He just added a little. He had just entered Initial Master Realm and hadn't stabilized himself, but he was already so strong. As expected. Master Realm was a huge gap from Martial Path Grade 12. This was like building one's foundations and then unlocking the secrets of the human body to obtain extraordinary strength. When he was prepared to heave a sigh of relief, the changes in his body arrived. It hurts a little. He felt that his flesh and blood were changing. Many green veins appeared on the surface of his skin, like many earthworms were moving in his body. It felt like they were about to explode. With a pang. Damn! It really exploded. All the green veins on his body exploded but no blood flowed out. Shortly after, something weird happened. Those green veins were reorganizing. It hurt a little. It was really itchy. It was like many ants were crawling on his body. That feeling was torture. How did this happen? When I raised internal strength, it didn't happen like this. Why did it become like this when I raised physique? Or was it really hard to raise physique to Master Realm? Lin Fan had such a guess and even felt like it was possible. Add points. Add points. Physique, 370, Initial Master, Internal Strength, 370, Initial Master. He really felt the feeling of the internal and external layers. That stimulation was like electricity flowing through his body. Great! So great! Lin Fan laid on the bed, his hands grabbing the sheets. The internal strength change didn't cause much pain, but the increase in physique made him feel like his body was being ripped apart. Damn, I can take it. Motherfucker, it hurts. Fuck me, it hurts. In that short moment, he was covered in sweat. His body was drenched in sweat. Drip, drip. Sweat soaked the sheets. When he raised physique to initial master, his skin and dermis started to change. The epidermis and dermis of his skin were quietly mutating. In modern terms, his skin cells had already evolved. They were resistant to damage, beatings, fire, cold, and were even more resilient. There were many changes that no one knew about. After a long while, the pain disappeared. Lin Fan laid on the bed and panted. His body seemed to have become lighter, like he had improved. I became stronger. Chapter 196. Fuzhou, the giant boat on the river. Ingjiu stood beside the boat and looked at the brightly lit city. He didn't expect that senior brother would appear. Even if people searched for him, they couldn't find any traces of him. Now that he appeared in Fuzhou, what did he want to do? He had already told senior brother everything, but senior brother didn't want to admit it. Actually, he had always wanted to personally ask eldest senior brother if he was the one who killed master. Although the people from Insect Valley had pushed this matter to senior brother, Zhong Shou didn't know what to do. But he didn't believe it. That was because he knew that senior brother treated master as a father and wouldn't kill master for the bug controlling technique. Deputy leader, gang leader is looking for you. A gang member carefully informed. Ingjiu wasn't the deputy gang leader of 9 Bug Gang, but the deputy leader of the assassination squad. 9 Bug Gang didn't have a deputy gang leader. Understood. Ingjiu replied coldly and then walked into the cabin. The gang members heaved a sigh of relief. This was just too terrifying. The deputy leader had failed and was definitely on the verge of exploding in rage. If anyone was blind and made the deputy leader unhappy, they would definitely be killed. He had seen many such things. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early. The air in Fuzhou wasn't good, and he smelled a suppressive smell. Maybe this was the special smell of Fuzhou. Compared to Jiang City and even Yu City, it was much worse. Feng Poliu didn't sleep for the entire night. He came to Fuzhou, and for some reason, he felt like he was getting closer and closer to Insect Valley. That feeling was just too magical. He pushed open the door and bumped into Lin Fan. You? He didn't recognize him right away. Who was this fellow? His face seemed to have changed. What, you, my cousin and I are going out for a walk. Do you want to go out too? Put something on your face and wear a mask. As long as one isn't blind, they will be able to recognize you right away. Lin Fan said. Sometimes, he was thinking about it. Those people who wore masks, weren't they afraid of people recognizing them? I am not going. Feng Poliu shook his head. He didn't want to walk around Fuzhou. Lin Fan shook his head. This person was so boring. However, when he left, he noticed that Zhao Xianghe and the others were nowhere to be seen. Who knew when they left? It was tough to investigate the connection between 9 Bug Gang and King Wudong in Fuzhou. In the city, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao had changed their appearances, but their physiques hadn't changed. This appearance-changing fluid was really powerful. Just smearing it on the face could cause such a change. This place is really bustling. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Fan sighed in his heart. 9 Bug Gang was indeed an evil power and they were really vicious. However, one couldn't see any signs of them being suppressed within Fuzhou. Indeed. If 9 Bug Gang messed around in Fuzhou, then this place wouldn't be so prosperous. People would have left long ago and hid far away. There were people gathered in front of him. Many people pointed at the portrait on the wall. He took a closer look. It was actually a portrait of Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao. This portrait wasn't the one that Lin Fan had given them, but a new one. It was very similar and there wasn't much difference. However, how could there be no portraits of Feng Poliu? Cousin, this reward is a little low. We only have 20,000. This 9 Bug Gang really doesn't care about us. Lin Fan exclaimed. He felt slightly regretful. In the end, he still looked down on them. Zhou Zhongmao, on the other hand, did not feel this way. He did not care about money at all. However, if cousins said that it was little, then it was really little. Fuzhou, Zhizhou Manor. Zhao Xianghe and his men disguised themselves as food delivery men and entered through the back door. The highest leader of the Zhizhou Manor was sent by the imperial dynasty to Fuzhou to monitor 9-bug gang. Usually, they didn't need to contact the imperial dynasty. They could even work with 9-bug gang to help them expand their routes. Only then would 9-bug gang believe that the people sent by the imperial dynasty were bought over by them. After they entered the mansion, someone led them to another path to leave. Within a hidden room. Sir Wang. Zhao Xianghe cupped his fists and was filled with respect. He had come to Fuzhou for the imperial dynasty for so many years. Wang Zhi was the highest leader of the Zhizhou Manor. He was thin and had a mustache. His eyes were small and just one look made one feel like he wasn't a good person. Over the years, the people who contacted him changed wave after wave. Wang Zhi hid really well and 9-bug gang didn't notice anything wrong with him. Sir Zhao. Wang Zhi cupped his fists and said, I have waited for a long time. A while ago, King Wudong came to Fuzhou and contacted 9-bug gang. As for the exact situation, I don't know. 9-bug gang doesn't trust me fully even if I help them build connections with so many aristocratic families. It has been tough on Sir Wang to gather intel in such a dangerous place. Zhao Xianghe was impressed. He was really impressed. He had lived under 9-bug gang's eyes for so many years and danger accompanied him. If he didn't personally feel that pressure, he wouldn't have dared to imagine it. It is okay. The imperial dynasty trusts me, so naturally, I can't let them rely on me. Wang Zhi said, right, all of you need to pay attention. Some sects have joined hands with 9-bug gang. These sects are really hidden. I learned about it from a hall head when I drank with him. He didn't reveal any more news and just mentioned it briefly. I hope that Sir Zhao can report it to the imperial dynasty to pay attention to the various sections. Zhao Xianghe's expression was solemn. How is that possible? Do those sects want to rebel too? I am not sure, but it is hard to say that the experts in those sects don't want to experience the power of the emperor. Wang Zhi said. These things were already complicated. King Wudong's rebellion was just a spark. However, it still managed to blast many people out of their homes. He didn't understand what the emperor was thinking. His brother had already rebelled, so why didn't he suppress it and instead sent them to investigate? Zhao Xianghe and Wang Zhi talked for a long while Yang Wu and the others were wary of the situation outside. Sir Wang, I roughly understand the situation. Zhao Xianghe nodded. At the same time, Wang Zhi passed the records of 9-bug gang's activities to Zhao Xianghe. Goodbye. Wang Zhi cupped his fists, have a good trip. After which, Zhao Xianghe and the others were led back the way they came. They turned into farmers and left from the back door. Wang Zhi squinted as he looked at the backs of those who left. He smiled and left with his hands behind his back. Living in the center of desire, how many people could hold on to a firm heart that they thought would never change? That night. Brother Lin, we are leaving. How long are you going to stay for? Yang Wu came to say goodbye. Their mission was completed and they needed to bring the intel back to the imperial dynasty. As such, they couldn't stay here for long. Ah. You just came and you want to leave? Didn't you want to investigate 9-bug gang and King Wudong? Lin Fan asked. That was just too quick. Yang Wu said, Brother Lin, with our strength, how can we sneak into 9-bug gang? We have spies here, and getting intel is the same as completing the mission. That was the truth. With their strength, they couldn't fight 9-bug gang at all. It seemed like he was thinking too much. Okay, have a safe trip. We don't want to leave yet. Lin Fan said. He just came here for a short while and was about to leave. This speed was just too quick. Even if he fired cannons, he wouldn't be so quick. Goodbye. If I have a chance, I will drink with Brother Lin. Yang Wu smiled and left. When he left, he bumped into Feng Poliu. Sniff sniff. Feng Poliu smelled something bad from Yang Wu's body. What is he doing? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said, he said that he completed the mission and will leave tonight. He said goodbye to me, so I didn't stop him. He strolled around Fuzhou with his cousin for a day. His horizons were broadened, but he didn't see anything that surprised him. I smelled something from his body. Feng Poliu said. He thought about it, it was a long time ago, so I can't remember. 9-Bug Gang, within the cabin. Gang leader, our Zhouyuan sect really wants to join King Wudong, please introduce us. The person who spoke was an elder from Zhouyuan's sect. He brought disciples to Fuzhou to discuss this matter. Zhouyuan's sect, I have heard of it. But King Wudong doesn't need trash, so are you all trash? The gang leader behind the curtain asked. The disciples who followed the elder out knew that he was insulting them, but they didn't dare to be arrogant. However, they were furious deep down. This was 9-Bug Gang. A terrifying presence. Lu Neng looked like a middle-aged man and said, Gang leader, our Zhouyuan sect is strong, so how can we be trash? Whether or not we are trash isn't something you can say with your mouth. I will give you a task to prove that you aren't trash. Go help me kill some people. Hee hee, the moment he said that. The gang leader gave a dark and sunken laugh. To the Zhouyuan sect disciples, the fatty hiding behind was terrifying. Even if they didn't get close, just looking at him from afar made them feel a chill down their spines. Outside of Fuzhou, Zhao Xianghe brought the three of them and left swiftly. However, he felt like something wasn't right. However, it was hard to say what wasn't right. It was like everything was going too smoothly. Sir, do you think Sir Wang will live in Fuzhou for a long time and be corrupted by 9-Bug Gang? Yang Wu asked. Zhao Xianghe stared in rage. Impossible, Sir Wang sacrificed himself to stay in Fuzhou for so many years. In the future, you are not allowed to say such things. Yes, sir. Yang Wu lowered his head. The four of them rode horses and left Fuzhou. Suddenly, Puchi! A head flew up. With a loud explosion, the person on the horse lost his head and fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone couldn't react at all. Who? Zhao Xianghe was shocked. What was going on? Who revealed their actions? Zhouyuan sect elder Lu Neng brought disciples to stop them. Don't leave, all of you stay. Lu Neng walked out from the darkness. The 9-Bug Gang leader was such a disgusting presence. That kind of high and mighty appearance really made people unhappy. Chapter 197. Within the room. Feng Poliu's expression changed like he thought about something. That smell was familiar but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it wasn't good. What happened? Lin Fan looked at the 9-headed bug. Seeing that Feng Poliu's expression wasn't good, it was obvious that he had something on his mind. Feng Poliu said helplessly, it seems like I was right. Their lives are short and something should have happened to them. You are talking about them? Lin Fan found it weird. That shouldn't be possible, there was a secret tunnel and no one noticed it. If they did, they wouldn't have waited until now to attack. I smelled something from the person who left your room. That smell is something Insect Valley uses to track people. It is obvious that 9-Bug Gang has their eyes on them. It wasn't there when we met, but now it is. It seems like he went to meet someone and got it from there. Feng Poliu didn't care about his life or death as it had nothing to do with him. But when he saw Lin Fan in deep thought, he asked curiously, you want to save them? I am thinking about it. Lin Fan said. He was really considering whether or not to save them. Their relationship wasn't close, at most they had some contact. They couldn't even be considered friends. Now that he knew that they were in danger, he wasn't too emotional. He rolled up his sleeves and headed over. He was thinking about whether or not to take a look. Actually, there isn't much to think about. We don't know each other and it is easy to get yourself killed. Feng Poliu persuaded. Since some things had nothing to do with him, then he didn't care. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Outside the city. Third brother. Yang Wu saw his partner get stabbed in the chest with one sword. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They were just about to leave, so why did such a thing happen? Who was it? Who betrayed them? Zhao Xianghe fought with him but he was at a disadvantage. He wasn't Zhou Yuan's sect's match and slowly couldn't take it anymore. A sword shone coldly. Zhao Xianghe's stomach was ripped open and fresh blood flowed out. "Milord." Yang Wu had some minor injuries on his body, but they weren't serious. He supported Zhao Xianghe and retreated. "Don't worry about me. Go." Cold sweat appeared on Zhao Xianghe's forehead. The injury on his stomach was too painful. Moreover, he was an expert, and that sword had trashed him. "You are right, Wang Ji might have been corrupted by 9-Bug Gang." His voice was weak. "My lord, I can't give up on you," Yang Wu said. He looked at the people in front. "I see that you aren't from 9-Bug Gang. If you have any requests, then tell us. As long as you need it, we will be able to do it." Lu Neng shook the blood-stained sword in his hand and said with a smile, "Please lend me your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Neng attacked. A beam of sword light twined in front of him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Just when his sword was about to kill the two of them, he felt a cold light coming from not far away. Puchi. A long saber was stabbed into the ground. "Who is it?" Neng Neng looked over but didn't see anyone. However, the saber proved that there was someone around. Lin Fan walked out from the darkness and said calmly, "I thought that there would be many people, so there are only so few. How disappointing." Feng Poliu was helpless and insisted on coming over. He said that if it was an expert, he wouldn't attack. Who knew that he didn't care about them just because they had so few people? "Brother, we are in 9-Bug Gang's territory. Sometimes, couldn't he be a little more humble?" "Brother Lin." Yang Wu was delighted. He didn't expect Brother Lin to save his life once more. Such kindness was hard to repay. Lin Fan walked in front of Yang Wu and looked at him. "You only have so few people, it isn't enough for me to hammer. What a waste." Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 123. Lu Neng was furious. How arrogant were those words, just like the 9-Bug Gang leader. His words were just too ugly, and it made them feel really annoyed. "Kid, arrogant. Later, when you die under my sword, don't say that I didn't remind you." Lu Neng hollered in rage and used a decent sword technique. The sword light shone, and from far away, one could sense the sword energy from his body. Lin Fan didn't take out a blade as he felt like there was no need. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to attack, but Lin Fan stopped him. His cultivation was really strong and he wanted to test its strength. Just as Lu Neng was about to arrive in front of him. Demon Ape Fist. Lin Fan hollered. The demon ape appeared behind him. It was even stronger than cousins. The demon ape's aura spread out as it raised its hands and hammered down. Pang! The ground shook, and a giant hole appeared. So strong. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. Cousin was so amazing. Also, didn't he just give this cultivation technique to cousin? How did he cultivate it so quickly? It was even more profound than his own. Was there anyone who could teach him why his cousin was so strong? He broke through to Master Realm. Feng Poliu's eyes were filled with shock. How old was he? How could he cultivate so quickly? What realm was he at the last time he saw him? No. He must have seen wrongly. That was fucking impossible. Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide in shock. He felt like the heavens were joking with him. Or was it that when one reached middle age, one's eyes were about to go blind? Maybe he was really going blind. Lu Ning came aggressively with his sword in hand. He was still using his best swordsmanship. But at this moment, he stood rooted to the spot and looked at the deep hole in front of him. His body couldn't help but tremble. Haze, I hammered too early. If not, you would be in the hole. Lin Fan was helpless. He didn't expect that he would fail. How weak was that? Speaking of which, after cultivation reached Master Realm, it felt different. Internal strength and the explosion of power stacked together. There was no problem at all. He was a dual cultivator. Even if he was at the initial stage, he felt that he was stronger than peak Master Realm experts. Maybe it was an illusion. But he was confident. You? Who are you? Lu Ning's voice started to tremble. Lin Fan's aura was just too strong. Especially when those fists landed, the strong wind caused his face to hurt. What is your cultivation? Lin Fan asked. Lu Ning's teeth chattered, Martial. Martial Path Grade 12 Peak. Oh, that is very weak. Moreover, your sword skills are a little bad. Lin Fan chuckled. He finally understood why so many people love to cultivate and cultivate with their lives on the line. It turned out that the feeling of being strong was really great. Cousin, am I strong enough? Lin Fan turned around and asked. At that moment, Lu Ning, who was trembling in fear, had a cold glow in his eyes as he hollered in rage, Die. The sword in his hand stabbed forwards and the sword light gathered at one point. Kang! Lu Ning's eyes opened wide. How was that possible? His sword seemed to have stabbed into a metal block and was unable to move an inch. Beneath the pierced clothes, there was perfectly fine skin. The accuracy is enough, but the strength is much weaker. Lin Fan turned his head and moved the blade away. As expected, after physique broke through to Master Realm, it was terrifyingly tough. Lu Ning was a martial path grade 12 peak expert. That sword which contained internal strength actually couldn't break through his skin. He wanted to shout out loud. Brother! Are you joking with me? Your sword can't even break my defense, so what else can you do? Rage points plus 666. Lu Ning's eyes turned red, rage exploded out as he hollered, I don't believe you. Destruction sword. He jumped up in shock, terrifying martial path grade 12 internal strength surged out. How could he be so strong at such a young age? Where did this sick person come from? He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. Lin Fan clenched his fingers, internal strength and strength combining to explode forth with his strongest attack. He punched forwards and struck Lu Ning's stomach. With a pang, the area where the fist touched started to twist at a speed that the naked eye couldn't capture. There was a loud explosion. Lu Ning's body flew backward, smashing numerous trees and falling to the ground. This is the strength of an initial master. No, Master Realm can't compare to me who has reached both internal and external cultivation. Lin Fan muttered. The strength of that fist wasn't explosive, it was just a casual punch. However, it was this casual punch that killed the other party in an instant. Run, run quickly, this fellow is too terrifying. When the Zhuoyuan sect disciples saw their elder explode, they were like frightened birds. Although Lin Fan didn't attack them. Very quickly, he was going to kill them. Lin Fan looked at those fellows who fled and was annoyed. He raised his hands and lightning wrapped around them. This was the power of the Big Dipper Silence Palm. After breaking through to Master Realm, his control of internal strength was much finer. The power of lightning that was formed from his internal strength was extremely taxing on his internal strength. But to Lin Fan, his internal strength was limitless. It is over. He pushed with his palms. A snake-like lightning wrapped around and covered those disciples who were fleeing. Pilai Pala. It was like the sound of firecrackers. Following that, those disciples fell to the ground with a loud bang, their bodies emitting thick black smoke. Everyone's hair had been electrocuted into a killer. Come out, stop hiding. Aren't you tired of watching? Lin Fan's eyes locked onto the dark sky. Pang pang. Instantly, a person appeared from the darkness. He stood on a branch and wore a mask. Amazing, you actually noticed me. The person wearing the mask opened his mouth. His voice was that of a male and was slightly hoarse. Lin Fan smiled, it isn't that I noticed you, I was just casually saying. After all, many wuxia dramas are like that. He was just giving it a try. In the past, when he watched dramas, there would always be people observing from the shadows. He had been thinking, could he really not notice me? So after this ended, he casually said that it was okay even if there was no one, he would just treat it as if he saw wrongly. Feng Poliu was stunned. What was a wuxia drama? When did this fellow come? He didn't sense anything at all. It didn't mean that he was strong but that he was really good at hiding. Chapter 198. Who was he? Feng Poliu didn't know him. Although Nine Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, he was unfamiliar with the gang members. As long as it wasn't Junior Brother, everything else didn't matter. The person who appeared was strong, but he wasn't so strong that he couldn't fight him. Feng Poliu admitted that there were many experts in the world and many stronger than him. But as the grand disciple of Insect Valley, he wasn't just for show. There wasn't a high chance of meeting people stronger than him. You should be the one who went against Nine Bug Gang recently, right? The masked man asked. Some people who popped out from nowhere dared to attack Nine Bug Gang. They were really bold. Lin Fan smiled, that's right, it is me. I did everything. As long as Nine Bug Gang can't find any clues, you can blame it on me. It can't be wrong. You are really confident. The face hidden under the mask changed. He had met another abnormal person. He hated such people. Because the expression on his face was so confident. In the past, he was a confident person and was arrogant to everyone. However, after he met the gang leader of Nine Bug Gang, his confidence collapsed. From then on, he wore a mask. It wasn't that he didn't have the face to face others, but that the gang leader told him that if he saw his confident face again, he would kill him. He was so frightened that he only dared to wear the mask. It is okay, a man has to be confident. For example, I show my face to others, but you can only wear a mask. Don't think that you look handsome when you wear a mask, you are just like a fool. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 666. Decent rage points. He was already annoyed. Are you angry? Unfortunately, you aren't confident enough. If you are, you should take off your mask and not use anger to vent your unhappiness like a kid. Lin Fan smiled. For rage points, he was actually going all out. His mouth was like a machine gun, spitting fire and giving off a blue light. Feng Poliu was helpless. He was from Nine Bug Gang, so why did he say so much to him? Rage points plus 777. The man with the ghost mask was enraged. Shut up. It's impossible for me to shut up. If you want to make a move, then come. I also want to see if you can make me use my full strength. Lin Fan was really a little arrogant. In the past, he wouldn't have said such things. He had always been low-key and kept a low profile. Now, keeping a low profile was far away from him. Replacing him was the king of verbal cannons, who loved to spout nonsense. Furthermore, there was discrimination in their hearts. Those who were weak didn't want to bother with them. Only those with great strength could receive his care and concern. Rage points plus 888. The masked man was really angry. He had never met someone who could make him so angry. It was as if someone was jumping in front of him, taking off his pants, patting his buttocks, and shouting, "Come and hit me. Come and hit me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a fart. Swoosh! The sound of leaves. The masked man spread his arms wide, and many leaves floated around him. They were densely packed, and they spun rapidly as if they could cut through anything. His opponent was gathering his power. Lin Fan waved his hand at Zhao Xianghe and Yang Wu. Hurry up and get out of the way. You guys won't be able to handle this wave of attacks. Yang Wu obediently retreated. He wasn't angry at all. He was telling the truth. They were a little weak and couldn't handle it. As an official of the Imperial Dynasty's secret department, Zhao Xianghe felt hurt. When did he become so weak in front of such a young man? He even felt so ashamed. Didn't other people say that young people wouldn't be too strong? That was because cultivation needed time. But who was this young man? Why was he so strong? He was already middle-aged and wasn't his match. If Lin Fan knew what he was thinking, he would tell him seriously. That was because he was a genius. He definitely wasn't someone that others looked down on but envied. Zhou Zhongmao saw that cousin was in danger and wanted to head up to help. Feng Poliu blocked him. What do you want to do? My cousin is in danger, so I have to help him. Zhou Zhongmao said. Feng Poliu wanted to die, but he still said, don't think too much, your cousin is much stronger than you. If you go help, you are asking to die. Even if I die, I am not afraid. Zhou Zhongmao said firmly. He didn't fear enemies who hurt cousin. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight to the last drop of health. Naturally, Feng Poliu wouldn't let go of Zhou Zhongmao. This fellow's brain wasn't normal, that was something he saw from a long time ago. Die, I am going to rip you into pieces. The masked man hollered. He pushed with his palms, thick internal strength wrapped up each leaf. A strong wind blew, and with a xiao, the leaves swept forwards. The leaves that spun at high speeds had a strong cutting ability. There were innocent trees in front of him that were cut by the leaves, but the leaves were completely unharmed. His internal strength was really thick. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle such consumption. This move is really strong, but I know how to do it too. Lin Fan opened his fingers. He didn't need to gather energy, internal strength surged out. The leaves on the ground floated up, each leaf had a layer of internal strength on it. Xiao xiao. The leaves floating around him quickly flew over and collided with the other party's leaves. Every time a leaf collided, a shocking sound would erupt. This was the internal strength of both sides clashing. Why were the weak leaves so sharp? It was all because of the existence of internal strength. Lin Fan's internal strength was endless, and he couldn't feel any consumption at all. He was unhappy with the current situation. There were too few leaves, really too few. His internal strength couldn't be used up at all. Could he let him feel what it felt like to use up all his internal strength? Once, even if it was just for an instant. How annoying! Lin Fan hollered. Not to mention the leaves, even the trees were uprooted. His internal strength seemed like it couldn't be used up as he buffed the leaves and trees. Attack! A shocking scene exploded out. This! Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide. This was just too sick. He knew that he was strong and had reached Master Realm, but didn't he feel that his internal strength was being consumed quickly? When his internal strength was used up, he was like a fish that was waiting to be slaughtered. The masked man was shocked. What was this fellow doing? Was he crazy? He pressed down with his palms. Internal strength was like a spinning wheel that wrapped around his body. Pang! Pang! The leaves and trees all smashed onto it and then turned to dust. The masked man's originally disdainful smile turned serious. When he saw him play like that, he was thinking that it was great. Let's see how thick his internal strength was and how long he could last. However, things didn't seem right. The leaves and trees within a radius of several hundred meters were almost swept clean by him. He used internal strength to block, but he needed to consume internal strength. If this continued, He didn't even fight him and was able to compete with him in terms of consumption. God Shadow Steps. The masked man stepped forwards, instantly turning into an afterimage. It was tough to track him, he even sped through the leaves and trees, perfectly dodging. This was a deep footwork technique. When one's cultivation reached master and above, their cultivation techniques weren't trash. Instantly, the masked man appeared in front of Lin Fan. One energy saint mysterious technique. An even more terrifying internal strength exploded out and gathered on his fist. Lin Fan didn't panic at all. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scriptures purple internal strength exploded, a purple glow appeared behind his head. At the same time, his body was covered in a black mist. This was the internal strength of the demon enforcing heart scripture. Pang! Pang! Unmovable king body was a physique technique, his muscles swelled up and tensed up. In that short moment, Lin Fan used all the strength that he had cultivated during this period of time. Their fists clashed. Pang! A white energy current rose up between their fists. It then spun like a windmill, causing an intense storm. Hong! The internal strength clashed, causing a deep hole to appear in the ground. The two of them maintained the position of clashing, there was no change at all. Feng Polia's expression was solemn. The masked man's cultivation was peak master realm, which was the peak. He was just lacking a chance to open up his meridians and become a grandmaster. But young Master Lin was only initial master. They were actually on the same level. You are just a peak master realm expert, you are just too trash. No. It wasn't that he was too weak, but the strength that young Master Lin used wasn't something that an initial master could have. Internal and external cultivation. This was a dual cultivation. Normal people basically cultivated internal strength. Even if they cultivated physique, they wouldn't be able to reach such a level like young Master Lin. Damn! Damn it! Didn't they say that he was a rich family young master? How did he cultivate his physique? It seemed like he had reached master realm. You are not bad. Lin Fan smiled, reaching out with his left hand and grabbing his wrist. The masked man reacted and grabbed Lin Fan's wrist too. Pang! The two of them punched one another, causing an even more intense storm. If one didn't personally witness it, no one would believe that an initial Master Realm fellow could actually fight a peak Master Realm expert on the same level. The masked man used some sort of cultivation technique, his arm twisted. He instantly pulled out his wrist and retreated. He took out a fan from his waist and opened it. Shoo! Countless silver needles that were invisible to the naked eye flew out from the fan. These silver needles were as thin as cow hair and as fine as hair. Moreover, they could turn. Lin Fan crossed his arms, bent his body and hollered. Ding ding dang dang. Those invisible needles struck his body and gave out a metallic sound. The needles fell. Many thin needles were scattered around Lin Fan's feet. The moonlight shone and reflected the moonlight. There was no movement. Lin Fan maintained that posture. Some needles pierced his back but they didn't enter his body. Who? Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. The internal chi in his body swelled and the muscles on his back swelled. Poochie. The needles in his back were squeezed out and stabbed into the darkness. What is your name? The masked man said solemnly. Lin Fan smiled and stomped his feet. The needles on the ground floated up and stabbed into the ground, forming 3 words. This is my name, read it out loud for me. Hello, Father. The masked man looked at it word by word and then he couldn't help but say it out. This was a habit of humans. Haze, hello son. Lin Fan replied. Rage points plus 999. Chapter 199. I really want to kill you. The masked man gritted his teeth in rage. Vengeful energy seeped out, he was filled with killing intent. Rage points plus 999. He had reached the peak of rage points. Lin Fan stretched out his neck and patted the artery on his neck. Come, kill me here. Slice down, Poochie, that feeling. Feels good. He provoked him in an unrestrained manner. The masked man had never faced such a person who dared to provoke him in front of him and was still able to live. This was the first one. Feng Poliu wanted to die. Dear young Master Lin, didn't you fight well just now? Why did you stop and even argue with him? Lin Fan wasn't interested in fighting. If he didn't suppress him, then it would be so pointless. To fight to the point where he was covered in injuries, he didn't even know why. Go suppress him, I am not interested anymore. Lin Fan waved his hands towards Feng Poliu. 100 silver a month was expensive. Now was the time for him to perform. He didn't need to waste time, he just had to do it. Once Feng Poliu suppressed him, he would have a good chat with him. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan speechlessly. He knew that this would happen. To Lin Fan, he had more or less figured out just how strong he was. He was very strong. If he continued to fight him, he would definitely win. He just needed to pay a small price. There weren't many people around. Who was he performing for? Even if there was an audience, he wouldn't perform. He wasn't someone who acted cool. The masked man didn't say a word, leaving right away. A voice spread out, I remember all of you, prepare to receive the endless rage of 9 Bug Gang. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan too. The two of them just stared at one another. Why did you let him run? Lin Fan asked. His head hurt. If he knew, he would have tangled with him and then let Feng Poliu attack from the side. He ran too quickly, and I couldn't react. Feng Poliu blamed him. It wasn't his fault, it definitely wasn't. Actually, he didn't want to stop him. There was really no need. You came to Fuzhou and fought 9 Bug Gang head-on, you were already really amazing. He really wanted Lin Fan to leave. There was no need to fight to the death with 9 Bug Gang. With their current abilities, staying in Fuzhou was not a wise choice. It was all right now. He was so close to going head-on against 9 Bug Gang. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Wu was astonished by Lin Fan's strength. It was just too terrifying. Moreover, they heaved a sigh of relief when they got rid of 9 Bug Gang's chase. Of the dozen or so people who came with him, only he and Lord Zhao were left. It was really too miserable. It's just a small matter. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, not taking this matter to heart. Zhao Xianghe said, Young Master Lin, do you have any thoughts about serving the imperial dynasty? With your strength, if you serve the imperial dynasty, you will definitely be able to soar. Riches and power will definitely not be a problem. He had a heart that cherished talent. It would be a waste if such a person couldn't be used by the imperial dynasty. Do I look like someone who doesn't have money? Lin Fan felt that this Zhao Xianghe didn't know how to speak well and was a little timid. Didn't he just want to rope him in so that he would be safer in the future? Zhao Xianghe explained, Young Master Lin, this isn't about money, but to young Master Lin, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What you said didn't move my heart at all, which means that I don't feel tempted at all. Lin Fan waved his hands and didn't want to continue talking about this matter. He was thinking about a really complicated matter. He couldn't stay in Fuzhou anymore. He was exposed. If he continued, he wouldn't gain anything unless he was confident in fighting 9 Bug Gang alone. But was that possible? If he could wipe out 9 Bug Gangs so easily, they wouldn't have lasted until now. But if he didn't wipe them out, then wasn't the bold words he had spoken earlier a slap to his own face? Instantly, he thought about how 9 Bug Gangs still had divisions. He could wipe them out and complete his bold words from before. Zhao Xianghe was a little sad. He was ignored. Yang Wu said softly, Sir, let's leave in case 9 Bug Gang sends people to chase us. And Zhao Xianghe nodded his head. That was the only way. This trip to Fuzhou terrified him, it was just too dangerous. Brother Lin, we will take our leave. We will repay your kindness in the future. Yang Wu cupped his fists and said solemnly. Lin Fan smiled, have a safe trip. Very quickly, Yang Wu and Zhao Xianghe left on their horses, not daring to stay any longer. I feel like the two of them have short lives. Feng Poliu looked at their disappearing backs and said. Lin Fan said, stop it, they didn't offend you, so why do you keep saying that they have short lives? For people like you to say bad things about them behind their backs, it would be impossible for them to win money in the gambling den. Forget it if you don't believe me. Really, what do you want now? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said, leave Fuzhou, we can't stay here for long. Right, where are our horses? Feng Poliu blinked, you didn't lead the horses. What do I need to lead? Do I look like someone who leads horses? Lin Fan was speechless. A rich family young master leading a horse, no one would believe him. Then, the two of them looked towards Zhou Zhongmao. Since the two of them didn't lead, then it was definitely him. Zhou Zhongmao said honestly, cousin, I was the one who led the horse. When we entered the secret passage, I left the horse outside. Is it gone? Wasn't that nonsense? They were definitely gone. It is okay, the horses went out for a walk, then let's go. Could Lin Fan blame his cousin? He couldn't blame his cousin, wasn't it just a horse, what was the big deal? Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but he noticed that Lin Fan's gaze was a little off. Like he was sending a message. If you dare to say anything about my cousin, I will chop off your head. Feng Poliu was innocent, I didn't mean that. Lin Fan took a look, if you don't mean that, then don't say anything, otherwise, I will take it that you mean that. Feng Poliu, what do you mean? Lin Fan, who cares what I mean, anyway, you are not allowed to. No matter what, Lin Fan being willing to leave Fuzhou was a success for Feng Poliu. Leaving Fuzhou was the right choice. Nine Bug Gang was terrifyingly strong and couldn't be offended. At least with the current situation, not offending them was the wisest choice. Let's go. Lin Fan rose up, his body was as light as a swallow, slowly disappearing into the darkness. He was thinking about when he could fly, how good would it be if he could fly. The three of them were really quick, under the moonlight, they were like fairies flying towards the moon. Suddenly, there was a figure waiting in front of him. Maybe sensing their arrival, Ying Jiu turned his head, his expression was a little complicated. Senior brother, are you just going to avoid me? You know him? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu shook his head, you recognized the wrong person. Ying Jiu stood there and said, eldest brother, I can mistake others for someone else, but I will never mistake you for someone else. Your smell, your moves, and your voice, I will never forget them. Why can't I admit who you are? Or did you really kill Master and don't dare to face me? Master treats us like a mountain, you treat Master as your father. Other people might believe that you killed Master, but I don't. He was eating melons. Lin Fan was quiet. One had to be quiet when eating melons, otherwise, there would be nothing to eat. However, Feng Poliu was really vicious. He actually killed Master, he really couldn't tell. Senior brother, take off your mask, I don't believe that you killed Master. Ying Jiu said. What he said was the truth. He believed that anyone killed Master, but he didn't believe that senior brother killed Master. Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao didn't say a word. This was a family matter and it wasn't good for them to interrupt. Listening quietly was the greatest respect they could give to the other party. Feng Poliu's head hurt. He didn't want to see people he was familiar with. Especially junior brother. Instantly, Feng Poliu attacked, arriving in front of Ying Jiu. He pressed down with a palm, and then his technique changed, striking the back of his neck. He just knocked him out. Young Master Lin, let's go. Feng Poliu said. He stood beside junior brother to let Lin Fan go first, in case Lin Fan was rash and killed him. That would be a huge problem. Lin Fan smiled. Who didn't have any secrets? He headed forwards. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan's back and then squatted down to touching Jiu's head. He muttered, "Junior brother, it is not good to know some things." He followed. Not long after Feng Poliu left, Jiu woke up. He looked around to search for senior brother, but he couldn't find him. In the distance, Lin Fan said, "I couldn't tell. He is your junior brother, so you don't want to acknowledge him?" He recognized the wrong person. Feng Poliu said. "I don't think he recognized the wrong person. He is staying in 9 Bug Gang, and I feel like he won't be treated well. Why don't you let him be like you, become a helper of Martial Path Mountain?" Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu said helplessly, "I really don't know him." "Stop acting, forget it. If you don't know him then so be it. I have seen the consequences of him staying in 9 Bug Gang. If you don't admit it, when I get stronger and wipe out 9 Bug Gang, don't blame me for killing the wrong person." Who would believe him? Feng Poliu didn't care about Lin Fan's words at all. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Are we returning to Martial Path Mountain?" Lin Fan shook his head. "Not Martial Path Mountain, let's head to the 9 Bug Gang division. We can't wipe out the headquarters, but a division shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the silver is still hidden there, so we have to bring it back." "Are you serious?" Feng Poliu was stunned and looked at Lin Fan in a daze. What was he thinking? Did he want to fight 9 Bug Gang to the death? Lin Fan smiled. "How can it be fake? Don't worry, it is just a division. We will teach them a lesson." Feng Poliu was speechless. He felt like he was on the edge of asking to die. 9 Bug Gang was really unlucky to be targeted by this fellow. Chapter 200. After Lin Fan left Fuzhou, 9 Bug Gang searched the city. The deaths of those people from Jiu Yuan's sect didn't affect 9 Bug Gang at all. The gang leaders said that they were trash. If they weren't trash, then it proved that they weren't trash. But regretfully, they proved that they were trash and even died in his hands. To 9 Bug Gang, there were too many of such people, too many. They didn't even look at their own sect strength and dared to come to 9 Bug Gang to introduce King Wudong. What a joke. The masked man returned in failure and was scolded and punished by the gang leader. He was really unwilling but he had no choice. Lin Fan was unexpectedly strong. Wang Ji was the Fuzhou prefect and had been corrupted by 9 Bug Gang. However, the imperial dynasty didn't know about it. If they found out, he wouldn't have a good life. The commoners in the city suffered from people breaking into their houses for no reason. Even if they were unhappy. They were furious but didn't dare to say anything. Many sect disciples in Fuzhou noticed that 9 Bug Gang was causing a huge commotion. They were really curious and didn't know what happened. In the end, after searching for a long time, they didn't even find a single person. To 9 Bug Gang, this was an unbearable humiliation. Others found them and they lost many experts, but they didn't even find a single person. Trash. They were just trash. Yunlu City. Lin Fan and the others rushed through the night and finally arrived at their destination. This place was hundreds of miles away from Fuzhou. This was the place where they hid the silver. 9 Bug Gang had many divisions. There was one in Yunlu City while the others were in other cities. The few cities were connected and protected Fuzhou within. These divisions opened their doors to recruit disciples. However, they were all outer disciples and weren't recognized by 9 Bug Gang. If something happened, these disciples would be cannon fodder and would always be the first to charge to their deaths. On the official path, Lin Fan, Feng Poliu, and the others walked leisurely. Before I saw Fuzhou, I felt that Yunlu City was the most luxurious city I have ever seen. Unfortunately, it can't compare to Fuzhou. Lin Fan exclaimed. How good would it be if Jiang City could catch up to Fuzhou? No. It didn't need to, it just needed to be the same as Yunlu City. Feng Poliu said, of course, Fuzhou's waterways are developed and there is an endless stream of merchant ships. They are connected to the various cities and business is frequent. However, we are heading there to find trouble. If not, we can see other sceneries like the markets that Fuzhou opened for sections. That is truly dazzling. That is a waste, but it is okay. If I have the chance, I will head to Fuzhou. Lin Fan smiled. Do you think he will let it go just like that? That was impossible. The main thing was that he wasn't strong enough. Once he was strong enough, he would crush 9 Bug Gang. Don't ask him why he was so powerful. Because he was just that confident. Feng Poliu shook his head. Young Master Lin's thoughts were too simple. Forget it, it was good to have thoughts, could he not let him imagine? After entering the city, Lin Fan and the others came to an inn. Yunlu City didn't have his arrest warrant, maybe to 9 Bug Gang, they were definitely hiding in the city. Guests, please enter. The servant at the door had a rough cloth on his shoulder as he bowed and welcomed them. Loft, good wine, good food, and 3 good rooms. Lin Fan said. He couldn't let himself suffer when he was outside. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan, was he so generous? He was filled with disbelief. Okay. The servant wiped the tables and chairs for the 3 of them and then left. Feng Poliu saw the servant leave and smiled. You are wanted by 9 Bug Gang, and you are actually in their division city, eating and drinking. Aren't you afraid that people will kill you if they find out? He had seen arrogant people. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Whether or not they will kill me depends on whether or not they have the ability to do so. Lin Fan was really calm. He had an initial understanding of his own strength. Maybe he was the strongest below Grandmaster. He was just so confident. He didn't even need to say anything. Zhou Zhongmao sat there honestly. When he heard what cousin said, he smiled in a silly manner. Very quickly, the servant brought good wine and dishes over. Servant, do you know where the 9 Bug Gang division is? Lin Fan asked. The servant was shocked. It was obvious that he was naturally afraid of the 9 Bug Gang division. He reacted and pointed at the tall tower. Sirs, that is it. Lin Fan looked out. In the distance, there was a 10-story tower that stood out from the rest of Yunlu City. It was really eye-catching and really majestic. Who knew that just a division would be so majestic? Oh, there is nothing for you to do. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled. Acting in the day was just too arrogant. It was best if he waited for night to fall before he attacked. Within a superior room, Lin Fan had nothing to do and waited for night to fall. He sat cross-legged and started to think about his cultivation technique. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture was cultivated to the highest realm of grade 33. The purple internal strength had a change in quality. He activated it slightly and the purple internal strength in his body was unobstructed. When he used it, the purple energy buffed him and it was filled with many mysteries. Moreover, when he used the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, he could also use the Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture. This heart cultivation technique was a top heart cultivation technique. With the 2 stacked, the internal strength was really thick. There aren't many external techniques either, only Motionless Bright King Body and Demonic Ape Fist can achieve the goal of increasing the inner chi of the body. I was thinking that maybe this was the reason why I was able to fight with Peak Master Realm experts at Initial Master Realm. That was what he thought. Internal and external cultivation. Both of them were at Initial Master. He thought about a question and asked cousin whether or not he could use 2 heart cultivation techniques at the same time. His cousin's answer made him even more certain that he was special. How was that possible? He couldn't use 2 heart cultivation techniques at the same time. After getting this news, Lin Fan felt that the small support system wasn't so simple. There were many things that he had to slowly study. I might need some more cultivation techniques. Lin Fan wanted to cultivate a few more related to heart cultivation and physique cultivation techniques. When that happened, he would know the exact situation. That night, the entire Yunlu city was really quiet. The night market ended much earlier than any other place. Are you sure you want to attack? Feng Poliu had to ask. He didn't want Lin Fan to fight to the death with Nine Bug Gang. To Nine Bug Gang, maybe time would wash away the past matters. But once they wiped out the division, then this hatred wouldn't end. Lin Fan said, "Of course, if not, why would I come here? Let's go." He didn't want to say more. An intense battle was about to occur, just thinking about it made him excited. As for dilly-dallying and hesitation, that was the behavior of a woman. Yunlu City Division. The tall tower was lit up. White Demon returned from the headquarters and was furious. What did it have to do with him? The silver didn't disappear from his hands, he even rushed over in time, so what could he be blamed for? Have you arranged for my friends? White Demon found a subordinate and asked. Gang leader, it has been arranged. Send beauties for the guys, send handsome guys for the girls. The subordinate said. He was really curious about gang leader's friends. It was normal for a guy to want a girl, but this girl actually wanted a guy. That was weird. He even wanted to take the initiative to go up and play with the gang leader's friend. White Demon saw through his thoughts and said coldly, "If you want to die, you can accompany them. People will die. Gang leader, I don't dare." The subordinate lowered his head and trembled. Although he was the gang leader of the Nine Bug Gang division, his position was really high. Making friends with all sorts of evil sect disciples could save him a lot of trouble. The people who came this time were Shidao sect disciples. This sect cultivated the evil techniques of harvesting yin to replenish yang and yang to replenish yin. Anyone who fell into their hands would be sucked dry. It was really terrifying. White Demon waved his hands and told his subordinate to leave. He wanted to have a good rest and dream about being the gang leader of the headquarters. Of course. He could only dream about it. If he really did something, he would die a tragic death. Pang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It woke White Demon up. His expression was one of rage. What happened? Who dared to make such a noise and disrupt his dreams? Did they really want to die? Instantly, the subordinate who left hurried in and said in a panic, "Gang leader, not good, someone is attacking us." What? White Demon felt like he heard wrongly. What did he say to him? Someone was attacking. Did they take down the signboard of the Nine Bug Gang division, such that they didn't recognize this place? Solve it right away, don't disturb my dream, otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Scram! White Demon didn't care about what was happening outside. There were some sects that were loyal to the royal family who sent people to wipe them out. But what happened in the end? Naturally, they became stronger and stronger. Yes, gang leader. The subordinate hurriedly left to inform the elders and helpers. These were the top powers of the division. Without the gang leader even needing to attack, they could deal with the enemy. Too weak. Lin Fan pushed forwards. Even if swords and blades struck him, he would slap them to death, leaving their corpses in one piece. Cousin was just a little fierce. He didn't hold back, he was just a corpse-tearing demon. It was bloody and terrifying. Such a good environment, but the ground was covered in blood. Feng Poliu showed mercy and didn't kill him. However, cousin stabbed him in the back. If you leave problems for my cousin, I won't let you off. Zhou Zhongmao stared at Feng Poliu and said. He didn't like such soft-hearted people. Especially why did he leave these people alive? To leave problems for his cousin, to make them a true threat in the future? He had seen many such things. Looking down on others would bring unpredictable disasters to oneself. Only by killing them could he solve the danger. Feng Poliu wanted to teach this kid a lesson. He wasn't strong, but his tone was huge. However, forget it, he wouldn't stoop to his level. If he wanted to stab him, then go ahead, as long as he was happy. Chapter 201. At that moment, someone hollered in rage. A spear pierced through the air, the spearhead spun quickly, shaking the air and forming a white energy whirlpool. Kang! Lin Fan reached out, allowing the spearhead to spin in his palm, but it was unable to move in at all. Your weapon isn't sharp enough, Lin Fan said. Feng Sheng's expression changed. He was actually unable to pierce his skin. He stepped back and asked coldly, "Who are you?" People who knew him all knew that he used an explosive spear to sweep Song Mountain. He was famous there, which was why he was called Song Mountain Spear Saint. After he left Song Mountain, the people he met were all really strong. This was why he didn't become even more famous. But truthfully, his spear technique was really strong. This was why he was able to become a helper of the 9-Bug Gang Division in Yunlu City. The division only has so few people. Lin Fan looked around and didn't notice any other people. Rage points plus 333. Song Mountain Spear Saint Feng Sheng was furious. Was Lin Fan ignoring him? Damn, you even dare to disregard me, Song Mountain Spear Saint Feng Sheng. Take this. Feng Sheng couldn't take it anymore. To cultivate the spear, one naturally had to press forward and never retreat. Feng Sheng hid his aura and stared sharply at Lin Fan. Suddenly, his aura swelled and he hollered. Cloud shattering, wind splitting. He instantly attacked. The long red spear expanded and turned into thousands of spear shadows. Out of all the illusions, one of them was real and had the strength to split open mountains. The wind whistled like the wind was being sliced apart. This was Feng Sheng's strength. It told the world that his title as Song Mountain Spear Saint wasn't just for show. Pa-ta! Lin Fan reached out and grabbed with his fingers. He directly grabbed the spearhead that was hidden in the illusions. With a flick of his fingers, it shook. To Feng Sheng, the spear in his hand gave off an unstoppable aura. He released his hands and the spear was grabbed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched the tip of the spear. Poochie! The spear pierced through Feng Sheng's chest from the front all the way to the back. Fresh blood flowed down the spear. Just martial path grade 12 and you are so arrogant. Lin Fan waved his hands, not bothering about Feng Sheng at all. Rage points plus 999. Feng Sheng fell, his spear pointed to the ground. The Song Mountain Spear Saint died, but he didn't die for nothing. He was as light as a feather but as heavy as a mountain. The moment he closed his eyes, it brought him the highest amount of rage points in his life. When the gang members saw that Feng Gongfeng was killed, they cried out in alarm and retreated. Who are they? I don't know. How terrifying. Consecrator Feng couldn't even take a single move. Initially, they were extremely excited when they saw Exalted Feng. They thought that as long as Exalted Feng took action, there would be no problem. But looking at the current situation, it was terrifying, okay? Consecrator Feng died with everlasting regret. Even his widened eyes were saying, how did this happen? How did I die like this? Your 9-Bug Gang Division really has no one. If there's really no one, then I won't be courteous anymore. Lin Fan said that he was going to destroy the division, and he wouldn't waste any more time. Instantly, several figures appeared. One of them saw Feng Sheng being pierced by his spear and exclaimed, Brother Feng, rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, they were all filled with killing intent. When they learned that someone came to the 9-Bug Gang Division to cause trouble, they were shocked and filled with disbelief. But when they arrived, when they saw Song Mountain Spear Saint die, they knew that the person who came wasn't simple. Someone finally came. Lin Fan smiled. Was this the top strength of the division? But it didn't look like it. Who are you people? The person who spoke was the division head, Old Wu Tuesday. His left arm was made of metal. When he fought someone, his arm was sliced off and replaced with metal. Originally, losing an arm would affect his cultivation greatly, but not only did he not become weaker, but he became stronger instead. Lin Fan smiled, we just came from Fuzhou. There are too many experts in the headquarters and we can't wipe you out. I am really annoyed and heard that you have a division in Yunlu City, so I came to take a look. I noticed that you are a little weak, so I was prepared to wipe you out. The moment he said that, a furious voice spread out. This kid is arrogant. I have roamed the world for so many years and have never seen such an arrogant person. I will rip his mouth apart. Are the young people so arrogant now? Rage points plus 888. Rage points plus 888. Lin Fan came here to be arrogant. No matter if the higher-ups were furious or not, even the gang members couldn't take it. They were bound together, and if they lost, all of them lost. An outsider coming to the division to be arrogant meant that he didn't care about them at all. So, they were furious too. And their anger gave Lin Fan enough motivation. Although the motivation was weak, one shouldn't look down on these rage points. At the crucial moment, they could explode with shocking effects. Wu Tu's face was dark and sunken, which means that everything that happened in our gang was because of you. The gang leader returned from the headquarters in a really annoyed mood. He found out that during this period of time, someone was causing trouble. Who knew that they would come to find him? Right, I did it. So, you bunch of people probably won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Lin Fan said. Confident. Wu Tu laughed coldly and then his face turned dark and sunken. Unfortunately, confident people don't live for long. Pang! Wu Tu disappeared from where he stood, only leaving behind a crack in the ground. Lin Fan smiled, internal and external cultivation exploded out at the same time. His palm grabbed towards the sky. What? Wu Tu moved at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, his line of sight was blocked, and a palm grabbed at him. He was so shocked that his expression changed drastically. This fellow was amazing. He couldn't be careless. White Demon held his forehead and closed his eyes to rest. He opened his eyes in shock and looked at the tightly shut wooden door. What is going on? He didn't know who dared to cause trouble in the division. But no matter who it was, as long as they dared to come, there was only one outcome. Death. Xiedao sect was a top sect among the evil sections. Naturally, there was a reason why he sucked up to the Xiedao sect disciples. He hoped that he could get their support. They needed people to cultivate and he could provide them. He just hoped that Xiedao sect could give him some help. For example, to become the gang leader of the headquarters. A division was just too small and he didn't care about it at all. Men! White Demon shouted. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. After a while, he frowned. Usually, when he called someone would reply in a short time. Why today, why was he so slow? White Demon's face was cold and he was about to get up. Pang! The wooden door was smashed open and split apart, splattering all around. Shortly after, a person flew in and smashed into the pillar. He used a lot of strength, causing many cracks to appear on the pillar. Gang leader, Elder Wu's face swelled up and he spat out fresh blood. Half of his body was deformed and he was badly injured. He shouted towards White Demon and then fainted. He was too strong. He wasn't his match at all. Maybe he wasn't serious and was just playing with him. White Demon found it weird and looked towards the door. Your 9-bug gang really knows how to enjoy life. The headquarters is a giant ship facing the ocean while your division is a giant tower that looks down on the entire Yunlu city. I am really envious. Lin Fan walked in slowly. His body gave off a white mist which was formed from internal energy evaporating. When he fought Elder Wu and the others, he didn't use internal strength and just relied on his physique. Who knew that his physique was actually so strong too? Who are you? White Demon asked warily. To be able to walk here meant that the people below had all been dealt with. That wasn't a good sign. Lin Fan said helplessly, I have heard those words many times, can't you change it? Okay, you don't need to ask. I admit that I am the person your 9-bug gang wants to find. I am not here to turn myself in, I just want to wipe out your division. You are the only one left in the entire division. Zhou Zhongmao and Feng Poliu walked in. They just dealt with an ant, it was really easy. Feng Poliu sighed. Everything happened too quickly. They were about to wipe out the 9-bug gang division. What kind of motivation supported Lin Fan to do that? If it was just because of conflict, there was no need for that. White Demon squinted and laughed coldly. Wipe out the division. That would depend on whether or not you have the strength. Do you think you can do whatever you want just by defeating them? You are wrong. You don't understand. A true expert only needs one person to support a huge power. Facing such a situation, White Demon didn't panic at all as he was confident in his own strength. So what if he wiped out those small fries? They were just normal gang members. Those elders or helpers were at most initial master. Even he could kill them. He just needed to spend a little more time. However, you really infuriate me. White Demon said coldly. Rage points plus 999. He was in charge of the Yunlu City division. Now that it was destroyed, if the headquarters found out, they would scold him. However, as long as he took down the 3 of them, then such a thing wouldn't happen. At that moment, fog rose up from White Demon's body. There were things swimming in the fog. They looked like bugs. To Lin Fan, only the members of 9-bug gang knew the Insect Valley cultivation method. The few fellows he was facing below used martial arts that had nothing to do with Insect Valley. Die! White Demon hollered in rage. The mist formed into a fist and punched towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged. When the fist landed, the ground was corroded. There was some unknown liquid left and the ground gave out a sizzling sound. Amazing! Lin Fan exclaimed. He held the blade in his hand, internal strength boiled and gathered on the blade. He then slashed forwards. White Demon controlled the fist to clash with the blade energy. There was a loud explosion. It formed a really strong strike. Everything in the room was flipped and it became a mess. Lightning blade 4 strokes. Lin Fan hollered and slashed out. The blade light covered and drowned White Demon. What strong blade energy! White Demon was wary. Half of the mist around him was sliced off because he couldn't dodge it in time. If his body was hit, he probably wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Fan tossed the blade to the side. He didn't want to use it. Now, I am going to be serious. Chapter 202. Fuzhou, Giant Ship, 9-bug gang headquarters. Gang leader, I have turned Fuzhou upside down and haven't found those people. A hall head reported. He was really nervous and didn't know what to do. The 3-day deadline that gang leader gave was up. He said that if they couldn't find them in 3 days, they would be in trouble. Now that 3 days had passed, they really couldn't find them. It would be great if they had some clues, but unfortunately, there were none. Those people seemed to have evaporated. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one dared to speak. Gang leader, who was like a meatball sitting behind the curtain, didn't make a sound at all. After a long while, he opened his mouth. So you didn't find them? Gang leader, I have tried my best. I suspect that they left Fuzhou long ago, if not, they would have been able to find them. This hall head was weak in 9-bug gang and was ostracized. Gang leader ordered this matter so that everyone could search. Who knew that those people were so cunning and actually pushed the matter to him? In the end, he stopped this matter. If gang leader was furious, naturally, he would vent it on him. Left Fuzhou, then why are you still searching there? Didn't you listen to my words? Gang leader's voice became dark and sunken, and one could even hear him panting. The higher-ups in the cabin stood there and didn't dare to move. This was a matter between gang leader and head Xiao. They just treated it like they were watching a show. Gang leader, when I reacted, it was already too late. Leaving Fuzhou to search is like finding a needle in a haystack. Head Xiao's back was drenched in sweat, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. When he faced the gang leader, he was filled with fear. Late, is that the reason? I said that if I can't find them, I will feed you to the bugs. Now that you didn't complete it, I won't keep you alive. Gang leader's voice turned cold. Head Xiao's pupils constricted as he trembled in fear. Chief, this matter has nothing to do with me. They pushed the blame to me. I was alone, how could I possibly find the culprit? It's them, you can't blame me alone. Instantly, the surrounding higher-ups hollered in rage. Hall Master Xiao, how can you push the blame onto us? That's right. Back then, you were the one who wanted to personally search for it, hoping to accomplish something great. Now that you didn't accomplish it and will be punished by the gang leader, you blame this on us. Do you have any shame? Hall Master Li is right. Hall Master Xiao, you are in the wrong. Everyone targeted Hall Master Xiao and threw the blame to him. They wanted him to take the blame for them. They knew the gang master's temperament. I won't show you mercy just because you're the Hall Master. Whatever you say goes. For them. Since gang leader was such a violent person, why did he join 9-Bug Gang? Couldn't he just leave? There were many people who wanted to leave. But how many? Did he really think that the gang leader of 9-Bug Gang was a pushover, that just because he was fat he had no brains? Their lives were in the hands of the sect master. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to do it. Hall Master Xiao glared at everyone. There was a ball of fire burning in his heart. These despicable and shameless fellows were detestable. He then looked towards the gang leader. He knew that he wouldn't be able to live past tonight. Gang leader, I have followed you for so many years and fought for you. Even if I didn't do much, I have worked hard. Today, you want me to die. I am not willing, I don't want to die. Hall Master Zhao's eyes turned red as he stared at the gang leader. He clenched his fists, green veins popped out. The gang leader behind the veil acknowledged, you want to rebel? Hall Master Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to live today. The gang leader definitely wouldn't let him off. That was because he had seen too many such things. How did he become the Hall Master? The previous Hall Master was killed by the gang leader before he became the Hall Master. Although a long time had passed. But he remembered it in his heart and would never forget those scenes. Gang leader, do you really want me to die? Hall Master Zhao's voice was really low, like he was on the verge of exploding. Hall Master Xiao, you didn't complete my mission, so you have to be punished. This is the gang rule, and no one can change it. I think you should know that. The gang leader shifted his body, the fats on his body were like waves, rumbling. The surrounding higher-ups had a look of enjoyment on their faces. What a nice voice. Suddenly, the expressions of the higher-ups in the room changed. They sensed killing intent from Hall Master Zhao's body. Crazy. Was this fellow crazy? Fatty, damned fatty, I've done so many things for you. Now, just because I haven't completed one thing, you want me to die. How can you be so heartless? Hall Master Xiao was enraged. Since that was the case, he could only fight to the death. When Hall Master Xiao said these words, everyone was shocked. The faces of the higher-ups in the room turned ashen white. They exclaimed and ran outside. Something happened. Something was really going to happen. Damn, are you a fool? You actually said that the gang leader was a fatty, do you want us to die together? I hate people calling me a fatty. I want to feed you to bugs. Gang leader was furious, endless rage exploded out. Instantly, Hall Master Zhao's pupils dilated as a huge shadow shrouded him. No. Yunlu City, Division. Pang. A person was smashed into the ground, forming a deep hole. Looking closely, it was White Demon. Shortly after, a person landed. His legs stepped on the ground, giving out a shocking explosion. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped on White Demon's face, smashing it into the ground. Is this what you meant by a true expert being able to carry a power alone? If that is all you have, then I really can't see how strong you are. He had some injuries on his body. However, the toughness of his physique was beyond imagination. His injuries were constantly recovering, and he was no longer a hindrance. White Demon wasn't weak, Peak Master Realm. After fighting with him for such a long time, his head was starting to hurt. But Lin Fan felt that White Demon wasn't the strongest in Peak Master Realm. Although he spent a lot of effort, in the end, he became a salted fish under his feet. A salted fish that couldn't even flip around. Poochie. White Demon coughed. Each time he coughed, he would spit out large amounts of fresh blood. His body felt like it was about to explode. Every single bone in his body seemed to have been broken by his opponent. Even his internal organs were damaged, and he was bleeding profusely. His body was bleeding profusely. You fellow. White Demon glanced at Lin Fan in rage. He was so frustrated that he was about to die. Lin Fan slowly bent down. How is it? I told you that I can't wipe out the headquarters, but it shouldn't be a problem to wipe out your division. Do you have anything else to say? Oh right, where is your division's wealth? He thought about this really important question. Although he wanted to improve his cultivation now, when his cultivation really increased in the future and he needed to enjoy himself, he would need silver to maintain it. This was why if he built a solid foundation when he was young, then it wouldn't be so troublesome in the future. White Demon grinned. One couldn't see his snow-white teeth, only his mouth that was covered in fresh blood. Occasionally, blood would seep out. Do you think I will tell you? So annoying. Lin Fan was helpless. He hated people who were stubborn. He just couldn't understand what was the use of being so stubborn. He didn't bring it with him when he was born and couldn't bring it with him when he died. Helping others was the same as helping himself. Don't be too arrogant. My death isn't much to the headquarters, but your actions have totally infuriated them. I hope that one day you can still be so calm. White Demon stared at Lin Fan like he wanted to remember his face in his heart. Once he turned into a ghost, he would find him to take revenge. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He reached out and grabbed White Demon's head. He raised it in front of him and tossed it. With a pang, White Demon smashed into the ground and cried out. Forget it, whether you say it or not is up to you. I don't have high expectations for this. He had reached his goal. The division's destruction would let the headquarters know that sometimes one shouldn't offend people easily, otherwise, one would end up badly. Feng Poliu felt tired. Why didn't he just say it? Why did he have to hide it? Although wealth wasn't attractive to him, if he had some extra money, he could head to the gambling den and not be tossed out because he had no money. Unfortunately, he didn't want to say it, so he had no choice. After dealing with you, I will go search. If I can't find it, then forget it. Just as Lin Fan was prepared to kill this fellow, a furious shout spread out from the distance. Stop! 2 males and 1 female floated over from the distance. Their movement techniques were really strong and they left behind long afterimages. The 3 of them from Xiedao sect were enjoying the cauldrons that White Demon found for them. When they noticed the commotion outside, they didn't care much. This was White Demon's matter and should be solved by him. Why would it be their turn? But since White Demon was suppressed, then it had something to do with them. Lin Fan raised his head and looked out. The 3 of them didn't look like they were from 9 Bug Gang. But the aura that they gave off made one feel uncomfortable. Be careful, they seem to be from Xiedao sect. Feng Poliu was knowledgeable and knew where they came from right away. Xiedao sect? What sect is that? Lin Fan didn't know much about sections. The only sect he had seen was Wandering Dragon sect. Feng Poliu said, Xiedao sect is an evil sect and was created by a disciple of Yin Yang sect. It has 300 years of history and is really strong. To Lin Fan, this was like listening to a story. After all, a sect with a long history would have a deep foundation. It sounded like a fairy tale to him. Oh! So it is a handsome brother. Why do you like to fight and kill? Why don't you come to my side and enjoy sex? The only girl out of the three of them had a flirtatious expression. She wore very little clothes and revealed a large portion of her flesh. Simply put, she was a prostitute. Especially those two dots which were really visible and one could see what their shape was like. Lin Fan took a look and said in disdain, "You are so flirtatious. You wear so much makeup and I can smell it from so far away. I will leave your corpse intact and not let you spit out blood. I am afraid your blood will be smelly." Chapter 203. Rage points plus 555. A little weak, he only had so little rage points. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction. "Mei Xiao, I didn't expect that your charm would be ignored one day." The bald guy beside Mei Xiao laughed out loud. There were 6 scars on his head. His upper body was bare and his muscles swelled up. "Shut up." Mei Xiao stared at him in rage. Just that stare was really alluring and made one's body go soft. White Demon's face was swollen and his eyes were only a slit. He opened his mouth weakly, "Save me," however, after he said those words, he regretted it. What was the point of relying on them? The three of them weren't as strong as him. At that moment, the guy who didn't speak walked towards Lin Fan. He took out a stone token and tossed it towards him. "White Demon is Shidao Sect's friend, I hope that you can give him face and let him off. This token is an apology. In the future, when you head to Shidao Sect, you can ask them to help you do something." He was just bragging and it was basically useless. When he took the token to Shidao Sect, he would definitely not be able to return and he would become a cauldron for the sect. He heard that the sect had a senior brother who wasn't straight. Thinking about that, a weird smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, his smile froze. He whipped at his waist. Terrifying power exploded and his body felt like it was about to explode. Pang! The guy's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the stone pillar of the tower. The stone pillar cracked and a huge hole appeared. "Even my father's face is useless outside and you are talking about face to me. You are sick in the head." Lin Fan was filled with grievances. His father was so strong and when he faced problems, he used who he was but he was still beaten up by others. Now, these 3 people came from who knew where and casually threw a stone token to make him give face. What was going on? Feng Poliu wanted to stop them but it was too late. Young Master Lin was really amazing. He was impressed. Not only did he offend 9 Bug Gang, he even offended Shidao Sect. Amazing, really amazing. How dare you? Mei Xiao looked at Lin Fan in shock. He had already reported his background and he still dared to attack. He obviously didn't care about Shidao Sect at all. Bang! Mei Xiao didn't even have time to blink. She only felt a gust of wind and the demonic monk beside her disappeared. "You don't even have martial path grade 12 cultivation, so how do you expect me to believe how strong your Shidao Sect is? You are just holding this stupid token." Lin Fan smashed the token on her face. The token bounced a little, then fell into the gap between the tall buildings. There was a time when water filled the sky due to friction. What are you talking about? The current situation was not good for Mei Xiao. There were 3 of them just now, but now she was the only one left. At this moment, Mei Xiao came to her senses and looked at the man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with fear. It was impossible to resist. She was the weakest here. Even the strongest could not resist. How could she resist? Perhaps, Mei Xiao hummed. The token in her hand was cold, stimulating her senses. She didn't act too much. She just hoped that she would use this small humph to attract his attention. Maybe it would be fine. White Demon didn't have the energy to say anything. He didn't expect this fellow to actually kill a Shidao Sect disciple. With Shidao Sect's personality, they definitely wouldn't let him off. He didn't say anything. It was useless to say anything now. Feng Poliu saw Lin Fan stare at Mei Xiu and thought that he liked her. He reminded, young Master Lin, since you have offended her, then there is no turning back. You can't leave her alive. If he didn't attack. He really didn't want Lin Fan to have conflicts with Shidao sect. But now that two of them were killed, if one was left alive, then it would be a problem in the future. When Mei Xiu heard this, she was terrified. Her gaze towards Feng Poliu was filled with rage. Jerk, if I didn't die, I would take your life. However, Lin Fan's next words made her heave a sigh of relief. You really are vicious, you can even attack a woman. I will never hurt a beautiful flower in my life. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and objected to his cruel actions. He waved his hand. Cousin, come over for a moment. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front of cousin. Come, touch her head with this hand, touch her chin with this hand. Lin Fan told cousin to do it. Cousin was smart and knew right away. He didn't need to learn at all and his actions were really standard. Mei Xiu was filled with questions. What was he doing? Cousin, do you feel anything? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I don't feel anything. This was normal. Zhou Zhongmao really didn't feel anything at all. Even if Mei Xiu's breasts were huge, cousin's gaze didn't even sweep over them. Even if he did, it was an unintentional action. Mei Xiu was nervous but she felt that he didn't attack because he was interested in her. Moreover, he said that he would never hurt a beautiful flower. This meant that she could still live. As long as she was alive, she would have a chance to contact Shidao sect. At that time, she would be able to take revenge. Twisted. Lin Fan said. The moment he said this. Kacha. Her neck broke. That was the sound of her spine breaking. Feng Poliu opened his mouth and stared at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. He didn't expect this fellow to have such a dark side. The moment Mei Xiu's spine broke, she provided him with 555 rage points. The peak of her life. You really aren't going to say where you placed the silver? Lin Fan looked at White Demon and asked. White Demon gave a tragic smile. If I don't say, you won't let me off. If I say it, you still won't let me off. I have spent more time in the pugilistic world than you. Remember, there is no one who always wins. When the true calamity comes, you will be more than me. Pang! Lin Fan was lazy to listen to White Demon's meaningless words, directly kicking him to death. Cousin, go see whether or not there are any fish that escaped the net. Since he did it, then he shouldn't show mercy. Zhou Zhongmao picked up the blade that fell to the ground. Each time he passed a complete corpse, he would stab it. He was decisive and didn't hesitate at all. He killed them with one blade. Even if they were dead, they could only die twice. As expected. There were indeed fish that escaped the net. They were definitely left by Feng Poliu. When Zhou Zhongmao attacked, he definitely wouldn't leave a complete corpse. Naturally, he would slice the corpse into pieces. Feng Poliu's methods were more normal. If he was lucky, there would be people who were heavily injured but still alive. Lin Fan entered the giant tower to search whether or not there was treasure hidden within. He searched really carefully and didn't let go of any place. However, he searched all the way to the top and didn't find anything suspicious. They hid so deeply. Lin Fan was annoyed. He had no way to deal with these stubborn fellows who didn't speak. Actually, he couldn't blame them for being stubborn. Since they knew that they were going to die, why would they say where the silver was hidden? He searched one round and didn't find anything, so he gave up. Outside. The commotion in the division naturally shocked many commoners nearby. However, no one dared to head out. They knew that something huge had happened, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. That was the 9-Bug Gang division, who dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to cause trouble naturally weren't normal people. When he left, he told cousin to find a carriage. At the same time, he pasted his portrait and name on the 9-Bug Gang division. He had to let the 9-Bug Gang headquarters know who did it. In the forest. Young Master Lin, where are we going after digging out the silver? Feng Polio asked. He was totally convinced. The Yunlu City division was wiped out just like that. Xiedao sect disciples were also killed along with them. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and didn't reply. He was a little worried. We killed a lot of people tonight. Feng Polio rolled his eyes. Wasn't that nonsense? How could they kill less? At least hundreds of people were killed. It was enough to form a river of blood. Of course, they didn't kill wrongly. From the gang leader to the members, none of them were innocent. Forget it, I am a little tired. Let's return to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Feng Polio heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that they were going to wipe out other divisions. What happened tonight would definitely spread to the 9-Bug Gang headquarters by tomorrow night. At that time, all the divisions would be wary. It wouldn't be so easy to wipe them out, and they might even lose their lives. Zhou Zhongmao placed the silver he dug out one by one onto the horse carriage. Cousin, it is done. Lin Fan patted cousin's shoulder and said in satisfaction, very good. Cousin, don't be so murderous in the future. Many people died tonight. Understood, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head and listened to cousin's words. Cousin told him not to be so murderous, so he lowered it by a little. Feng Polio dissed. Who was the murderous one? Lin Fan left his portrait and name. He wasn't afraid that they would know who he was. Anyway, the world was so huge and Jiang City was so far away from Fuzhou. Even if they cracked their brains, they wouldn't be able to guess. If one day they found out who he was, no, that wasn't possible. Before they found out, maybe he would have already wiped out the 9-Bug Gang headquarters. Also, the Xiedao sect disciples he met made him realize a problem. Even the disciples of powerful sects would not necessarily have a high cultivation base. He thought that when he broke through to Master Realm experts would be everywhere. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. If not, the Yunlu City division wouldn't just have White Demon, this peak Master Realm expert. Feng Polio, do you think there are many Master Realm people? Lin Fan asked. Feng Polio said, it depends on the situation. Normal people need 30 to 40 years to reach Master Realm. Actually, it depends on talent and the place. Within hundreds of miles of Jiang City, there shouldn't be more than 5. If we go to some big cities or strong sects, there will be many. Lin Fan understood what he meant. Just like in the past, it was tough to find 1 in 100 million in a town. There were a few in the county and many in the city. When they went to important cities, they would be everywhere. That was what he meant. Chapter 204. The next day. Yunlu City commoners surrounded the division and didn't dare to enter. They pointed at the situation inside and discussed softly. In a night, 9-Bug Gang was wiped out. Some people heard the commotion inside but didn't dare to come out. They could only hide in their blankets and shiver, waiting for things to end. Last night, I heard movement, it lasted for a long time. There were also tragic cries. After a long while, the cries disappeared and I heard the sound of horses. This person was telling the truth. It was obvious that he lived next to the branch and had heard everything that had happened last night without missing a single detail. Even wiping out the 9-Bug Gang division, who is so bold? The commoners discussed. To them, all of this was too far away. In their hearts, they only knew that 9-Bug Gang was strong. The division was strong too, and no one dared to offend them. Now that they stood at the entrance and saw the tragic situation inside, it had a huge impact on them. Very quickly, a bunch of guys riding horses came to the entrance. Their expressions were dark and sunken as they chased away the commoners. One of them walked in to take a look. Corpses were all over the ground. Even if the guy had been through a lot, when he saw those scenes, he panicked and didn't know what to do. Who had the guts to do such a thing? Did they really want to die? That night. Pang! Damn, bunch of trash, what do I need you for? There was a loud explosion. Terrifying internal strength exploded from the gang leader's body, forming a shockwave that spread out. The expressions of the higher-ups changed. They were unable to block it at all and were smacked away into the water. Then, it was like they thought about something terrifying in the river. They jumped onto the boat and returned to the cabin, kneeling in front of the gang leader. They cursed in their hearts. Damn it! You bastards, even if you want to cause trouble, you can't do that. If you have balls, then come to the headquarters. You went to wipe out the division, weren't you just making us suffer? Moreover, when they sensed the terrifying aura of the gang leader, their hearts turned cold. Too terrifying. Who is Lin Fan, who is he? Damn, what a bastard. Damn bastards, they actually destroyed the Yunla branch. Damn it, search for them. Even if the sky and earth flip, find them for me. Gang leader was really angry. That angry voice was like a boiling fire, burning them until they were drenched in sweat, as if they could melt at any moment. The world was vast. Where was he going to find it? The frequent incidents actually made him forget about the precious treasure that the gang had lost. The higher-ups were terrified, and they all disappeared from the spot. They knew that the gang leader was angry, and no one could escape. They were furious. Of all the people you could have provoked, you just had to provoke our gang leader and even dragged us into this. You're really despicable. Early morning. Zhou Zhongmao drove the carriage and Lin Fan and Feng Poliu sat behind. Young Master Lin, our target is too obvious and we can't stop. We have to leave 9 bug gangs' territory. Feng Poliu muttered that along the way. When he passed by the city, Lin Fan didn't want to panic. He wanted to find a place to rest and wait for daybreak before leaving. But Feng Poliu couldn't. He had to rush through the night as if he was afraid that people would notice him. Stop talking, from last night till now, you have said it hundreds of times. You might not be annoyed, but I am. Lin Fan was helpless, he really wanted to toss this fellow off the carriage. Feng Poliu said, I am just reminding you, I don't mean anything else. Moreover, how did I say it so many times? It was just a few times. Truthfully, he had huge gains this time. These were all treasures, and it was hard to estimate. Not all of them were silver, but there were many gems and other precious things. As for how much they were worth, he had to hire a professional to calculate them. Lin Fan placed his hands at the back of his head and leaned against the chest. He was really relaxed and looked at Fuzhou, which he couldn't see at all. I will return. He went to Fuzhou and personally experienced 9 bug gangs' situation. They weren't something he could deal with now, but he could still cause some problems for them. Perhaps they were now stamping with rage, so angry that they wished they could beat him to death. Hee. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Who asked you to fight with me? If I wasn't slightly weaker, why would I play with you until now? I would have killed all of you long ago. Feng Poliu glanced and noticed that this kid's smile was a little smug. Who knew what he was thinking about? Feng Poliu, did you really kill your master? Lin Fan asked. Damn! Weren't you thinking about something? Why did you push the blame to me? He recognized the wrong person. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan said, I don't think that I recognized the wrong person. You are indeed from Insect Valley, otherwise, how would you have the bug controlling technique? Did you kill your master for it? Actually, it isn't a big deal. It is normal for young people to do things. As long as you repent, it is okay. Although I will look down on you, I won't look down on you. Feng Poliu turned around and turned his face to the side. He didn't want to speak to Lin Fan anymore. At that moment, several people struck from the distance. They rode horses and wore the same attire. They didn't recognize what Lin Fan and the others were wearing, but they all carried swords on their backs. When these people passed Lin Fan, they just took a curious look. They didn't stop and just left right away. Sword Palace people. Feng Poliu looked on and was confused. Why would Sword Palace disciples appear here? After all, Sword Palace was 108,000 miles away from here. It wasn't really that far, it was just an example. You know them? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu said, I don't, I just know them. Sword Palace is a really strong sect, but it is really weird. Why are there so many disciples from large sects? Did something happen? Who cares, anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Fan looked at the sky like he was in a daze. His cultivation was already at Master Realm. Although he wasn't at the peak, he wasn't weak either. He wanted to get some top cultivation techniques. Actually, the simplest way was to return to U City to find his father. With his foundations, he definitely had many. But he still wanted to rely on his own ability to get what he wanted. Once his strength increased, he would return to give his father a surprise. Feng Poliu, do you know where to get top heart cultivation or physique-raising techniques? Lin Fan asked. Fuzhou has them. Feng Poliu said, but you can't go back, you are just asking to die. If you really want, you can head to Rong City. Rong City has a market. Although it can't compare to Fuzhou, there are top cultivation techniques there. As long as you have enough silver. Rong City. Lin Fan thought about it. He thought about Li Jishou and said, okay, then let's not head back. Let's head to Rong City first. Can you stop with this and that? Why do you need so many top-notch cultivation techniques? Given your current situation, it seems like you've already cultivated quite a few of them. Feng Poliu didn't understand. So many top cultivation techniques were useless. There was a limit to one's strength, who would cultivate so many? You don't need to care. Lin Fan replied. Then, he sighed. Can I tell you that my cultivation technique isn't enough anymore? The small support system was really strong. But the drawbacks slowly appeared. That was that he couldn't rely on one cultivation technique to forcefully reach a higher realm. Other people could cultivate a cultivation technique to the peak, spending years or even decades to accumulate internal strength to a certain level and then reach a higher realm. After he raised a top cultivation technique to the peak, even if he cultivated slowly, his internal strength wouldn't increase. So he needed more cultivation techniques to strengthen his body. Feng Poliu didn't understand what young Master Lin was thinking. But he didn't say much. Since he wanted to head to Rong City, then he would. Rong City wasn't far from here, but it wasn't close either. It would take at least 5 days to get there. During this period of time, 9 Bug Gang didn't stop searching for Lin Fan. But they didn't find anything. The portrait was too narrow, and it was too difficult to recognize a person based on the portrait. Thus, during this period of time, 9 Bug Gang members were covered in darkness. Every day, people died. It wasn't the gang leader who did it, but those higher-ups who were under huge pressure and needed to vent it out. They flipped hundreds of miles of land and searched, but there were no signs of him. It was like he had evaporated from the world and was nowhere to be found. After several days of rushing, they finally arrived at Rong City. I do have someone familiar here. Lin Fan smiled. Feng Poliu said helplessly, I do too, but she isn't friendly to me. The person you are talking about is the gambling den, right? The person I am talking about is the daughter of the Li family, who my father almost wanted to be my wife. Although she knew that she wasn't good enough for me and left the Lin family, I am still familiar with her. Could he not do that? What Feng Poliu hated the most in his life was people bragging. He had no choice. This young Master Lin kept on bragging and he was about to explode. Feng Poliu said, Young Master Lin, didn't you want to buy cultivation techniques? Then let's go find someone. Such a situation usually requires someone to pull strings. Okay, then let's go. Lin Fan said. On the way to find the contact person, he found out from Feng Poliu that the markets were supported by many rich families and strong sections. As for one person holding one, that was impossible. After all, no one had such ability. He followed Feng Poliu to a gambling den. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. Do you want to go in and gamble? No, the person who pulled the strings is inside. Wait for me outside, I'll be right out. Feng Poliu said and walked in. When he reached the door, he turned his head and said, Why don't you lend me some, I want to play. No. Lin Fan rejected right away. Feng Poliu sighed. He didn't cherish such a good chance to help him. Do you really have to wait until I'm rich to add flowers to the brocade? Chapter 205. You didn't come at the right time, you have to wait until tomorrow night. Lin Fan looked at the person that Feng Poliu said was the middleman. There was nothing special about him, he was just a normal person. If he was tossed into a crowd, he would be useless. But such a person was actually the middleman. One had to say that he made people look up to him. Such a normal person didn't attract attention at all. Only people who did big things would do that. Lin Fan's thoughts were in his head, so he could think whatever he wanted. Okay, we will come here tomorrow night to find you. Feng Poliu said. He hadn't participated in the Rome city market, but he had participated in other places. It was basically the same, there was no difference. The middleman took a look at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. He just entered the gambling den. Young Master Lin, we can come tomorrow night. Now we need to find a place to rest. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan was a little curious about the market tomorrow night, who knew what it would be like. He said, Okay, let's find an inn to rest for a while. Young Master Lin, didn't you say that Rome City's Li family little miss nearly became your wife? Even if we aren't fated, at least our relationship is, why not head to the Li family? Feng Poliu wanted to expose Lin Fan. Lin Fan squinted and looked at Feng Poliu. This fellow was a little dishonest. Did he want to see whether or not what he said was true? If that was the case, then he would be disappointed. Although he was bragging. But it was true. Okay, then let's go to the Li family, they are familiar. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't believe that the Li family wouldn't let him stay. He had to do what he bragged about. If Feng Poliu looked down on him, then where would he have any face? Outside the Li manor. The manor door was open, and there were 2 guards guarding. Zhou Zhongmao walked forwards and was stopped by the guard. He told the guard that Yu City Lin family young master was here and quickly went to report. The guard heard that his little miss was going to marry into the Yu City Lin family. Although he didn't remember clearly, it seemed like such a thing happened. He immediately went to report. However, when he turned his head, he saw Old Master and Wang family young master walk over. Old Master Li, I can consider this matter. Wang Yunfei said politely. He had a smile on his face. Since he returned from Yu City, he felt that his body wasn't right. It seemed like he was frightened by the Hongqiu pavilion, and that thing couldn't get hard. This was a very terrifying thing. Wang Yunfei was naturally scared out of his wits. As the young master of the Wang clan, he had to carry on the family line. If he was crippled just like that, it would be terrible. Therefore, he naturally looked for a famous doctor. The famous doctor told him that he had suffered a serious shock, causing him to, blah blah blah. In any case, he did not understand. The only thing he understood was that there was no cure for him at the moment and he had to wait. He was frightened in Yu City because he wanted to know who did it. But he never found it. Okay. Old Master Li smiled. He didn't agree to Wang Yunfei's suggestion. Master, someone is waiting for you outside, the guard said. Old Master Li was confused, who was waiting for him? When he reached the door and saw the figure outside, his heart skipped a beat. Oh my God! Why is he here? At first glance, he had already recognized who the other party was. Lin family's young master Lin Fan. Wasn't he living well in Yu City? Why did he come to Chengdu? In the blink of an eye. Old Master Li thought of many possibilities. For example, Lin family was wiped out by King Wudong and nephew Lin came to join him. But that was impossible. Very quickly, he tossed such thoughts to the back of his head. Was he here to propose? Even if he brought her back to Rome City, he still thought about her, which was why he personally came to propose. Looking at the carriage filled with boxes, that was really possible. Nephew Lin. Old Master Li's face was filled with smiles as he welcomed him. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Feng Poliu like he was saying that he wasn't bragging to him. Uncle Li, it has been a long time since we parted ways in Yu City. Lin Fan cupped his fists and said. Then, when he saw Wang Yunfei, he recognized him with a single look. Aren't you that young Master Wang who came to Yu City to visit brothels? Lin Fan exclaimed, directly exposing his background. Rage points plus 99. Wang Yunfei had completely forgotten about Lin Fan. But when he heard the words of the other party, he was stunned. What did those words mean? It was a little annoying. Kiki, who is this? Have we met before? Wang Yunfei scoffed and asked. His gaze was a little off, like he was asking, what the heck were you saying? Why did his words make him feel so annoyed? Old Master Li looked at Wang Yunfei. He hated brothels the most. Who knew that Wang Yunfei not only visited Rome City, but he even went to Yu City? What a joke. Young Master Wang, you are so forgetful. Didn't you have a good time with Yuan Tianchu? He directly brought you to the most popular brothel in Yu City, Hongqiu Pavilion. How did you forget? Lin Fan smiled. Rage points plus 199. A decent amount of rage points. Although it wasn't much, to be able to increase it was a form of improvement. Damn! Can't you shut the fuck up? Wang Yunfei was furious. Did this fellow know how to speak, or was he so ignorant to casually say such things? He really wanted to shut his mouth. Hehe, you got the wrong person. You must have got the wrong person. I, Wang Yunfei, never go to these brothels. Wang Yunfei waved his hands and cupped his fists. Old Master Li, you have a guest here, so I won't disturb you. Goodbye. The moment he said that, Wang Yunfei left without turning his head. Even if Lin Fan shouted from behind, he didn't care and didn't react at all. In his heart, he cursed Lin Fan's entire family 10,000 times. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely shout, "Father, someone wants to do you, kid, you know him?" Old Master Li smiled and asked. Right, there is no reason. The last time he came to Yu City, young Master Yuan welcomed him. He even went to the most famous Hongqiu Pavilion to play for a night, so how could I not know him? Lin Fan shook his head and felt a little regretful. Old Master Li believed Lin Fan's words. If he hadn't been there, then there was no need for Wang Yunfei to run so quickly. Now that things had passed, Old Master Li just remembered it in his heart and didn't say much more. Kid, come in, don't stand at the door. Old Master Li said. Lin Fan told cousin to arrange the carriage. These riches were really important, and if they were lost, he wouldn't even be able to cry. Back courtyard. Suelon ran in a panic. Little miss, not good, something happened. That fellow chased us here. Li Zhixiu was training. She had returned home for over a month and trained every day. Seeing Suelon run over in panic, she stopped. What happened? Who came? Suelon's face turned red and she said in fear, "It is Yu City Lin family young master. He is here with old master." When she mentioned Lin Fan, Suelon's heart jumped. She was really frightened. To her, Yu City Lin family young master was really terrifying and loved to torture people. He was also someone who killed mercilessly. She personally witnessed it and was so terrified that she nearly peed her pants. Li Zhixiu's expression changed slightly. In her mind, scenes that she didn't dare to imagine appeared. Lin Fan's cruel and violent actions didn't scare her at all. Actually, what she was most afraid of was that when night fell, she would fall unconscious for no reason. When she opened her eyes the next day, he would be lying beside her. That was something that Li Jixio couldn't imagine. This was why when her father and mother came to the Lin family, she had thoughts of retreating. Living room. Kid, since you came to Rong City to do something, then you can stay here for the night. Old Master Li said. He had already asked and found out that the kid didn't come to Rong City to ask for marriage. He was just passing by. Although he heaved a sigh of relief, for some reason, he felt a little regretful. Thank you, uncle, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fan smiled and then looked towards Feng Poliu. Did you see that? Did you think I lied to you? What I said was true. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan, he didn't get to the main point. Forget it. You are amazing. You can act cool, I won't compete with you. Originally, Lin Fan didn't want to come to the Li family, but looking at Feng Poliu's disbelieving gaze, he felt really uncomfortable. He could tell anyone loudly. Do you believe that I, Lin Fan, have never said a single word that I, Lin Fan, am bragging? Don't believe it? Good. He immediately brought Feng Poliu to the Li family to prove it. When Wang Yunfei returned to the manor, his face was dark and sunken. He was really unhappy. The servants around saw that young master's expression was so ugly, so they didn't dare to say anything. They all retreated far away. Then, Wang Yunfei waved his hands and a servant ran over, go find some experts for me. Yes, young master. The servant replied and then left. He knew that someone was going to be unlucky in young master's hands. Wang Yunfei recognized who Lin Fan was. Yu City young master Lin. When he went to Yu City, Yuan Tianchu welcomed him. Yuan Tianchu had conflicts with this fellow and even made Wang Yunfei furious. He even said it directly. If such a fellow dared to come to Rong City, he would teach him a lesson. Now that he came, he even said that he went to a brothel in front of old Master Li. Who could take that? If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would think that he was easy to bully. Li Manor. Lin Fan and the others were arranged in the third-row courtyard. They bumped into Cuelon, who was carrying a basin. She screamed like she had seen a ghost, turning around and running. Lin Fan was stunned. Who was it? I don't even know you, so your actions are a little exaggerated. The next night, Lin Fan brought cousin and Feng Poliu to the Li Manor. Young Master Lin, we brought a carriage of treasures, isn't that a little too obvious? Are we purposely inviting people to commit crimes? Feng Poliu felt that something wasn't right. We might have to fight tonight. If we don't bring it, we won't have any confidence. Lin Fan said. Anyway, the riches didn't belong to him. Buying some martial path cultivation techniques was a good choice.